Good morning and welcome along to Silverstone for day 2 of the Classic Sports Car Club's season opener here in early March. The sunshine, 15-16 degrees Celsius yesterday and more of the same today. For modern based cars, we have some sprint racing to start off Sunday with the Ramair BMW Championship coming up in a moment. They've got 2 races today. We've also got the Liqui Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge ahead of lunch. This afternoon, 3 40-minute races, the Liqui Moly Slicks and the Wasp New Millenniums, as well as the Fox Transport Turbo Tin Tops and the Co-Ord Sport Tin Tops and Puma Cup, and 2 races this afternoon too for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens that are just coming past us now after the final qualifying session of the day here at Silverstone. Your commentators, just like yesterday, are Matt Suckling and Mark Werrell, and they will be able to talk you through all the on-track action here at Silverstone with the CSCC.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, looking forward to another cracking day of racing under, again, just amazingly blue skies. And we got through all of the racing yesterday. There was a couple of small little incidents, but nothing of any consequence, Matt. A few mechanical issues, but on the whole, yesterday went really well. Yeah,
it did, didn't it? Well behaved, good driving, good racing, and it's almost like deja vu in terms of the weather, because it's been a perfect weekend so far, and much of the same today as well. As Josh alluded to, we are going to have more of the modern part of the Classic Sports Car Club for today, though, and we're going to kick off very shortly with the Ramair BMW Championship. They had qualifying yesterday afternoon/evening, and they get ready for 2 races as they join up with the CSCC for 2025. So that's the first race to look forward to. And we'll have 1 further race before a short lunch break, and that's going to be for the Liqui Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge, which gave us a fascinating race yesterday as well, Mark.
They had a brilliant race yesterday, some good squabbles all the way down through the order. In particular for me, it was the fight that was going on in Class D, wasn't it, between Stanton and Simpson, wheel to wheel, continually, side by side, and finally on the last lap, it was almost the final corner where it was decided who was going to scoop up the top championship points in Class D. So more of that, hopefully, today. There's a couple of cars, I think, that were out in the Liqui Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge yesterday we might not see out today. Certainly, I know that one of them has withdrawn, so there'll be at least 1 gap on the grid. But it's still a good entry list. As Josh was saying, nice warm temperature for this time of year, above average. A very, very light breeze. There's always a breeze here at Silverstone. You never come to Silverstone and there's not a breeze. And the weather stayed consistent all day yesterday. The forecast for today and this afternoon is more of the same.
Certainly is, yet hitting highs of 14, 15 degrees as the afternoon wears on. You can see the shots around the Silverstone International Circuit, which we are on here for this weekend for the opening meeting of the Classic Sports Car Club. Busy year ahead for them, with most of the circuits within the UK being taken in as the year goes on. And you can see that cars for our first race are about to be ushered on to the circuit, because they're ahead of schedule at the minute and they want to try and keep it that way. So we're going to get the BMWs out there ready to go for the first of 2 formation laps.
Yeah, they'll have 2 formation laps. Whether the clock starts ticking when they start their second one or not, I simply don't know. It's scheduled to be a 20-minute race, and we won't get a grid graphic, but let me just guide you through then the way that they qualified yesterday evening. They were the last session out on track last night. Runner-up in the championship last year, number 47, Niall Bradley, sits there on pole position, and alongside him is a former champion, James Card, number 32. Row 2 of the grid, it's number 612, which is Adrian Bradley. He was 5th in the championship last year, and alongside is 23, Nathan Wells. Row 3 of the grid, the overall champion, the reigning champion, number 76, Jason West, sitting alongside Graham Crowhurst. He was in the top 3 in the championship last year. And row 4 of the grid, Ollie Neves, alongside number 35, which is Luke Yeomans. Row 5 of the grid is Dave Avis. In one of the races yesterday he was out in, he ended up in the gravel trap. He'll be hoping for better fortunes today. And alongside is Tommy Grout. Ronan Bradley and Giuseppe Collari line up on row number 6. It's Jonathan Strickland and Jazz Sapra that are there on row number 7. And row 8 is comprised by number 10, John Cockerton, and 77, which is Klaus Koike. At the 9th row of the grid, there should be a gap on the inside where we should have had number 74, Chris Walton. He has withdrawn, so at the back on his own should be Brian Branson. That's the BMW grid. And then we now have, nowadays, the the mini grid in reality, say R53s, R56s. They have their own separate grid. So on pole position for that is number 320, which is Ross Alexander. Alongside him is 42, Matthew Hibbard. Row 2 for the minis is Charles Heatley and 999, which is Sean Wortley, and Charlie Newton-Darby is at the back of the 5 mini grid for this one. So largely BMWs, with the minis, which are built under the BMW brand, eligible for this championship sitting at the back.
Certainly are, yep. So nice to have the BMWs out there. We had a few of them out yesterday in respective series organised by the CSCC, one of those being Brian Branson. Brian's going to be one to look for to work his way through the field, because he was right down towards the rear of the order. Didn't qualify yesterday, so that orange and black machine just coming round the final corner at Club is going to be probably storming his way through as much as possible, but good qualifying yesterday for Niall Bradley. He did the job by just over 0.2 of a second to get that pole scraped away ahead of James Card, so they will be the two that line up on that front row for what's going to be a standing start. So there's Brian in shot now, working his way through. There are the minis. First of those at the front, Ross Alexander in the 320 machine, and then you've got Matthew Hibbard who will start alongside on that front row as well.
Yeah, so be keeping an eye on both sets of those, see how the BMWs are going, because they'll be at the sharp end, see how the minis are getting on as well, because there's separate championship points all eligible for those as well. The way it works, as long as there's more than 3 competitors in your class, 3 or more, it's 20 points for a win. In your class, it's 18 for second, it's 16 for third, and so on. It diminishes from there. Even if you non-finish, you still pick up 3. If you've only got a class with just 2 competitors in, then it's 10 for the win, 9 for second, and 3 if you non-finish. And if you're the only competitor in the class, you'll pick up 10 if you win. So half the amount that you would do if the grid had the full complement of entrants. The way the classes work, Class A is for highly modified BMWs, free to run on slicks, minimum weight of 1,220 kilograms. Class B, standard internals if it's an S54 engine, minimum weight 1260. And then you carry on from down there with Class D, Class E, all of those having lesser power in reality and more restrictive, because they will then run on treaded tyres. If you're in like Class D or Class E, you'll be running on a treaded tyre. So the cars will be heading onto the grid for what will be a standing start for these. So the safety car has brought them round on their 2 formation laps. The clock has not started ticking, Matt, which means we do go, thankfully, the full duration, full 20 minutes. Yeah,
they'll get the full distance for their first race of the year. Just to correct myself as well, I said that they joined the CSCC this year, but of course they were here last year, but it's the first year they'll have standalone grids once they moved, of course, from what used to be the Kumo BMW Championship. So now the Ramair BMW Championship, and under the CSCC grids have massively grown. So great to see all these competitors together, and of course we have that invitation class as well, as you said, Mark, for the minis.
Yeah, I mean this championship can sort of trace its DNA back to early 1980s in reality, the BMW Car Club Championship, which then became the Kumo BMW Championship. And a couple of drivers have gone on from this to race in the British Touring Car Championship. So the likes of Martin Bell was a multiple champion in this and turned a millennium, went on to race in the BTCC. And also Rick Kerry was a champion back in 2005-2006. He went on and briefly raced in the BTCC. So first few rows of the grid beginning to line up. There should be a couple of rows gap when we get to the end of the BMW grid and the start of the mini grid. So that red and white car right in the bottom right hand corner of the screen, if you're watching the stream, of Ross Alexander, should leave a couple of rows gap before he comes up into position for pole position in reality for what's the mini section of the grid.
Yeah, drivers always get confused at Silverstone because pole's on the outside, isn't it? And everyone thinks they're on the other side of the grid, so they're trying to make sure they go 90 degrees to the correct place. Marshall's just directing the cars where they need to be. All the BMWs are in place, which is good. So just the 5 from the mini contingents now to be put into place. And once everyone is happy, we'll get the green flag from the back of the grid. The 5-second board will be held aloft, and the first race of the day, Mark, will be very much underway. It
will, yeah, a mixture of E46s towards the front of the grid, E36s that little bit further back, and these cars certainly will be lapping very quickly around the Silverstone International Circuit. It was about 1 minute and 8 seconds, something like that, the pole time in reality from Niall Bradley. So we're just waiting for the last row of the grid to come into position. The 5-second board is just being held aloft. The black car on pole position is Niall Bradley. The silver car to his right is James Card, and we wait for the red lights to come on, and they'll flash their way out. For the first time today we go racing. It didn't look as though it's a brilliant start from the pole sitter Niall Bradley. James Card got a little bit better away. There's somebody stalled further back down through the order. He's really struggling to get going, but it is going to be Niall Bradley, I think, who has missed out on hanging on to the lead of the race, and Adrian Bradley, I think it is, that's gone through to pick up the lead. Klaus Koike was the car that was very slow away and is now amongst the minis at this stage. It is, yes indeed, it is Adrian Bradley that leads the way. Niall Bradley is there in second place. James Card is third. and the BMW Art Car-esque machine of Graham Crowhurst has now dropped behind the reigning champion Jason West.
Yeah, he was briefly up into 4th place, wasn't he, Graham Crowhurst, but that multi-coloured car sits there just on the tail at the minute as the BMWs that were slow away now start to carve their way back towards the head of the minis effectively. So Klaus Kuika is on his way through. Here's the race leader Adrian Bradley turning his way through in towards Stowe for the first time. A bit of a move there around the outside as well for the 23 machine, so that's trying to make a bit of progress as well. That's Nathan Wells who was out yesterday in a different series, but we've got a load of cars all together as they work their way down towards Valen Club for the first time of asking. It's still Nathan Wells trying to work his way through the outside. It's not quite going to work there. It goes right and right again, and that means he's on the outside line, which doesn't really work for him on this occasion. The other BMW which was possibly slow away there is Jazz for Sapra, the number 40 machine, which is also embroiled in some of the minis further back as well.
Yeah, Jazz, who's out racing some sort of BMW nearly every weekend somewhere in the country. He's got Klaus Kuika nipping up the inside as they head up towards the Kinkert Abbey. From there it's flat out through Farm Curve, but make sure you get the car from one side of the circuit over to the other, because you've got the heavy braking area for Village coming up, and that's where the race leaders have already passed through, as they're already now making their way onto the Hanger Straight for what will be the second time of asking. Niall Bradley leading the way now from Adrian Bradley, so we had the change late on in the opening lap, so it's Niall, the pole sitter, that goes into the lead of the race, and it looks as though Adrian Bradley is no longer in second. He's now down to third as James Card squeezes his way through at the wheel of the silver E46 M3. So James Card up to second, Adrian Bradley down to third, albeit he's trying to re-attack again and thought about it as they went into the braking area for Club, but decided that, yeah, they'll just sit behind James Card for the moment.
Yep, certainly will. That car looking a little bit tail happy now, and it does run wide again, which gives the place to the inside for the car of Jason West to try and go through. They're going to be side by side on the run down towards Abbey for the third time of asking. It's all about your power and effectively the inside line, which always helps there. So Jason West does go through. Here comes Graham Crowhurst as well, trying to take a further place away from Adrian Bradley. So he's kind of getting pipped here by every single car in the top 7 or 8. So good news for Adrian after a mega start. Now finds himself possibly outside the top 5, because there's Niall, there's James, there's Jason, there's Graham, and there is going to be Adrian, but he's now under pressure from number 23.
It is Nathan Wells has got Ollie Neves not far behind him. Ollie Neves has got the white and the orange car. That will be Luke Yeomans that sits right behind as well. He is the leading, I think, E36 we've got in the field, is he, at the moment, because it's all E46s at the sharp end. But here they come, descending on Stowe Corner. Adrian Bradley didn't quite make friends with the apex there, which allows Nathan Wells half an opportunity to see if he can do something on the exit of Stowe Corner and on the run down in towards the braking area for Club. But Nathan Wells is, I think, going to get unpicked by Ollie Neves, who goes around the outside at the first part of Club and is going to have the inside for the second part and picks the place up. So Nathan Wells was looking to gain a place, he actually lost one.
He did indeed, yeah. And Nathan always kind of goes to the outside there at Valen Club, which he didn't really make any benefit from. So again, he'll be under pressure, possibly on the run down towards Abbey. Keeps himself ahead for the time being of Luke Yeomans, and as suspected, Brian Branson is going to be up there as well. He's trying to carve his way through to the inside as they run down in towards Village, and he gets one place away. So Brian Branson now is inside the top 8, and we've only completed 4 minutes, so we thought he'd be quick, and he's getting himself to the front of the field indeed.
Yeah, he overtakes the other E36, I think that means that Brian Branson is the leading E36 that we've got in the field. I don't know what happened with Brian, because he didn't set a time in qualifying yesterday, did he? But it must have been some sort of mechanical issue they've worked on overnight. Whatever it was, it's a distant memory now, because he's now looking to try and gain a place on Nathan Wells, and he's going to try it right the way around the outside at Stowe Corner. If he can make it stick, he runs a little bit wide on the exit of the corner, but will still have the inside line when they head down through the Vale and in towards the braking area for Club. Is he going to be able to squeeze his way through? Yes, he does just about, but he hasn't quite cleared Nathan Wells by the end of the first section of Club Corner, but he has done by the second section of it. So another place gained for Brian Branson.
Certainly is, yep, and he'll be trying to tick off Ollie Neves before too much longer as well. They're going to be separated by 0.3 of a second as they cross the line. There is our mini class leader, which is still the pole man from yesterday's qualifying, Ross Alexander. and for Ross, he has got probably a good 5 or 6 seconds over the next of the minis. The next car behind him, I think, is Jazz Sapra, so he's got a BMW behind, but Ross Alexander absolutely charging ahead from the rest of the field. You can just about see the next of the minis coming into shot in the background, but Ross Alexander having a good start to this race.
Yeah, I think that's Tommy Grout that's in the background, and Jazz Sapra's behind that, so Jazz not having a good run here, not at all at the kind of pace that we'd expect Jazz Sapra to be at. Just have a look. Look, there goes Ross Alexander, and then the next one, yeah, that looks like Tommy Grout's car. That was the car that was really slow away, actually, wasn't it, Tommy Grout's? Not the usual white and blue colours that I've seen Tommy in. That's the Warsteiner liveried car that he's out in, isn't it? So that's gold and red. I'm going to make an amendment to that one. Second in the minis at this stage, it's going to be number 42, is it not? That's second in the minis, and that is going to be Matthew Hibbard at the wheel of his R53, because the car that's leading the minis, which is Ross Alexander, up towards Stowe, his is an R56.
Quickest lap of the race has just been set by the race leader, so Niall Bradley at 108.103, which is quicker than what he did in qualifying, so absolutely on the money so far today. He's 3.6 seconds ahead for now of James Card, and James had about a second in hand over Jason West, who sits there in the final step of the podium positions. There goes Brian Branson for a move on Nathan Wells, so these two are still fighting hard, and Brian Branson gets that job done fairly easily as they work their way through Chapel. Now for Nathan Wells, he's going to have the attentions of what's going to be Ollie Neves to try and keep at bay. So that's a good little 2 or 3 way fight. You've got Graham Crowhurst in shot now. He's keeping himself just about ahead of Adrian Bradley, and this is the fight currently for 4th place.
Yeah, the race leader is already about to chalk another lap into the book. Fight for 2nd and 3rd is worth keeping an eye on. Just coming around through Club Corner now. James Card under pressure from Jason West. Jason is the reigning champion, remember. James Card finished 4th in the championship last year, but has been an overall champion in BMWs in the past. They're just heading round through the kink at Abbey now. The gap between the pair of them was just 0.6 of a second. 6 seconds off that is Graham Crowhurst at the wheel for number 15. Adrian Bradley is 5th, and then it's Brian Branson, Nathan Wells, Ollie Neves, the former MG racer, Luke Yeomans and Ronan Bradley that wrap up the top 10.
Yeah, Jason West is continuing to get closer and closer to the back here of James Card, which of course just means his attentions of trying to catch the race leader are disappearing now, so we'll see how that one unfolds. There's Brian Branson still making progress. No places gained just yet over that last lap, but the gap has come down between him and Adrian Bradley, so we're down to about a second, although I think that's much less than what it was at the line, and Adrian gets a good run now on Graham Crowhurst, so he thinks about going to the outside line of that multicoloured car, the art car, which works its way in towards Stowe. By doing that, though, he almost leaves the door open for Brian Branson to steal the march, to steal the place, but it doesn't happen just yet. Fight for 2nd place now has some traffic to deal with as well, Mark.
It does. That's John Cockerton's car, which moves neatly out of the way. The E36 in its fantastic Bastos livery. Graham Crowhurst fighting away with with Adrian Bradley there. And for 2nd place, James Card is really feeling the pinch. Jason West has got a part of an overlap almost as they went in towards Abbey. Can he get the job completed by the time they headed towards the braking area for Village? I think he might do, you know. He's having a nibble. They go pretty much side by side through Village. There's traffic just ahead that they need to try and weave their way through and past as well, which I think is Sean Waltley's car, his Mini, that is trying to stay out of the way of the leading BMWs. But James Card somehow has managed to hang on to 2nd place despite the very best efforts of Jason West. He couldn't quite pull off the move.
Yeah, great racing between the two of them there. Plenty of space given. They were very, very close together, but I don't think there was any contact between the two of them. But James Card for now still holds that 2nd place with lights ablaze. Jason West in the wheel tracks as they head their way through Stowe Corner, and there's going to be a couple more back markers to get their way through as well as they head on to what's going to be the next lap. So we can start of lap number 9. Bit of a lock up on the left front there as well for James Card in the silver BMW. Is that going to hamper him as he comes through on towards the Hamilton straight? We know how good Jason West can do in a straight line, so again it might be a bit of an attack as they work their way down towards Abbey. And further back, Brian Branson is now clear of Graham Crowhurst and also Adrian Bradley, who has lost a further 2 places because Nathan Wells has gone through at the same time on that previous lap. So 4 cars altogether. This fight is over. What's going to be 4th place?
Yeah, it's amazing, Adrian Bradley, that he's now down in 7th place. He was leading in the early stages of this one. Didn't quite lead the full lap, but almost led for the full first lap. Another very slightly long break there from James Card in 2nd place as he came out of Chapel Curve and on towards the hanger straight. That compromised his run onto the hanger straight very slightly and has now allowed Jason West to sit in his slipstream. Jason pulls out to the left-hand side of the circuit. That's the outside line when they head up towards Stowe Corner. Is he going to try the undercut? No, he's going to try and go all the way around the outside at Stowe to get the inside for Club. But is that going to work this time through? He is alongside. I think he might have the job done here, Jason West. He prized the door open at Stowe Corner and he's got the job done when they head down towards Club Corner. Number 76, Jason West, up into second, then gets very sideways coming out of the corner.
Certainly does, yeah, and a bit of a moment there as well for Ronan Bradley. So we've got a trio of Bradleys in the field. Ronan, unfortunately, with that problem, has just dropped him a few places down the order. So James Card now down to third position, but he does keep locking that front tyre, doesn't he? And of course, the more you do it, the more it wants to find the same spot. So hopefully that doesn't cause any problems for the tyres towards the end of the race. It might just lose him time now to the second place car as we look at this fantastic fight going on for fourth place, which has now Graham Crowhurst back at the head of it because Brian Branson has lost out since the start line and he's now going to be under pressure here from Nathan Wells, and Brian in fact is going to lose two further places because round the outside he's going to try and go Adrian Bradley, and I'm just wondering if there might be a slight issue yet for Brian Branson because the car pulls to one side, so whatever potential issue he had in qualifying yesterday, that might have just reappeared in this race.
Yeah, Ollie Neves has gone through, Luke Yeomans has gone through as well. Such a shame for Brian Branson, but it still means we've got a fantastic train of cars heading round through Stowe Corner, and so many of the drivers were excelling about the closeness of the racing in the BMW Championship last year, and here we are again, opening round of the season, and look at the queue of cars heading round through Club Corner. Adrian Bradley under massive pressure from Nathan Wells. Nathan Wells is going to leave the door open, and the yellow car number 44 in the hands of Ollie Neves is trying to edge his way through but can't quite make it stick. Luke Yeomans in the E36 is just off that, and Brian Branson, who looked as though he was slowing out on circuit, is still clinging on to the coattails, isn't he, of this train of cars?
Yeah, seems to have the speed of these two cars, so if he can just hold on in there, he might be able to get a top 10 finish before the end of the race, as I think now Luke Yeomans is going to try and have a move on Ollie Neves. It was kind of through Farm Curve and just ran a little bit wide. Oh, and there's contact because Adrian Bradley has made contact with the Mini, which was a back marker. He goes for a full rotation, so Adrian Bradley just clicked the side there of the Mini, which continues. Nathan Wells was lucky not to be involved as well, but that has now brought both Ollie Neves and Luke Yeomans into the mix. So all of a sudden, Adrian Bradley disappears. We're going to go three wide down the hanger straight. It's going to be on the outside, which the run seems to be, and the move should be done here for Luke Yeomans, who's picked up one place already. Can he get a further two all the way around the outside in towards Stowe Corner? The back end almost steps out there as well, and in the end, it looks like Nathan Wells holds on to it, and still in behind is Ollie Neves.
Yeah, they're coming up on some traffic as well, which I think is Jazz Sapra, who, with his experience, just stays neatly out of the way and allows Nathan Wells, Ollie Neves and Luke Yeomans all to squeeze their way through without any problem at all. Luke Yeomans' car still got the novice cross on the back, but he is driving the wheels off that thing at the moment, his E36. As for the car that had the spin, which was some early race leader Adrian Bradley, well, he has recovered, Matt. He's heading around through Stowe Corner, but I think he might have a puncture or some damage.
Yeah, I think it was the left front, wasn't it, that he made contact on his car with the Mini, so Adrian's car came off a little bit worse, so it heads now for the pit lane, which is a real shame after qualifying third on the grid. It's going to be a non-finish in the first of our Ramair BMW Championship races, but still pushing on there is Luke Yeomans. There's Jazz for Sapra, who is now a lap down. There's Brian Branson, who he'll share a car with later on the CSCC series, so those two together on track. But yeah, Brian Branson's keeping the speed up, isn't he? What's the lap time he did previously? 1:14.9 compares to his 1:08.7, which is his quickest lap of the race. So he's about 6 seconds off the pace, but he's probably just about going to keep himself in the top 10. He might be caught by the next two cars, but I think he should be all right for the end.
It's always confusing when you see Brian Branson and Jazz Sapra in the entry list and you don't get the chance to look at their cars in the paddock area before they come out to race, because they've got so many different BMWs available to them. You don't know whether it's the blue one, the white one, the yellow one, the orange one. But yes, we'll wait and see whether they stick with these cars or whether they do have others they'll be bringing out later on. Our race leader, we haven't seen much of him, Niall Bradley, looking good here for the win. Jason West in second place is still under pressure from the silver E46 of James Card that sits behind, and I think we might have John Cockerton destined for the pits before too much longer as well, because the number 10 car with its Bastos livery, one of the bonnet catches has come undone and as he heads around through Stowe Corner. That will attract the attention of the officials, and surely that's a black and orange flag.
Be kind of impairing his vision as well as he carries on. Klaus Kupka is into the pits. Also, he was one who was a little bit slow off the line when the race got underway. So Klaus is in. We expect John Cockerton to be into the pits before too much longer as well. But that fight for second place is still well and truly on. And I'm thinking maybe Jason West might have just overcooked his tyres, because all of a sudden, as you mentioned, Mark, James Card is definitely coming back into this one, and the rear of Jason West in second place just seems to be stepping out a little bit more through the corners. So he's got to hold on for about 4.5 minutes, but James Card is giving the pressure, just like Jason West did to him a few laps ago. Yeah,
so they're just heading up towards the braking area for Village now. They've dealt with a little bit of back marker traffic that they needed to sort out, which was Tommy Grout. So through the link and back onto the bottom of the hangar straight they'll go. Jason West just making sure he doesn't slide the car around too much. So James Card's car is a little bit more twitchy, isn't it? Through the corners, it's just a bit more driver input needed to keep the car where he needs it to be, whereas Jason West just looks like it's running around on rails at this stage. The pair of them still fighting for second and third are now 4 seconds adrift of the race leader, Niall Bradley. Still leading the minis at this stage is car number 320, Ross Alexander. He's just making his way up towards Stowe Corner on his 13th lap.
Yeah, he's down there in 15th place, but first within the minis, as he has been since the start of this one. 1:16.6 was his previous lap. Just wondering if he had a moment, because he was a bit kind of offline coming onto the hangar straight. He might have been just moving out of the way of some quicker cars, but we'll see if the lap time has gone any slower than he had previously done. But he still for now leads in this class, which is good for him. So looking to get his season off to a fantastic start as he works his way nicely without too many dramas in towards Vale, and then through the final corner at Club. He'll come across the line to start a further lap. We've got 3 minutes to go, so Niall Bradley very shortly will be heading on to what should be 3 laps remaining in this race. Ross Alexander went through there 1:21.0. Yeah, so he lost about 5 seconds compared to his previous lap. So he had a bit of a moment, but still not going to be under pressure too much from the second place car in the minis, which is still going to be Matt Hibbard. And I think this is a fight for third place, isn't it, in the class, because Charles Heatley, as it stands, is very much under pressure from Charlie Newton-Darby.
It is, yeah, absolutely. So those are the 2 cars just coming round through Club Corner now to complete the lap. Charles Heatley just ahead of the dark blue number 12 car in the hands of Charlie Newton-Darby. They both are just about to be overtaken by, that'll be Ronan Bradley, won't it? The wheel of car number 78 that overtakes them, and Charlie Newton-Darby saw that as an opportunity then to try and sneak through on the inside at Abbey, but I don't think he could quite make it stick. Our race leader, though, with 2.5 minutes just under to go, is now on lap number 16. He's just heading in towards the braking area for Village, and the lead advantage has come down over the course of the last few laps. The last lap that Niall Bradley just did was nearly 2.2 seconds slower than his best, whereas Jason West and James Card lapped about 1.7 seconds quicker than the race leaders. The gap is coming down first to second.
Yeah, if you look in this next shot as well, you can just about see the lights in the background of Jason West peering into shots. So if this traffic holds up Niall Bradley, then those 2 cars behind will be right there. So not rest on his laurels just yet as they continue to lap quicker and quicker than Niall Bradley. So there's West in second, Card in the silver BMW in third place. Lights are flashing for Niall Bradley, and also on this lap as well, I think we've just had the change for third within the minis, but that's now changed back once again because Charles Heatley is through, and I'm just wondering if Charles Newton-Darby has a problem, because his pace is just starting to slow as well as the second and third place cars go round the outside of the slower traffic once again, and that gap between first and second has stabilised once more because Niall Bradley now finds himself over 3 seconds up the road.
Yeah, I think Charlie Newton-Darby, I think he ran a little bit wide coming out of Stowe Corner, and that was the problem. That was why he lost the place again to Charles Heatley, and now he's back on it again. Giuseppe Collari stays neatly out of the way. Nice and easy to spot Giuseppe Collari's car with its silver and day-glow yellow flashes to it. So he has allowed both Jason West and James Card, second and third places respectively, to squeeze their way through, and hasn't delayed them whatsoever. Onto the hangar straight, they both go for what will be the 17th time of asking for our race leader, Niall Bradley. He's still dealing with traffic up at the top section of the hangar straight round through Stowe Corner at this stage. So the lead advantage that had to come down last time went back out again purely due to the traffic.
Yeah, just put a lap on Ronan Bradley as well, so Ronan's staying out of the way of Niall. He's got a few more slower cars to work his way through now before the race comes to a close, which will be at the end of not this lap but the next one, because we've got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Niall gets nicely past the second place car in the minis, which is Matthew Hibbard. And then in the background, you can still see both lights ablaze. In fact, flashing now for James Carr, because he's trying to put off probably Jason West and also warn the traffic that he's coming through. So these two continue, and it's probably going to go all the way down to the last corner for this fight for second.
I think it probably will, yeah. They're just heading in towards the braking area for Village at the moment. Ronan Bradley is the next of those cars that Jason West is going to have to deal with, and then as soon as he's dealt with that, Jazz Sapra is the next one that then needs dealing with. So Jason West picks off the traffic, probably slightly more effectively than James Card, but the two of them are still almost together as they head down the hangar straight. What's about 4 car lengths between the rear bumper of Jason West and the front bumper of James Card. They can still see the race leader in sight as well, because for the final time Niall Bradley just picks his way through Stowe Corner. Jason West, as long as he's neat and tidy through the exit of Stowe, should be good for second position. But for Niall Bradley, in towards the final corner he will come. Jason West still knows that James Card is far enough away, so he doesn't need to worry too much, and it does look as though the first win of the season in the Ramair BMW Championship is going to go the way of Niall Bradley, who claims the first win of the season. Jason West through in second place, and James Card comes through in third position. Graham Crowhurst should be in fourth place at the wheel of his black and multicoloured car, so he should be through in fourth place. Nathan Wells and Ollie Neves should wrap up the final few places, but Ollie Neves is under pressure, isn't he, for Luke Yeomans, who almost made contact with him on the charge to the flag. And looking at it, Ollie Neves claimed the position. No, Luke Yeomans claimed the position on the line, but he had picked up a 5-second penalty earlier on in the race, so ultimately he ends up 4.988 seconds behind.
Yeah, it would have been about 12 thousandths, wouldn't it?
It would have been 12 thousandths.
Crossed the line there, but what a great fight that was. A little bit of contact on the rear bumper towards the end, but they safely make it across the line. In the minis, it's going to be Ross Alexander who comes through as the victor for the first race of the season, so I'm sure he'll be delighted with that. And I think he's the only mini that's going to finish on the not lead lap, but a lap down. The other minis were 2 laps down in the end. There goes Dave Avis, gets to the checker flag today, which is good for him. He finishes inside the top 10 in 8th place, so very happy with that one as well. Brian Branson, in fact, came in towards the end of that race because he is classified in the pit lane, not on the track. So Brian Branson didn't quite make the full 20 minutes. Oh,
well, hopefully whatever the problem is that befell him, they'll be able to sort it out for the second of the 2 Ramair BMW races later on in the day. So all of the cars just making their way back in towards the paddock area. Josh will be on hand to chat to some of our drivers, but I think we will shortly be able to confirm some results for you for that one. For what is, remember, just the first of 2 races. They have another 20-minute race to look forward to. Results then: Niall Bradley claims the win from Jason West in second place. They both win their respective classes, however. James Card was third, and Graham Crowhurst gets a class win, finishing in fourth place. Nathan Wells and Ollie Neves, 5th and 6th, ahead of Luke Yeomans and Dave Avis. Ronan Bradley, Jonathan Strickland completes the top 10. Giuseppe Collari was 11th, and Tommy Grout completed the top 12. Then as we head outside of the top 12, the first of the minis home, Ross Alexander there in 13th place. Brian Branson classified as 14th, but did end up in the pits. Jazz Sapra, poor race from him. Something not quite right with Jazz on the car this weekend. Matthew Hibbard was 16th. Charles Heatley and Charlie Newton-Darby had a good squabble in the minis, finishing 17th and 18th. And Sean Wortley was the last of the finishers. Retirement for Klaus Koike, for Adrian Bradley, and for John Cockerton. But hopefully all the cars will be able to be fixed and be back out later on. In the meantime, though, we'll go down to the pit lane, where Josh has got some drivers to chat to.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, Noel Bradley immediately on the tyre pressures, and then we'll have a word with him after his first victory of the season in the Ramair BMW Championship. Really fast-paced race at the front. Niall, all good with the tyres?
Yeah, all good, yeah.
And a good race for you. The start I don't think was perfect, but pretty good after that.
No, off the line, Adrian had a cracking off the line. Yeah, all good. Car felt really good. First few laps was mental. Grip was all there. We were in a slightly different compound, so they started to fall away in the middle of the race. And I was a little bit concerned because I could see the boys were kind of coming in the background, but we held it in there. It's all right. It's all good.
I think some coaching from Colin Turkett on Friday, was that all helpful?
That wasn't me, that was Adrian and Ronan. Okay. Yeah, Colin wants me to coach him, he said. Yeah. We're only joking. We have this internal joke. But no, Adrian and Ronan had, and speak very highly of him. Really helpful, really nice bloke, all-round bloke, yeah. But no, we all sort of share off each other, talk to each other, so it's good, yeah.
This championship looks really good, really fast-paced cars at the front and good battling.
Yeah, it is, and it's good to get our own grid this year. There'll be more numbers to come, I think, but yeah, some of the quality of drivers on this grid is just excellent and clean, and yeah, if you've a BM, I'd say get out, definitely get out there. It's good fun.
Absolutely, well done. So congratulations to Niall Raceman. Second place for Jason West, and for you, Jason, it was 20 minutes of a real battle.
It was. That was hard work. It was fun though. That was rather good. So yeah, trying to catch Niall at the end, but our tyres overheated and it was a bit squirrely.
So particularly into the Vale, it's really lots of late braking there. You've got traffic as well to deal with, so it's really hard work out there, I guess.
Yeah, and big thanks to all the guys, because we're coming through really quite quick, especially on the minis and things like that. There were a few kind of overtaking around the outside, because I had James breathing down my neck from half the race onwards. So yeah, big thanks to everybody for making it a good, clean race. You've been racing this championship for quite a while now, but it looks really strong this year with lots of quick cars. Yeah, I think we've got most of the really fast M3s out there. It would be great to have some of the 330s and you know, the non-M cars. But if you want to race an M3, this is the place where it's at. They're the fastest out there, drivers and cars. Under 70 seconds around here, so it's really rapid. Yeah, I think I saw a 107 something come up, so that's what I was looking for. So that's good. We'll see if we can go a bit faster in the second race. Well done on your second place. We're going to have a word with James, who came home in third place. James, going to make your way over and we'll have a chat with you. You come on the other end of that battle, but it was a great dice you both had.
Yeah, it was a great race. I just made a little mistake onto the back straight when Jason got a run on me, and we're so close. Once somebody's got a gap, just can't catch him. The times are this close, so one mistake and that's me done. Towards the end, both of you coming back towards Niall, he said his tyres were going off a bit towards the end. Were yours okay by the end of the race? Yeah, mine were fine. He was running a slightly different tyre, and I think Jason put a higher pressure to start with, so theirs were quick at the beginning. Mine were coming and get better and better at the end, so yeah, I was catching Jason at the end. I had a few more laps and it got really interesting. I guess that's like quite an open regulation set that sort of allows you to choose, I guess, what suits your car best. Yeah, we can have any tyres. Some people have got used tyres, some people have got new tyres, so it kind of mixes it up. So, you know, mine were very level through it. The newer tyres get that first bit, that really good traction, and then they drop off after that. So, yeah, makes it good fun. Well done and good luck for later on. So there's our top three in the Ramair BMW Championship. More racing coming up next with the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. We'll head back to Matt and to Mark.
Thank you, Josh. Yep, nice as always to hear from our top three down there. So a bit of humour from our race winner Niall Bradley, and also from Jason West and from James Card. So they'll be looking forward to race number 2 a little bit later on. That's going to be at just after 4 o'clock this afternoon. So let's take you through the grid now for our next race, which is the second of the weekend for the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. It will see Paul Sibley on pole position with Pippa Cow alongside once again. The second row is going to be William Sharp and Stephen Collier. Row 3 will then line up with Connor Kay and Paul Campfield. On to row 4, Hugh Simpson, who was in one of those Titanic battles yesterday. He'll have James Hughes alongside, who had a few dramas and woes with his cars, but hopefully it goes better today. Next up, Dean Stanton and Chris Winchester on row 5. The 6th row is going to be the Brian shared car with Bruce Burrows alongside. Row 7 then sees Dominic Mooney and Mark Turner. On to row 8 is going to be James Mackey with Chris Pidcock. The 9th row, Amelia Storer and Kim Deere. Row 10 then sees William Humphreys and Nicola Burnside. Row 11, Jason Meredith and Adrian Moore. And right towards the back, Nick Rose, who comes from 23rd on the grid. Yep, so still a good grid of cars, but 3 down on what we had yesterday. So Ian Bergin, problems yesterday, not able to race today. Car number 50, Oshin Shahane, also not out today, and also Mike Henney's not out as well on that grid. So 3 cars that we've lost over the course of the weekend due to mechanical woes or one thing or another. So this is going to be a 20-minute race as well. They had a race yesterday. The race yesterday saw Paul Sibley claim the win from Stephen Collier in second place, and Pippa Cow was third. Well, Stephen Collier's 4th on the grid for this one in a car which, if memory serves me, yesterday he did say he'd been sort of sat in a garage for a while and they haven't done much with it. Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah. So he's relishing to get back out there and not doing too bad a job whatsoever. But of course, with Stephen and Will on that second row, Will's definitely one to watch. He was quick yesterday. Pippa thoroughly enjoyed her race yesterday. Had a nice chat with Josh at the end of race number 1, and she'll be trying to keep herself on the podium again, but she knows that Paul Sibley alongside is very quick, almost 2 seconds quicker in qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Pippa Cow is the daughter of Gil Duffy, who cut him in half, and he says Sprite Midget through the middle of him. He was a former road-going champion back in the 1980s when I first got into motorsport. Gil Duffy, he was the man to watch, and he's still quick now, as and when we occasionally see him out racing. So Paul Sibley, white with the red stripe on pole position, alongside, it's almost silver, difficult to tell with the sun glinting off it, Pippa Cow. Row 2 of the grid, William Sharp is black with the red stripe, and alongside is Stephen Collar in the orange car. 20 minutes of racing, Matt.
Yep, looking forward to this one once again. Let's see how they all get off the line. We're just waiting for the green flag at the back of the grid, which I think we have now had, so the 5-second board will be held aloft. There's the green flag. Here comes 5 seconds, and then of course when those lights go out, we'll be racing for the 20 minutes around the Silverstone International Circuit. Paul Sibley, we expect, will be quick away if he doesn't get too much wheel spin in his car off the front of the grid. But as we said, watch out for second row of Will Sharp and Stephen Collier. There are the lights. They'll go out now, and racing gets underway. Great start from Pippa Cow. William Sharp very slow away. Not going to lose too much ground, I don't think, or too many places. But Pippa tried to be the first into the first corner, but once the momentum gets going, there's no stopping Paul Sibley. So he takes over the lead of the race as they head their way through Farm Curve for the first time. We'll see them in towards Village, and it will be Paul Sibley ahead of Pippa Cow. Third place is going to be that of, well, it's not going to be either of the second row men. I think it's going to be that of Connor Kay, who was out yesterday in swinging 60s. He's got this car as well and finds himself in third place. Here's a good battle as well between number 2, as we said, James Hughes, with issues yesterday with his car, and Will Sharp is the man who sends it to the inside. And there's contact further back. 2 cars involved, one of them being the number 8 machine by the looks of it. I'll pick up who that is once it rejoins, and hopefully Mark will be able to tell us who they are.
Number 70 is one of them, which is the Bryans, either Ian or Richard Bryan, and the other one couldn't quite work out who it was.
Looked like number 8, didn't it?
It did look
there
like
is no number 8.
Yeah, that's what confused me. So we'll have to wait and see as to whom it might have been. Right, now we've got problems, and 2 more cars that have come together. So one is Chris Winchester. It looks as though they probably just spun and lightly tapped each other. They both get going again. The other one is car number 14, who had a really good race yesterday, didn't he? Number 14 car, Hugh Simpson. Yeah,
certainly did. That's a shame for Hugh, because he'd have liked to rejoin that battle with Dean Stanton, but for now, that's not quite going to happen for what were eventually class honours yesterday. So a few skirmishes on the first lap. I think everyone has pretty much survived. They head now to complete the first lap of the 20-minute race. So Paul Sibley leads, Pippa Cow second, third place for Connor Kay, still sits there at the minute ahead of James Hughes, 5th place for Will Sharp, and 6th place is the number 36 machine as it stands, and that's going to be Dean Stanton. So good few places made on that first lap.
Yeah, good fight is for 3rd and for 4th at the moment. Just coming onto the hanger straight, the red Sprite of Connor Kay, feeling the pressure a little bit from Jason Hughes, who had all of those problems yesterday where the car sort of faltered out on circuit. He stopped, then it got going again, and it then faltered for a second time, and he stopped and he got it going again. But he's having a much better run today, and he's looking to try and get himself into the podium spaces if he can. Well, he's not quite there yet. He's right on the coattails of Connor Kay as they head round through Stowe Corner. Connor Kay in the red car, Jason Hughes in the largely white car, but with the blue stripes down through the centre of it. The 2 of them are side by side as they headed towards the braking area for Club Corner. Connor Kay just keeps his nose ahead.
Certainly does, yep. So this is going to be probably the fight of the race as it stands. Still got plenty of time to go, just over 17 minutes as Paul Sibley sets the quickest lap of the race, 1:16.70 through. Got a bit of smoke coming from that car, which had contact in the early laps, and I think into the pit lane we've got Stephen Collier as well. So after a good race yesterday, that car that hasn't been out too many times is with some issues. There's Paul Campfield, the number 11 machine, which is smoking. I think he wants to retire from the race as well. Doesn't really know where to place the car, but that left front is definitely rubbing on the bodywork, so it might be wise for Paul just to pull off down towards Abbey.
Yeah, is it bodywork catching on that, or is it the suspension that started to fail that's causing it to catch? No, it looks like it's smoke that's blowing out from the centre, is it?
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
Yeah, I think it is underneath. You look underneath, yeah, there's definitely something coming out. You were right, though, into the pit lane we've got one Chris Pidcock it is that's come into the pit lane. So he is one retiree, and as soon as we get one, we get a second one, because also quite sensibly retiring is Paul Campfield in a cloud of smoke, steam up there at Abbey.
Yeah, what a shame for him. I think that might have been the car which was involved earlier on as well. We thought it was 8, but the 2 1s merged to make it number 8. So that car is out unfortunately. We've got more battling going on further down. I think in the background we've got the recovering Hugh Simpson by the looks of it, so he's on his way through the field. This is the next battle to focus on. Dominic Mooney in the 311 green machine, and trying to go down the inside, is Mark Turner, and they just about make it. Look at those back ends just starting to step out as they head downhill through the Vale, so that's good. And as I mentioned in the background, Hugh Stanton is getting closer and closer, so this is going to be the fight for, well, he's inside the top 10 actually by the looks of it. Yeah, it's going to be for about 7th place.
Yeah, brilliant little squabble, isn't it? And the recovering Hugh Simpson trying to pick both of them off. It looks as though he's just managed to get past Dominic Mooney. Dominic Mooney, I don't think realised he was there, was about to turn in, and there was a light touch, I think, between the pair of them. So he does finally get the job done, does Hugh Simpson. He's now got one more car to try and thread his way through a pass, which will be Mark Turner's car just up the road. But as ever, close, hard-fought, gentlemanly racing, and this championship's been serving this up since, what, 1977 when it first appeared?
Yeah, many, many years, hasn't it? It's been around and still going strong. I was just looking at another car which might have had a bit of smoke coming from it. I think that was Adrian Moore's number 15 machine, so hopefully there's no dramas for the Austin Healey Sebring. Keep an eye on that one as it just sits there somewhere in the background, but this fight continues once again. Onto the hangar straight they go, so Dominic Mooney still trying to chase down Mark Turner as they get into that slipstream, head under the bridge, and already you can see that Hugh Simpson has disappeared in the distance. Here comes once again the move to the outside for Dominic Mooney. Carries that speed. Can he carry it all the way through and get the place away? Doesn't look like he can, so Mark Turner still sits there ahead for the time being. And I'm just wondering if Hugh Simpson might be able to catch up with the man he had a great battle with yesterday, Dean Stanton, because as it stands, he's probably about 10 or 11 seconds back. So it's going to be a hard task, but let's see if he can get something done.
Let's just pick up on the class leaders then for you at the moment. Leading the race overall, leading Class A is Paul Sibley. Second place, leading Class E, is Pippa Cow. In fourth place, that's the Class C leader, which is Connor Kay. And in sixth place, number 36, Dean Stanton, is the leader of Class D at the moment. For the lead of the historic class, well, that is what we're looking at the moment, heading round through Abbey Corner. Mark Turner, by the skin of his teeth, is hanging on to the lead of the historic class from Dominic Mooney, and they're having a real ding-dong battle, a bit like the battle we had for the lead of Class D in yesterday's race.
Yeah, and they're being left to their own devices, aren't they, which is good, so they've got no one really around them to worry about. They can focus on each other, which is nice for them to do on this Sunday morning, very shortly into the afternoon. But yeah, this fight is ongoing between Mark and between Dominic. Looks like Mark gets a better run onto the hangar straight there, so Dominic now has to use that advantage of a bit of a slipstream to close the gap, which he does tend to do on multiple occasions. So he might be in another position to make a move down off the hangar straight in towards Stowe. He gets closer and closer and closer, but Mark Turner holds to the middle of the road on this occasion, so Dominic Mooney can't really squeeze his way through. But this is turning already into a nice fight with 7 minutes completed. Back end almost went round there for Mark Turner, just managed to hold it, but Dominic Mooney definitely putting this pressure on.
Beautiful slide, wasn't it, as the tail end started to cry enough was enough. If these two hold each other up, don't rule out the fact that car number 15 that's just behind them, Adrian Moore, could catch up. Now Adrian Moore is also in their historic class, so that could be 3 cars fighting away for the lead of the historic class, possibly in a few laps' time. Over the start-finish line, they'll go once more. Mark Turner still just ahead of Dominic Mooney, who again is sort of weaving around in the mirrors, anything to try and put off the car that's ahead of him. Then a few seconds later on, with something flapping on the side of the car, is number 15, Adrian Moore. In fact, Adrian Moore has now been passed by the look of things. That's Chris Winchester, who is in the process of recovering. So, yes, something flapping on Chris Winchester's car would be because of the contact at Stowe.
Yeah, so that's just dropped him quite a way down the order, actually. Now 15th place for car number 15. So that one hopefully can make it to the end, but hasn't yet come across the line. So it could be some woes for him, unfortunately. There's race leader briefly, Paul Sibley, working his way up towards Farm Curve once again. He currently leads in this race by 6.4 seconds. So another sterling job that he is managing to do in that number 77 machine. We've got Pippa Cow still in second place, so she's having a very good run, albeit 7.5 seconds adrift of the race leader, and she's got a fairly good margin over the third place car, which is now number 2, James Hughes. So that's how the top 3 currently look. That was Pippa just going through, and James in the white machine, the Austin Healey Sprite, coming through into picture now and onto the hangar straight for the 7th time.
Yeah, Pippa Cow was a long way wide of the apex there coming onto the hanger straight. And there's the number 15 car we were talking about, Adrian Moore, who was running third in the historic class. You said he hadn't come back through, but he's clearly retired the car, part the way along the hanger straight, and will take no further part in the race, I'm afraid.
Yep, so he is down, unfortunately. So a car littered by the side of the circuit, but it's in a place which is fairly safe, so I don't think we'll get any interruption for this one. But we have lost a few by the wayside in the early stages. 4 down, we've got 16 still remaining. James Hughes makes his way through further traffic in towards Vale and Club. Last time through, he was a little bit slower than Pippa Cow. Got another problem as well. That's the 36 machine, unfortunately, going for a bit of a rotation. So Dean Stanton.
He was leading Class D.
And he was the man who was battling with Hugh Simpson yesterday, wasn't he? Yeah. So Hughes had a problem today. Dean's had one as well in his Austin Healey Sprite. It didn't look like Dean was going to rejoin the race.
No, it looked like it was the tail end of a spin that we caught. But then, yeah, there was no obvious signs he was going to fire the engine and get going again. So it now means that Class D should have been picked up by the car that's just coming out of Stowe Corner, the number 14 car, in the hands of Hugh Simpson. So despite his spin at Stowe, he is now on for the lead of Class D, which was what he just missed out on yesterday, wasn't he, when he was having that fight with Dane Stanton?
Indeed, yeah. So things working its way this time round. Nearest competitor to him now in Class D is all the way down in 11th place overall, which is the 53 machine of William Humphrey. So his MG Midget looking good for a class podium as it stands, but no one around Hugh Simpson whatsoever now. So he was with contact early in the race, but now no one to play with. There is the 173 machine working its way through picture as well. That's Connor Kay, who still sits there in 4th place. He's now dropped about 6 seconds back though from James Hughes. So those two had a good squabble in the early stages, but all of a sudden James has got into his rhythm, he's disappeared up the road, and Connor Kay is left with no one really to play with. And there you can see the other MG Midget of currently Jason Meredith.
Yeah, Jason Meredith is running around towards the tail end of the field. He's in 15th position at the moment in the blue machine. So Paul Sibley, Pippa Cow and Jason Hughes complete the top 3. They've already gone over the start-finish line. Connor Kay is next up. William Sharp heads through. One car that we haven't really mentioned a great deal of in this race, not seen much of him, is Stephen Collier. Now, he was there at the start of the race, but he must have come into the pits at the end of that very first lap.
Yeah, he did pull in. I think we briefly mentioned it. He was in the background just pulling off, and yeah, just crawled down the hill, unfortunately. So it's a shame for Stephen. He enjoyed yesterday, and as you said, Mark, as well, didn't really have this car out for a couple of seasons, but he is now gone. We've still got this fight going on though. It hasn't dispersed whatsoever, has it? So still Mooney up against Turner. Turner ahead still in the 108 machine. You've got Mooney there in the 311 machine, and also now coming into the mix is the 125 car as well, which has slowly and surely crept closer and closer, and that is going to be Chris Winchester.
It is, yeah, and they're both about to be lapped, or all 3 of them are about to be lapped by Paul Sibley, who's going to have to pick his moment here to try and carve his way through and past this squabbling trio of cars. Paul using all of his experience just to wait until the exit of Abbey and up towards Farm Corner to propel the race leading car through and past what is still the lead battle for the historic class, but has now been joined by Chris Winchester in his Class C frog-eyed Sprite, who has now gone to the head of that little trio. So we've still got the squabble on for the lead of the historic class. It is still only just, though, car number 108, Mark Turner, that leads the way, but Dominic Mooney is almost alongside him as he comes round and onto the bottom section of the hanger straight. They are absolutely side by side now down the hanger straight on the right hand side of the circuit, and therefore having the inside line for Stowe Corner will be Dominic Mooney. He's been hugely patient with his efforts to try and pick his way through, and I think, Matt, he's finally done it, has he, this time as they head up towards Stowe. Yeah, Dominic Mooney picks up the lead of the historic class.
Yeah, does well, doesn't he, in a straight line does Mooney, so he is back ahead of Mark Turner for now, but we'll see if that does last for the rest of this 7 minutes that we have in this second race for the Midget and Sprite Challenge. It's a great corner, isn't it, Chapel? It's kind of downhill, off camber, very fast that you can approach it, but it just kind of lends itself to the rear end stepping out. You've got plenty of runoff to use at the same time, so it does make for some really good racing on that part of the circuit. And Dominic Mooney on that previous occasion has used it to his benefit, because he's pulled just a little bit of a gap now, a couple of car lengths over Mark Turner as they work their way back down in towards Abbey. Likes to flash in from Pippa Cow as she now puts a lap on these two cars as well, but people having a really good run. Nice to see at the minute, looking for a better performance than she had yesterday, but once again it's looking to be on the podium.
It is, yeah. She finished third in yesterday's race, but looks as though she is on to be a step higher in today's race. She did win a race overall. I think it was Brands Hatch last year. Pippa won the race overall, if memory serves me correctly once more. She's got Chris Winchester's car, though, to place a lap on as she heads onto the Hanger Straight this time through, but on the base of it is on the Hanger Straight. It's just a case of carving your way past in a straight line and no time lost whatsoever. So she might be 8.5 seconds adrift of Paul Sibley, but she's still pressing on and actually has 7.7 seconds in hand between herself and Jason Hughes, who hasn't really been able to close the gap, has he, between himself and Pippa Cow, both of whom run in Class E. As for the lead of the historic class, well, they're just coming down towards the end of another lap through the Vale, and it is still in the hands of Dominic Mooney, who leads the historic class at the wheel of car number 311.
Yep, just over a quarter of the race to go. Still, quickest lap has remained with Paul Sibley in the lead, 1:16.478. As the back end of James Hughes again, just trying to overtake the front there, but good control from him as he works onto the Hamilton Straight. And he's Austin Healy Sprite once again. He's got a good buffer over Connor Kay as well, about 13.5 seconds as it stands. So all of the top four really had a bit of a lonely race, haven't they? No one massively to play with in the second half. Still, we've got the fight though going on between Dominic Mooney and Mark Turner. That one is about 0.8 of a second, so we'll keep an eye on what happens with that one. And we've also got another car coming into the mix there, because the shared car for this weekend of Richard and Ian Bryan are not too far back as well in the number 70 machine. So here they will come into shot through the right-hander, just been lapped once again by James Hughes. So there's Mooney as he works his way onto the Hanger Straight. Just in the background you'll see Mark Turner, and I think the Bryan car is going to get that place away. So yeah, that's it, up into ninth position.
Yeah, I guess Richard did one race, Ian will do the other, but we never got notified as to which driver was doing which particular race. So if anybody from the Midget and Sprite Challenge can hear us, then yeah, it'd be good to know for future races if that car's shared as to who is in what race. So yeah, one of those cars picked off now. So that is Mark Turner's car that's been picked off by the number 70 Richard and Ian Bryan car. He's now just about to attack the next car, which is just up the road from him, which will be the Dominic Mooney car, but he's going to have to wait until the exit of Club Corner to enable him to do that. So Paul Sibley now with 4 minutes to go, nearly 12 seconds to the good man.
Yeah, it certainly is. So that gap has continued to grow and grow. Of course, when you get a bit of traffic to deal with as well, it just depends where you catch that traffic and how much you lose across a lap. So it looks like Pippa's lost a little bit more to Paul over the last couple of laps, but still comfortably up the road ahead of what's going to be James Hughes. As we watch William Sharp come through, he'll be in 5th position, and as it stands, he's about 47 seconds behind the race leader. So not quite a lap, but at least 3/4 of a lap to Paul Sibley. As we turn our attention back to Bryan against Mooney against Turner, and it looks like Bryan has got through. So either Ian or Richard are up a further place, and that now sees them into 8th position. It doesn't change their position in Class either. It's still 3rd at the minute in Class C.
Yeah, with the two historic class cars sitting directly behind and still, well, close to each other, but not quite having the wheel-to-wheel battle that they were having a few laps ago. But any small mistake from Dominic Mooney, and once more, poised and ready to pounce, will be Mark Turner. And Dominic Mooney slides his car through the exit of Stowe Corner and is now trying to re-attack the Richard and Ian Bryan cars. They come down in towards the braking area for Club. What have we got? Less than 3 minutes to go on the clock. Fastest lap of the race, not unsurprisingly, with Paul Sibley. That was set way back 10 laps ago now, on lap 3. He's on lap 14 currently, 1:16.478, and that is about 0.3 of a second slower than the fastest lap from yesterday's race set by Paul.
Yeah, not bad at all, is it? And it's about 1/10 of a second off what he did in qualifying for this grid. So a very, very metronomic there.
But I was looking on the Midget and Sprite website. I can't see there's a lap record for them here on the Silverstone International Circuit. I think it's probably the first time they've ever raced on this configuration, so that will establish the lap record.
Yeah, it would do, wouldn't it? It's probably likely that they haven't raced on this configuration before. Of course, as we said yesterday, normally the National or the Grand Prix circuit, but International not massively used, but it is becoming more frequent now. But yeah, Paul Sibley on for a new lap record as the back end there of the 53 machine, by the looks of it, almost stepped round on William Humphreys, but good save, well done. He's going to hopefully make it to the end with just under 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, do look nice, don't they, Midgets, in that sort of baby blue, powder blue colour. So he's gathered up the moment. Paul Sibley, Pippa Cow, Jason Hughes, Connor Kay, William Sharps just making his way onto the hangar straight at the wheel of the quite distinctively liveried black car with its yellow and red flashes to it, or stripes on it, the number 166 car. Will, who's been a long-time MG racer, whether it either be in the historic cars like the Midgets or the modified Midgets is in now. We've seen him out in MG ZR type cars in the past as well. So he's still pressing on. And the historic class battle has got itself fully back together once more as it comes over the start-finish line. Dominic Mooney feeling the pressure behind from Mark Turner, but Dominic Mooney also will want to try and give the car ahead of him the hurry up, because that's the Ian and Richard Bryan car that's sort of holding him up at the moment. He has a look at the inside going in towards Abbey. That compromises his exit, and he might lose the lead of the historic class, because now Mark Turner is right the way alongside him as they come round through Farm Corner and in the braking area for Village. Can Dominic Mooney hang on to the lead of the historic class? Yes, Matt, but only just.
Yeah, they're not letting the Bryan car get away, are they? But it is probably hampering it in certain parts of the circuit at the minute, where it's just slightly slower. But of course, it does then start to pull away through the corners. And Mooney again, look at this. Oh, we've lost one there. Round he goes, Mark Turner. So Mooney was pushing first very hard and just about caught it. Mark Turner followed in the footsteps, but unfortunately he wasn't able to catch it. But on his way he goes once again, loses about 3 or 4 seconds, but that will unfortunately be the historic battle done and dusted, I think.
They were both very much on the ragged edge, weren't they, for the previous 2 corners? So yes, Mark Turner with it was almost a half spin, wasn't it? So he's gathered it up, but yeah, he's going to be 5, 6, 7 seconds behind where he was previously. The clock is about to tick to 0, so Paul Sibley is now on his final lap of the race. He's just making his way onto the bottom of the hangar straight, still with some traffic to deal with as he carves his way past Kim Deer's MG Midget. But now that that car has been dealt with, I think it's a fairly clear run to the flag now for Paul Sibley, who's on for 2 out of 2 in the opening 2 rounds of the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge.
Yeah, it's been a good start to his season, hasn't it? So faultless once again for Paul Sibley, going to be 16, maybe 17 seconds ahead of Pippa Cow, but down through the valley comes for the final time, and it's just the negotiation of Club Corner to go, and it'll be up towards the line to take the checker flag in our second race of the weekend for the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. There is going to be Pippa coming through for second, but it's the 7-7 car of Paul Sibley that comes through to take the checker flag. Nicely done for him. He does remain with the quickest lap earlier on of that 1:16.4. There's Pippa, just for good measure, a final lock-up in towards the final couple of corners, but that's a good weekend for her as well. Third yesterday, second for today, and I'm sure she's going to be very happy when she talks to Josh at the end of this race. And for the final step on the podium, it should be James Hughes, who comes through now, not too far adrift, and thankfully, Mark, that car does make it to the end without any problems whatsoever.
Yeah, it was a tough day, wasn't it, for James Hughes yesterday, but much better fortunes for him today. However, for Pippa Cow, yeah, it's 2 class wins from 2 for her as well, so she'll be more than pleased with the way that the season started. Still a few more cars to take the checker flag. Chris Winchester is about to come through. He's going to finish second in Class C, 7th overall. We've already had the Class D winning car, number 14 over the start-finish line, which is Hugh Simpson. And as for the historic class, well, that is now going to go the way of Dominic Mooney, isn't it, because of that problem on that final lap with that spin for Mark Turner. So we've still got probably another 3 cars, I think, to take the checker flag. One of them will be Mark Turner, who's just coming through now, and I think the last car to take the checker flag should be number 53, William Humphreys, who just comes through now. So that's everybody that was still circulating having taken the checkered flag. But for Paul Sibley, 2 out of 2 from him. He was delighted with the win yesterday. It starts his season in the best possible fashion before there's then just a few weeks gap, and the cars will head to Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit, where they'll race for rounds 3 and 4 of the championship. That is held over the 12th and the 13th of April. Then it's on to Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire in the middle part of May, before they head to Snetterton, Castlecombe and Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit for the final races of the 2025 championship season. 12 rounds in total. I think you count your best 10 is the way the championship scores work. So we should hopefully, in a few moments, be able to confirm some results for you for that one, for the second of our two Midget and Sprite Challenge races. Matt, it was as good as yesterday. Some great battles, some interclass battles, and also for the class lead battles.
Yeah, definitely. It was a bit spread out towards the front of the field. We had that great battle yesterday for what in the end was Class D, and we had that good historic fight for today. But your classified results with Paul Sibley, your winner for the second time this weekend, ahead of Pippa Cow, both of them winning their classes. James Hughes comes through on the podium, ahead of Connor Kay, another class winner, and then William Sharp, Hugh Simpson, Chris Winchester ahead of the Brian car, which did well for 8th place. Dominic Mooney and Amelia Stora to complete the top 10. Mark Turner after that spin dropped down to 11th, ahead of William Humphreys, and then Kim Deere, Jason Meredith and Nicola Burnside, the final finishers in the race, with 5 non-finishers, unfortunately, with either some issues or those peering into the pit lane to end that weekend on not such a high note, unfortunately. Top 3 back into the pit lane, and we are now ready, I think, to go down to there and have a quick chat with the top 3 with Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, we're down here once again. Another win to Paul Sibley to add to his collection of Midget and Sprite Challenge races over the years. We've got the Class E top 2 as well, Pippa Cow and James Hughes. So we'll have a word with Paul once he's ready, and then with Pippa and with James as well. James just congratulating Paul. Paul, congratulations on another win, and Steve, I think, fell out right at the beginning, so that meant you didn't have the challenge you might have done.
No, I thought he was going to give me a hard time today, and that's why I didn't let Pippa have any room on the start, and I stuck my ground. But at the end of the day, yeah, it was a bit of a lonely race, but we've done a bit of testing playing with the car, and I'm pretty happy with it, so, and well done to Pippa for second place. She's well pleased with that.
Was this the first time the Midgets have raced on this layout of Silverstone?
As far as I know, yes. Pippa says no, so yeah, that's right then.
And is it a track you like? Is it better than the other side?
Yeah, it's nice to do the full circuit, but yeah, you kind of get used to it and you get to like it, to be honest. I didn't like it a few years ago I came here, but now, yeah, I've kind of grown on me, to be honest.
Well done on another win. So there's our race winner, Paul Sibley. Second place for Pippa Cow. Another class win, Pippa, and you had James sort of trying to chase you all the time.
Yeah, I knew he was there. I could see him in his mirror, and once I see a car in the mirror, they tend to catch me up. So I was like, don't look, don't look. So I was trying to focus on Paul, but he was just getting further away. And especially when you get the back markers, that becomes a bit more tricky, a bit more to concentrate. But I knew I just had to keep putting in those lap times to just not give him opportunity to catch me up.
It's quite a challenging track, isn't it, with lots of big braking zones around here?
There's lots of very fast bits and very slow bits, so yeah, it's quite hard work.
Is it one you like, though?
I do now. Yeah, so first time I've raced in this configuration, because the Midgets haven't been here. And I struggled on the national circuit at the other end. I didn't get on with that very well. I love the Grand Prix circuit here. And it's just great to be in the wing pits, isn't it? I mean, how cool is this? So, yeah, love it. And the day is just so fab, isn't it? So, really enjoyed it, thank you, yeah.
And obviously the car's running well, so not too much to do for the next round.
Brilliant. We had to change the starter motor last night because when I started it from the ascent to Parc Fermé to go back, it wouldn't go. I was like, oh no. But thankfully, Amelia and Mark managed to lend me a new starter motor, and we changed it last night. So, but Dad keeps the car spot on, so I'm very lucky.
Better happened last night than this morning.
100%, 100%. That would have been very stressful, but no, it was a great night.
Well done, Pippa. So 2 class wins for Pippa Cow, and then in third position was James. James, that went better than yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah, better than yesterday. We had a few electrical issues yesterday, so Pippa was lapping me yesterday, and then we had a little bit of fun, but I couldn't quite catch her today. She was just, she was on it, didn't make any mistakes, and I was waiting for them, but yeah, couldn't get near her, so congratulations to her. That was a superb drive. Yeah.
What was going on in yesterday's race for your car?
Kill switch was a faulty kill switch, so it was reset and off it goes again, so luckily it finished, but yeah, more fun today, more fun.
Is that just sort of one of those first race of the season things?
I think so, yeah, we haven't done any testing, but yeah, it's just one of those things after the winter, and yeah, it is part of the course, isn't it, I suppose.
Like with you, the other, well, pretty much the whole championship, it's people that keep coming back all the time. So yeah. What attracts you to racing these cars?
Well, I mean, my dad used to race them, still does, so that's what's got me into it. And then since I've come in, I've luckily caught up to Pippa, and we have some good battles, and she did great today. So congratulations to her. Yeah.
Sure, you'll be trying to beat her later in the year.
I think we'll have some fun this year, definitely. Yeah.
Well, better luck to both of you. Well done.
Thank you.
So there's our top 3 in the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. That completes this morning's action here from Silverstone. Slightly earlier than I think we were anticipating. So early lunch break, but I'm sure that means we'll start this afternoon slightly earlier than expected. So about 45 minutes to an hour, we'll be back with this afternoon's action here at Silverstone with the CSCC live stream and around the circuit. So we'll be back very shortly. Good afternoon and welcome back to Silverstone for the final afternoon of action from the Classic Sports Car Club on this season starter weekend. We've got 6 races to bring you over the course of the afternoon. 3 of them, half of them therefore, are 40-minute pit stop races. The other half are 20-minute sprint races, so a great mix of stuff from the 7s we'll see out a bit later on, and the BMWs, and then the tin tops, both turbocharged and normally aspirated cars. But first of all, the combined grid for the Liqui Moly Slicks and the Wasp New Millennium Series, the fastest cars we'll be seeing all weekend, coming up next here on the Silverstone International Circuit, and bringing you the commentary over the course of this afternoon. Once again, Matt Suckling and Mark Werrell.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. If you stuck the kettle on at home, thanks for rejoining us for the whole of the afternoon's racing. If you're here at the circuit, then hope you're enjoying the sunshine as well. We've been blessed with brilliant weather this weekend. So yeah, combined Liqui Moly Slicks and Wasp New Millennium Series. So a real mixture of cars out there, but this is going to be the fastest race of the weekend, Matt, with the likes of Lamborghini, Porsche, Ferrari, Ginetta, BMW, Hondas, Audis, Aston Martins, Volkswagens, all represented on the grid.
Certainly are. Yeah, looking forward to this one. A good grid of cars for the Slick Series and also the New Millennium, and lap times very, very close to sub 60 seconds during qualifying this morning.
They were. Yeah, let's just run you through the grid. Lamborghini in the hands of John Seal, who will starts from pole position, and it's Stephen Campbell alongside. Sam Howarth is joined by the Ferrari of Andrew Christopher on row number 2. In row 3, it's Dylan Popovic and Nathan Wells. Graham Crowhurst and Luke Yeomans line up on row number 4, with row 5 being on the inside Klaus Koika and Oliver Smith. 6th row of the grid is going to be car number 78, Ronan and Adrian Bradley, sharing the car. We don't know who starts though. Sam Alpas will line up alongside, and then it's Brian Branson and Tommy Grout. Matt Nossiter has Mick Dwain's Ferrari for company, and then it's Stephen Reynolds, who I think starts the Honda alongside Richard Goodwin. Stuart Jeffcoat and Harry Blore are next up, ahead of Wayne Shorey and Dominic Spicer. Then it is Martin Scott and Gary Whitehead, don't know who's starting in that one, Lucas Fothergill. Nigel Ainge, I think, will be absent, I heard, from the back of this grid, so I don't think we'll see the 85 car out, but we will see Malcolm Scott, and John Cockerton goes off the back. So some of these cars have already been out in other races. For others, it is their sole outing of the weekend, and certainly for John Seal and Jamie Stanley, who's the pro and the hired gun behind the wheel of the pole-sitting Lamborghini. When he takes over it, it's really going to come alive. It qualified 2.7 seconds, exactly quicker than anybody else.
Yep, an almighty time there for John and Jamie, and yeah, great pairing they are. Have been in many different forms and championships, including British GT and GT Cup, and nice to have them here for what would possibly be their opening race of the season in that Lamborghini. You can see temperatures still climbing here at Silverstone today. Lovely 16 degrees, wind speed around 30 miles per hour. No rain on the horizon as well, which is brilliant for this time of year, early March, and who would have thought we'd have had weather like this to kickstart the Classic Sports Car Club season, but looking forward to it indeed. You can see the 2 cars there on the front row, Jamie Stanley and John Seal. It will be John to start, alongside the weave-in Porsche of Stephen Gambrell, and then behind that you've got the Ferrari and the Porsche as well to look forward to. And also you're going to see Dylan Popovic, who was out yesterday in a race in the Open Series. He's come through his full 40 minutes today though, and he'll be doing this race on his own.
Yes, he will be. Yeah, I'm just having a look further back down through the grid. I think we were having the conversation at lunchtime, weren't we, about the number of BMWs that Jazz Sapper and Brian Branson have available to them. Well, I think it's the blue and the black one that's about to come into shot now. Is that the one that they're out in? It's down on my entry list as being an E36, but that looks like an E90, doesn't it? So I'm just trying to see whether the camera might be able to just pick it up for us as it comes into shot. A couple of cars to come through. There it is, and should be that one there. Light blue one.
Yeah.
It is.
14, I counted 14.
Yeah.
14, yeah.
Yeah.
So another new one for them.
Well, I think this is the car I saw Jazz out testing at Donington Park. Was it last weekend or the weekend before? So I think it's the first race I've seen Jazz in this car.
Good, yeah. So let's see how he goes from 14th on the grid. It's a mix of them all together, isn't it? Yeah, there he is, the number 40 machine. So beautifully turned out as always as it works its way through Abbey Corner. This is the second of their green flags laps now. There's Mick Dwain in his older Ferrari, which works its way through the shop. And there is our pole man, which is that of John Seal. And for this one, the clock has started to tick down. So with it being a longer race and coming up to 1:30, we've decided to treat this second green flag lap in the race duration be this time round that we go to actually green flag racing.
It will be, yeah, and it will be a rolling start, this one. It's the only rolling start that we've got throughout the course of the whole weekend. So the safety car will now back everybody up and will form the train, and we'll be able to get this 40-minute race with a mandatory pit stop underway. Now, the pit window opens after the 10th minute of the race, remains open for 15 minutes, and closes at the 25th minute of the race. So during that period of time, everybody has to come into the pits. If you are sharing the car, you either get out of the car, close the door, get back in again, or if you don't want to do that, you can remain in the car, but you then have to remain in the pit lane area for a minimum of 1 minute and 30 seconds. So it's I think minute and 30 seconds. Anybody that is pit in to pit out less than that means that they've either sped in the pit lane or they've not remained stationary for a requisite amount of time, and a penalty will head in their general direction, which we did see a few drivers foul off yesterday, didn't we?
We did, yep, and they had to serve that time at the end of the race with a penalty. So, of course, if you're just a couple of seconds under that time, that can transpire into something a lot longer by the time you get to the checker flag. So everyone's got to be wary of that, make sure they get themselves under the regulated time and get themselves back out there in some good speed as well. But it's a rolling start for this one, and 40 minutes of racing soon to begin as they work their way through to the final corner.
So here we go then. The largely black Lamborghini of John Seal starts on pole position. A man we've seen out racing Lamborghinis and Ferraris for a good number of years now. Stephen Gambrell in the orange and black Porsche. The 9912 Cup car sits alongside. The lights go out, the rolling start gets underway, and Liqui, Moly, Slick Series and Wasp New Millennium get the 2025 season underway, with John Seal, I think, going to lose out on the lead of the race as Stephen Gambrell looked to try and go round the outside of him at Abbey. And has the Porsche picked up the lead? Yes, he has, and it is the Ferrari of Andrew Christopher that's through into second place. John Seal dropping down through the order to third and under pressure for that third place because he's got Nathan Wells in the number 23 BMW right with him.
Certainly has, yeah. Nathan been out in a few races so far this weekend. He's just going to be passed though by Graham Crowhurst by the looks of it as they work their way onto the hanger straight for the first time. John Seal just taking it easy, of course, not getting embroiled in too many dramas in the early stages, and it'll take a little bit of time for that car to work its tyres up to the temperature as well. So he sits in third place, got the battle for fourth place coming through as well. That's Sam Howarth, who heads the Ginetta of Dylan Popovic, and then on the tail of that is Nathan Wells and Graham Crowhurst, who round out the top 7 or so as it stands for now. But up front, it looks like the race leader at the minute has got just a little bit of a buffer over the rest of the pack. Stephen Gambrell and Andrew Christopher come through to complete the first lap. Jazz Sapper tries to get his way around one of the fellow BMWs, and in fact he loses a further place.
I think it's Brian starting that one, isn't it? It's
yes.
Brian, yeah, that starts. Jazz gets in for part 2 of the race. So Stephen Gambrell completes the first lap. So it's Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, Ginetta, BMW. That's the top 6 at the moment. The race leaders are just threading their way through village, close to each other, but not really close enough so as to attack. So as they now head onto the bottom of the hanger straight, what can Andrew Christopher do to try and propel the Ferrari closer to the coattails of Stephen Gambrell's 9912 Cup car? Further down through the order, that is Sam Alpass, who sneaks up the inside of Brian Branson. So that's the E46 going through and ahead of the E90.
Yep, certainly is. So Alpass makes up another place as he heads down the back straight once again. But Brian Branson, with that almighty power he's got within that BMW, goes back to the outside line. But what is the braking capabilities like? Well, not that good, because Sam does take the place back once again. Just looking at that front splitter on that number 40 machine, it's very, very close to the ground there. So it might just be rubbing as they work their way in towards Stowe Corner. There's too much of a drama as the race unfolds. As for the lead now, we're going to have a change because Andrew Christopher goes through and the Ferrari now ahead of the Porsche of Stephen Gambrell. So that's a change on lap number 3, and John Seal not too far back either, so he's starting to get into his rhythm as he works his way now in towards Village Corner. 4th place still for the next of the Porsches, which is Sam Howarth, and then to round out the top 5 as it stands, still that Ginetta of Dylan Popovic, and he will be coming in shot right there, and it's a bit on his own at the minute, so he's got clear space behind him and a bit of clear track ahead of him as well.
Yeah, those cars that are all in the top 5 are all cars that hark back to one-make championships, albeit very, very competitive ones. So the Porsche that leads, of course, you'd see in the likes of the Porsche Carrera Cup a few years ago. That's the car of Stephen Gambrell, who was leading. The car that's just taken the lead, Andrew Christopher, his Ferrari 488 is a Challenge spec car, so that's the car you would have seen racing in the likes of Ferrari Challenge UK last year. Not so much this year because the new 296 gets introduced. John Seale's car, Lamborghini Super Trofeo car, the one make for those. Another Porsche, so back to Carrera Cup, and even Dylan Popovich's. Yes, it's an older Ginetta G50, but that was the precursor to the Ginetta Super Cup before it died.
Exactly, yeah, all these one-make series cars looking for somewhere to come and race with different competitors and different sorts of cars, and it's a perfect home for that, and it's a couple of series that continue to grow in terms of the Slick Series and also for the new millennium as well. I just briefly saw the fight there between Klaus Kuka, who was unfortunately a non-finisher in the Ramair BMW Championship, but he's having a good fight there with the Ronan and Adrian Bradley number 78 BMW, which we looked at briefly. But now back for the race lead, it's Andrew Christopher who got the job done and passed Stephen Gambrell, but now Stephen looking to fight back on this next lap, and he almost had a brief look down the inside line at Stowe Corner. And of course, with all this going on, it's now just bringing John Seale into the mix as well. So they're going to have to keep an eye on him. There is the green machine of Richard Longdon. He's had a bit of a moment on the exit of Vale through Club Corner. And again, it's a bit of a precarious position to find himself on the inside there, which is unusual.
Yeah, he's got the car fired up again. He's got it pointed in the right direction, so he'll carry on, albeit he's about to drop off the lead of the race, the lead lap of the race. Now, Stephen Gambrell's having a nibble here at Andrew Christopher as they head side by side round through Abbey. The Ferrari just keeps its nose ahead. Stephen Gambrell 3 wide as they go through the back markers, because we've got the recovering car of Longdon just about to try and work its way back and through and past the Volkswagen Golf, which Martin Scott shares with Gary Woodhead. But they're all safely through. It's still Ferrari from Porsche, and there's more traffic up the road to deal with as well before too much longer. And it's another BMW that's going to be gobbled up in a straight line as they head underneath the vehicle bridge and onto the hangar straight.
John Seale's just lost a position as well, and there's a slow-moving couple of cars down off the back straight. One of those was Michael Dwayne in that yellow Ferrari, so he stays to one side. John Seale, I was just going to mention as well, was slow down towards Abbey. Don't know if he missed a gear, but he definitely lost the place to that of Howarth, who went through. So Sam moves up into third. Hopefully there's no other issues for John Seale. But it looks like it's back up to pace as Andrew Christopher continues to defend as hard as he possibly can from Stephen Gambrell, who is all over the tail once again. They cross the line and the gap is just over 0.2 of a second. Yeah,
I just saw Wayne Shawnee's Audi TT dive for the pit lane that time through. Now, on the basis that we've still got 34 minutes of the race to go, that means the pit window isn't open, so that's an unscheduled pit stop for him, so clearly a problem for the Audi TT. You'd already spotted Mick Dwayne's Ferrari slowing down as well. Mick, who used to race in Co-Autosports Tin Tops with us in a Renault Clio, but it's been a long time Ferrari racer. He's a car dealer from not far from me, Newark-on-Trent. Used to have a car dealership there. The ex-Team Brit, by the look of things, Aston Martin, turning its way up towards Stowe Corner, and they'll be shortly gobbled up by our race leaders, which is still Stephen Gambrell, still under pressure for Andrew Christopher. The Ferrari's not going away as they head round through Stowe Corner on lap number 6.
They keep chopping and changing, don't they? So one time Andrew Christopher's in the lead, next time through it's Stephen Gambrell. So really good fight between these two in the early stages. We've got 3.5 minutes until the pit window opens, and just on our timing screen, all teams are advised to tell their drivers to respect track limits. So I'm sure there's a few just going over that white line, so they'll be warned by race control not to do that too often, because there could be a few penalties heading their way as well. Lights flashing then from Stephen Gambrell as he tries to warn the slower traffic once again that he's coming up pretty quick. He goes to the inside now of those two cars in towards Village Corner. I think Andrew Christopher will just about sneak through, but look at the background, the Porsche there is now starting to close as well. So with all this battling going on for the top two, Sam Howarth is going to make it a trio almost, if he doesn't get held up too much by the fellow Porsche as they work their way through onto the hangar straight.
Yeah, that 144 is Stuart Jeffcoat, long-time Porsche 911 racer Stuart, and that's one of the Rinat design cars, I think, which is a car that we regularly see out racing in the Porsche Club Championship. Stuart's either bought or is supposed to hire for this weekend. More traffic for our front runners to deal with. Now it's the Aston Martin, the older spec GT4 car that is passed by our race leaders. That'll be Daniel Spicer, who stays out of harm's way. He also makes sure that he gives enough room for Sam Howarth in third place to squeeze his 991 Porsche through. So the top three, having dealt with that chunk of back markers, the next chunk aren't going to be that far away.
No, not Not at all. So across the line we go once again, and just waiting for, well, there's Mick Dwain's car now in the pit lane. So rear lid is up. The team having a quick check over to see if they can rectify that problem. In fact, Mick's the one having a look over it to see if he can sort the engine out on the car. A little bit of a tweak around, but doesn't look like he's too eager to get back into the race, unfortunately. So not good news there for Mick Dwain as it stands. You can see the mighty engine there of the Ferrari, which sits in the back of this 360, but the lid goes down, and I think that is now day done, unfortunately, Mark, for Mick.
It does, yeah. It looks as though Mick is done and dusted for the day. In his Balfe Motorsport overalls, did you spot there? Sean Balfe, who is also from a similar area of the country, Newark-on-Trent, raced in British GT Championship last year, and with Adam Smalley secured the what was it? It was the Silverstone title, wasn't it, that they secured? Somebody's slowing out on circuit. Is that the Bradley's car? I think it is, isn't it? So that is Ronan and Adrian Bradley's car that has ground pretty much to a halt as it's come out of Club Corner. It's just at the start-finish line and trickling its way onto the grass. But whilst it's got all four wheels on the grass, it's only just off the tarmac, isn't it? So it's not in the safest of places.
No, that is not ideal whatsoever. So we've got brief yellow flags there on the exit of the final corner as John Seal and the Lamborghini go through. He's found some drive, and it's another Control-Alt-Delete, isn't it? So it looks like that car is back on its way, but might be heading for the pit lane to have a further check over. So we'll see how that all sorts itself out. This is Richard Longdon in the green BMW, which had a moment earlier in the race, and it looks like he's on the back of the number 11 machine at the minute of Harry Law. So no, that's number 36 in fact. So that's Ollie Smith he's trying to chase down. So Ollie goes through across the line, and Ollie is a lot higher up in the order actually. So Ollie's just put a lap on Richard Longdon as he heads down in towards Abbey.
Yeah, he's going well yesterday, wasn't he? In Modern Classics was Ollie Smith, but it's the only race that he's having today. He's always been quick at the wheel of that. I don't know what colour to call it. Sort of a bronze colour, isn't it, BMW? Very different to all the rest of them. Big old locked brake there for Richard Longdon as he came into village to anchor up the E46 M3, and whilst he got it anchored up and turned in, it was still rather wiggly, was it, on the exit of the corner. So he's already had one spin, hasn't he, down at Club. He was not that far away from having another then.
Looked like he was a bit wobbly on the exit of Chapel as well there, so he's definitely struggling with this car for some reason, but continuing in a straight line for now, which is good news. Pit window is open, so we are now 10 minutes into the race, which means people can dive for the pits if they wish to do so. And another big lock up for Richard down in towards Stowe Corner. So yeah, not liking this, is he, at the minute, Mark? He's definitely struggling.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that's either driver or whether that might be an issue with the car that's causing it to lock, because it just seemed as though it's an unusual place for him to lock up so late going in towards Stowe. There's no obvious signs of any issues as he goes through Club Corner, but the metallic green BMW is losing time because he's now got Klaus Koike right behind him once more. Good to see Klaus back out, because he was out in the Ramair BMW race just before lunch and had to retire, didn't he, from that one? He did, yeah. So that car looks like it's running much better. So Klaus puts the lap now onto the Richard Longdon machine. This is going to be Brian Branson, who's about to be lapped by the third place car at Porsche of Sam Howarth. So Sam goes through across the line. Currently Sam is how many seconds? 3 seconds back from Andrew Christopher in that Ferrari, which is still second, and we've still got the race leader being the man who started on the front row of the grid, Stephen Gambrell, who is 3.5 seconds up the road. So they're all within touching distance, and again it will come down to the pit stop and making sure you get as close as you can to 90 seconds without going under, and making sure that you don't receive a penalty, but being quick enough to come back out and continue your fight. So we'll see if that will unfold in favour of the race leader or someone else. Yeah, one of the cars we've not seen much of yet is the car that's leading the New Millennium section of the race. That's the black and the multicoloured car of Graham Crowhurst, the number 15 car. He's just coming out of the Club on towards the start-finish line now, because this is 2 races for 1. So Liqui Moly cars are all at the front, but the black and multicoloured number 15 car of Graham Crowhurst, he leads the New Millennium section of the race, and he leads it by about 3.6 seconds, Matt, from the white and orange number 35 of Yeomans, which was Luke Yeomans, who we saw out in one of the races earlier on, didn't we? Again, he's another one of those competitors that's taken in the Ramair BMWs and is also involved with the Wasp New Millennium. Yep, all these BMWs bunching up together, aren't they? So Crowhurst with Yeomans, you've got Ollie Smith also not too far back as well. He sits third within New Millenniums. So there goes Graham Crowhurst under the bridge once again, with a little bit of clear track now ahead of him. So that will be good news for Graham. Of
course, as we said, if you get caught up in some traffic at the worst place, then it can really help hold you up, just like Luke Yeomans now, because he's going to be under attack from Moly Smith. So those two have almost got themselves together as they work their way down through the Vale, and nothing to choose between them.
No, nothing to choose between them, and that will be the fight for second and third of the new Millennium cars in reality. So the white and the orange checkered BMW of Luke Yeomans, the almost bronze-coloured car in the hands of Oliver Smith, Ollie Smith that sits behind. So good little squabble that is for second and third of the new Millenniums. Graham Crowhurst just ahead of them. He's got, what, about half the length of the Hamilton straight between himself and then the next pair of squabbling beamers behind.
Yeah, and it's the Aston Martin Vantage that they get through now on. That's the 228 machine of Dominic Spicer behind the wheel at the minute. It'll be Paul Fisher to take over when that car decides to come into the pit lane. We've only had we've had no takers, I don't think, because those two towards the rear have been cars that have already been in before the pit window opened. So everyone decided to stay out for a lengthier time at the minute as we head through the right hand of Chapel Corner. Let's go down to Josh.
And that first pit stop is about to happen, Matt, because the M-Tech crew are out in the lane and they're about to get John Sill's Lamborghini, and Jamie Stanley is standing to the side of the car ready to jump aboard. So John Sill in the Lamborghini, the first driver to pit.
Yep, so it'll be interesting to see how Jamie Stanley gets on behind the wheel of this car. Jamie is the pro driver. He's been working with John Seal for a good number of years now, hasn't he? And they've raced together, as you said, in British GT. Jamie's also done a good chunk of racing in International GT Open. He's trying to put a deal together to do other races this year, but he is busy coaching all of the time nowadays. Fundamental part of Fox Motorsport, of course, who have drivers in Ginetta Juniors and in GB4 nowadays.
Yeah, looking to bring the youngsters through the ranks, and Jamie's a keen man to do that, and a very good, experienced driver. And as you said, with Jamie and John together for many years.
Former British GT champion as well, was he? With Christian Dick in the GT4 class in the Ginetta G50 many years ago.
That had been quite a long time ago.
That was quite a long time ago, yeah.
I'm not saying that Jamie's old, but nor Christian. But the thumbs up there to Jamie, but he can't quite find the gear he needs at the minute. So there he goes, Lamborghini back on its way, and it'll be very interesting now to see how this car works its way potentially back towards the higher runs of the order there, because he's been pushing and he will continue to push.
What do you reckon? Fastest lap of the race on the first flying lap?
I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. A typical pro, plug and play, isn't it? He will take no time to go in and just wring the neck of that car. We've got still a great battle for the lead of the race going on, but it is now, by the look of things, Andrew Christopher is it that's back in the lead of the race. No, that's the second Porsche that's behind him. So Andrew Christopher's still second, but he has now been caught by Sam Howarth. I got the wrong Porsche on that occasion. So this is the fight for second and third.
It is, yeah, and Sam Howarth, well, he's in a bit of trouble because his team manager has been summoned to race control, and he's also received a penalty of what length, I'm not too sure, but he has got that sign on our screen, which means he has potentially been maybe in some trouble over some track limits, maybe.
Yeah, 5-second penalty, which would suggest that is track limits, and with the team manager now being encouraged to go to race control, it does suggest that, yeah, there might be further penalties heading in his general direction if he doesn't stop doing whatever he's doing. But what he's doing at the moment is driving as hard as he possibly can, because he wants to try and wrestle his Porsche through and ahead of the Ferrari 488 Challenge spec car of Andrew Christopher, who was not quite sure what to do there. He was trying to pass Oliver Smith, but Oliver Smith was equally as much trying to get past Lucas Fothergill at the wheel of the Ginetta G40. So the Ferrari jinked one way and then quickly changed its mind to make sure that they didn't trip over each other.
Tommy Crouch just exited the pit lane. That doesn't look like a time which is going to be fortunate enough for him, unfortunately, because you've got to hit the 90 seconds. So that might be under scrutiny from the team in race control, as now Sam Howarth in the Porsche is heading in with the BMW of Ollie Smith behind, and Josh is down there to welcome them.
Yeah, just standing by the Jazz Sapra and Brian Bransom car. That's come into the pits with the dashboard saying service request. So the team have gone to work to see what's going on. It's Brian Bransom who's sitting in the car. Not sure if it was him that brought the car in or if it was in fact Jazz Sapra that started, not sure. But work going on, and we'll see if it's not really been a great day, has it, for Brian Branson, whether it's not going to get any better.
Yeah, we think it was Brian that started in that car. Fastest lap of the race has come in. Jamie Stanley's first flying lap, 1 minute 3.881. Exactly what I said he would do, Matt.
Yeah, he's done it, isn't he? He does not hang about, does Jamie, and he went quick in qualifying with a 102.5, so he'll try his best to get to that, but of course with a little bit more fuel on board, it might take a little bit of time for him to get there. So you can see the raft of cars now into the pitch. You can see the one nearest to us, that of Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson. We just had Klaus Kukla into the pits as well, and there is the wonderfully turned out Porsche of Sam Howarth, which sits there now patiently as he can to wait until the time elapses, and as soon as it has, he can get back on his way and hopefully continue his wonderful battle he's been having with the Ferrari of Andrew Christopher.
I think that the later iterations of the 991, 992 Cup cars just look stunning, don't they? They really do look a proper piece of kit. And I don't know how many Cup spec cars Porsche have built since they first started introducing Carrera Cup. They must have built thousands upon thousands upon thousands for the markets. Josh is down there in the pit lane. Who have you got, Josh Barrett?
Just going back to your point, Mark, I think it was last year Porsche said, I think it was 2,000th car that they produced. So there's plenty of them about, isn't there?
Well, it's such a colossal market, isn't it? You know, you think that what we have here is Porsche Carrera Cup GB, then of course you get Super Cup, but that's just the ones that you see if you watch Grand Prix or you watch touring cars. There's all the other cups that exist in Australia, in North America, South America, in the rest of mainland Europe. They're everywhere.
There's plenty of Cup Championships, and they're all very well supported as well. Everyone wants to get themselves into the mix, and mainly on the Super Cup bill, which supports F1.
Looks like, I'm not sure if we realised, Mark, that the Longdon car's a shared one, and it was Rory Longdon that started, and Richard has got aboard the car now. So it's Rory that was having those issues with the car earlier on, the two former Formula Junior drivers. So this M3 is probably quite different.
Thank you, Josh. No, I wasn't aware that we had a shared car in that one. Were you, mate?
No, not at all.
Who started, did you say?
Rory. So Rory, yes,
Rory
I think it's his dad, Richard, who's just got into the car now, but now it's not really firing back into life.
Oh dear. We've also got Lucas Fothergill bringing the Ginetta G40 into the pit lane and handing over to his father, Marcus Fothergill. So that's the G40 heading back out onto circuit, of which, when I think of Marcus Fothergill, I don't think of Ginettas, I think of Porsches. He was a long time Porsche racer, Marcus Fothergill.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, he's been around in different things, but yeah, Porsche definitely Marcus Fothergill has been for many years, so he's got a new thing to work with this year. As there goes Jamie Stanley down the hangar straight. Look how quick it looks now. He's absolutely flinging that thing around. You can watch Jamie at the wheel of that car and see how hard he's definitely working. Is he going to be on for another quickest lap here? He's had quite a bit of clear track, so it wouldn't surprise me if he goes better than a 103.513, and he's already back up into 6th position. He's not the leading pit stopper as yet, because Andrew Christopher, who sits in the pits, would have come out ahead, but I think Jamie Stanley's going to take over the lead before too much longer.
Yeah, Andy Christopher just rolling down the pit lane as you speak, Matt, and into his pit box. So he'll be here for a minute or so, and then you'll see if Jamie Stanley has got ahead.
Yeah, Jamie's just turning his way in towards the braking area for Village at the moment. Some interesting story about Jamie Stanley. I was here covering a round of International GT Open some years ago, and whilst we know a lot of Jamie Stanley in this country with everything he's done, he wasn't as well known in Europe. It was the first time he'd been out in International GT Open. They classified him as a bronze for that weekend because he'd not done really any racing in Europe at the time, so hadn't attracted his attention to anybody. So he went out, he qualified, and I think put the car on pole position. They very quickly reclassified him for day 2 of the event.
Did he become a gold?
He did become a gold, yes.
Yeah, he's no slouch, is he, Jamie?
No.
So pushing on, and he's just gone and done the quickest lap of the race, actually, 103.021, Josh.
Stephen Gambrell brought the Porsche 911 into the pit lane. Looks like this car's previously raced in the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Ibrica. Probably the first one of those we've had in the UK. And Toro Verde looking after this car, and Dan Lloyd overlooking the pit stop as well.
So yeah, good to see that Dan Lloyd will be back racing in the British Touring Car Championship this year, having raced in Carrera Cup last year. So good to see him back in the BTCC. Dwayne's car still with Mick peering into the bonnet at the moment. It's been in the pit lane as the Ferrari, what's that, 360, isn't it, for a good period of time. They've not given up hope on it, have they yet? Mick's got the crash helmet off. Into the pit lane we do have our race leader as well. So Stephen Gambrell has brought the race leading number 68 car into the pit lane. Also Nathan Wells, who was running at the sharp end, he is into the pit lane now as well. I think there's only one car that's running that hasn't pitted yet still, and that's Sam Alpass at the wheel of number 38 BMW we're as yet to see in the pit lane. And further down, yes, that will be the only one, isn't it? It's the only car that hasn't pitted. It has just come into the pits.
There we go. So with 2 minutes to go till the pit window closes, into the pits comes that car. Graham Crowhurst is currently in as well as Jamie Stanley continues to close, and I think he has now made his way past Andrew Christopher.
Yeah, down in the Toro Verde pit boxes, Dan Lloyd. Dan, doing a bit of coaching this weekend?
Yeah, I'm just helping Steve Gambrell in the Porsche 991. Just had the pit stop, just a bit out of breath because I came running back down, but he's doing a really good job. It's only his ever second race, so doing a really good job. And pit stop there, I think the main competition is going to be the Lamborghini with Stanley in there, but he's doing some really good times, so fingers crossed.
Jamie's had a bit more racing experience, obviously.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we built up a gap there. Jamie's going to catch us, but how quick, I'm not sure. I need to have a look on TSL, but so far, so good.
Obviously, for yourself, you raced in Porsches last year, but going back to British touring cars this year?
Yeah, back to British touring cars. Really looking forward to that. Should be a very good season. It's exciting that I'm in a very competitive car with a Swindon engine, so hopefully we'll have a really good season.
And the Porsche Carrera Cup's so competitive, with these cars so popular nowadays.
Yeah, Carrera Cup's mega competitive. You know, I jumped into it that year after racing touring cars for 7 years, so probably a bit on the back foot, but still loved it. Still an amazing car, but I think my passion's always been British touring cars, and I think now's the time to get back in and see what I can do.
And nowadays the BTCC really has no weak drivers, as everybody is quick.
Yeah, very, very competitive championship, and particularly this year, lots of factory teams where it will be classed as an independent. So the goal for this year will be to win the Independent Driver Championship and the Teams Championship. So we're keeping our expectations realistic as well, but really looking forward to it.
Have you started the testing programme yet, or was that yet to come?
No, not yet, sorry mate. 1st and 2nd of April at Croft, so it's all to come. They're still building the cars at the moment, so still a bit of work to do, but I just can't wait to get in the car now.
I'll see you at Donington Park, so best of luck for the year.
Thank you, cheers.
Yeah, good to catch up with Dan Lloyd. You just see Jules Westwood in the corner of the shot there as well. He was a very quick racing driver, and races less so nowadays. Dan Lloyd's not the only Porsche Carrera Cup driver we've got here this weekend, because whilst we're on the international circuit, I spotted Abby Eaton was coaching on the national circuit earlier on today, and also Chris Diamond, another pro driver. He's coaching people in Carrera Cup. He's here this weekend as well on the national circuit. So there's a few familiar faces around. We had a big spin, didn't we? And it took a while for the Martin Scott Gary Whitehead Volkswagen Golf to get going again. I'm not quite sure whether he just wasn't quite aware what was going on around him, as cars were briefly three wide as he was trying to turn into Abbey.
Yeah, he was kind of squeezed to the outside of Abbey, wasn't he? And he was trying to get over, but by that time he was trying to get on the brakes at the same time. So the back end just stepped round briefly, fired it back up, and on his way he went once again. So we'll get to the order very shortly after those pit stops, but once again back down to Josh.
Yeah, of course, catching up with John Seal. John, first race of the year, how did that go for you?
Interesting. Very interesting. Start, I was caught a little bit napping because the first start of the year, and I had a engine cutout down the straight halfway through my stint, but otherwise I was pleased with it. I was pleased with the time. It was good to be racing again, and let's go for it. Looking forward to the season.
It's a really interesting grid, this, isn't it, with lots of sort of cars from the past.
It's interesting to catch the slow ones, and you just don't know what they're going to do, and they don't know what I'm going to do, and it is very difficult for both of us overtaking or lapping them.
And what's the plan for yourself for this year?
Do this and do that. I just want to drop in and drop out and just enjoy it.
Having fun rather than going for a championship.
Agreed, definitely. That's right.
Does that mean we'll see you at more CSCC races this year?
Yes, definitely, definitely.
And enjoying working with Jamie, I'm sure, as always.
I've been with Jamie off and on now for 10 years, so yes, I enjoy it with him. He's a good driver. The team have done very well, M-Tech. First race I've done with them, and they have been really, really good.
And what era of Lamborghini is this you've got out today?
This was new last year, so it's an Evo, and I did European last year, and this is the first time back in the UK with it.
And how did it compare to the previous generations that you've driven before, and the GT3 cars you've drove before?
More horsepower but less downforce, and I am missing the downforce around some of these. Where I used to be flat in the GT3, I am not flat in this. I think I can, but that will take time.
Is it almost more challenging driving a car like that compared to the GT3s?
Yeah, I would say definitely, yes it is.
Still enjoying it, obviously.
I enjoyed it immensely, and I'll be back.
Great, thanks for having a chat with us. So there's John Seal and, of course, Jamie Stanley out there setting the fastest laps, as we've heard from both Mark and from Matt.
I think it's the case of most manufacturers, their cup spec cars are more difficult to drive than the GT3s because, you know, GT3 you've got various tweaks you can do to ABS and traction control, which on the cup cars you don't necessarily have. And as John Seal would say, you know, the Lamborghinis, the Porsches, the Ferraris in cup or challenge specification, they have more horsepower, but they have less downforce, so they're more difficult cars generally to drive.
Yeah, and it's quite fair for him to say that he probably could go flat, but he doesn't want to try it just yet. He wants a bit of feedback probably from Jamie to see what he can do, and of course step up nicely to get that job done. But good to see him out there. We've got a problem now for one of the BMWs, unfortunately. That is Ben Cater, so that one has pulled off over there at Abbey by the looks of it. Yeah, through Village, so that's a little bit further around the lap.
Yeah, hopefully they'll get that car back out of harm's way. Ben Cater taking over from Malcolm Scott, both of whom used to race in the Monoposto Championship, so ex-single-seater drivers in reality. Jamie Stanley threading his way through the traffic and is about to place a lap on the leader of the New Millennium section of the race, which is still Graham Crowhurst. Josh, if you've got news from the pits, feel free, chip in.
Yeah, just going back to the Malcolm Scott and Ben Cater point. Years ago, they were competitors in the 750 Motor Club, as it was run then, Formula 4 Championship. Before that was taken over by firstly MSB and then the FIA. So two people that know each other very well indeed. And I think there might be some marriages as well within the family that have brought themselves together.
I wasn't aware of the marriages in the family. Yeah, but
I believe Malcolm's daughter is married to Ben, if I remember correctly.
Right, okay then. Okay, so it's father and son-in-law, yes. So
if you remember Jennifer Scott, who used to race as well.
Oh yes, absolutely, yeah. So the stricken BMW out on circuit. There's being ushered by the marshals, Ben Cater, to move out of harm's way, Matt.
He was told to go back and he wanted to go forward, so I think he wants to try and once again fire that car back into life, but for now there's yellow flags down at that part of the circuit. So while we've been hearing from things in the pit lane and pit stops unfolding, we now have an order which sees Jamie Stanley leading by just over 10 seconds from the once race leader, Stephen Gambrell.
Mick Dwayne has got back into his Ferrari, so it might be the longest pit stop of the day, but if it's going to get Mick back out into the race, it's a good thing.
Right. I think the pit stop started for that Ferrari before the pit window opened, and it's finished after the pit window is closed, hasn't it?
It's been persistent though, hasn't he, to try and get that car back out, so good on him. He's tried hard, as Jamie Stanley uses a bit more of the track than probably you need to, but he's definitely pushing on. There he is, Mick Dwayne in the pit lane, so he's about to get suited and booted once again, and he's just going to try and get this car to the finish. It might be down in last place, but Mick Dwayne just wants a bit of track time this afternoon. He's
had time for a very leisurely lunch, hasn't he? But no, good to see him out there. I did briefly, before we cut to Mick Dwayne in the pit lane, saw the lead battle for New Millennium, because Graham Crowhurst, I said, was leading it, but look right behind him. He has got absolutely on his tailpipes the car of Luke Yeomans. So those two will be fighting for the lead of the New Millennium section of the race. Our overall race leader, though, heads up towards Stowe Corner. Jamie Stanley having eased his pace a little bit. He set a fastest lap of a 103.0. He's now doing 104s, but the lead battle for New Millennium is just heading down the hanger straight now. The newer shape E46 BMW of Graham Crowhurst under huge pressure from Luke Yeomans in the E36, who's looking for the inside line as they head up towards Stowe Corner for the lead of New Millennium. They lean on each other, there's a little bit of contact. Luke Yeomans makes contact with Graham Crowhurst. Graham Crowhurst spins, drops it into the gravel trap at Stowe Corner, and that was for the lead of the New Millennium section of the race.
Yeah, just wondering if he's got a little bit of tyre on the tarmac there to pull himself clear. So we'll see if Graham rejoins, but for now, back to Josh.
Yeah, the problem for Mick Dwayne was a sensor, so that's why it took so long to get to the bottom of it. It's a small problem, but an annoying one to rectify.
There is Graham then back on his way after that contact with Luke Yeomans. They kind of magneted together, didn't they, as they worked their way down on that lap to Stowe Corner. So I'm sure Graham won't be very happy. He's now lost the lead within New Millennium. In fact, dropped to third in that class because Ollie Smith has gone through at the same time. So Luke takes over the lead there. 7th place overall as well. As the pack turn their way through. There is the little bit of a problem car so far today. Richard Longdon now behind the wheel, so let's see how it goes in the hands of him after Rory started it. And there is still our race leader, Jamie Stanley, in this Lamborghini, coming up to complete 28 laps within this race so far. 7.5 minutes to go, and as expected, probably Mark is continuing to open up that lead.
Yeah, all of the time is just opening that lead. The incident between cars number 25 and 15 will be investigated after the race, is the information we're hearing, and that is that contact that existed between Luke Yeomans and Graham Crowhurst. It says 25 on the timing screen. It should say 35, shouldn't it? I'm sure that will be just a typo on our timing screen. But that's going to be investigated after the race. There's also car number 991, Sam Howarth, who's already picked up, if you remember, a 5-second penalty in the first part of the race for track limits. That became a 10. Last time I looked, it was a 15-second penalty. Well, now he's also being investigated for overtaking under yellows. So he's going to end up on the naughty step, isn't he?
I think so, yeah. He'll be in a room with someone to be talking about this race, which is not what he really would have wanted. There is our second place car, just going through there, the Porsche of Stephen Gambrell. And we've got the Sam Allpass BMW just behind. Dylan Popovic is also in this picture, but he is, I believe, a lap down to the car he's trying to chase, which means in the middle of all that is going to be Andrew Christopher, which we haven't seen for a little while, but the Ferrari, which came in just having a good battle with the Porsche, has now rejoined, but he's found himself a long way back in third place. But for now, still on the podium. There is your New Millennium leader as it stands. It might change after the race, but that is Luke Yeomans, and Graham Crowhurst, after that spin, has now found himself back ahead of Ollie Smith, so he's going to try and put right what went wrong just a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, so round through Stowe Corner he goes. Yeah, the bronze car behind him, Ollie Smith, so it's back to second in New Millennium. Ollie Smith is now back down to third in New Millennium, and they're both being hunted down by the car that's still running in third place. Let me just run you down through the top six. Jamie Stanley, number 55, leads the way with Stephen Gambrell's Porsche number 68 in second. Third is the Ferrari of Andrew Christopher. Fourth place, but with question marks and investigations hanging over him, it's Sam Howarth. Fifth place is Dylan Popovic, who completed the top six. It's number 23, which is the first of the BMWs in the field. That would be Nathan Wells. Just outside of the top six in seventh is Luke Yeomans, who leads the Wasp New Millennium section of the race.
There's Andrew Christopher then in his Ferrari 488, which is starting to close the gap on the back of Graham Crowhurst. That's not for position. That's for the Ferrari to put a lap on the BMW as they work their way through the link and down towards the right-hander of Chapel on this 1.8 mile international circuit. We've got 5 minutes to go now, so this one has gone by in a flash with everything that's been going on, the good battles we've had, the pit stops that have unfolded, and we've only got 5 minutes remaining for Jamie Stanley to take the first of the Liqui Moly Slicks Series victories of the season. Still leads by a much increased margin now of 26 seconds over Stephen Gambrell, who started there on the front row of the grid. So it looks like it's going to finish as it started, as it stands, as those two cars still sit in first and second place.
Yeah, so Andrew Christopher in the third place. Ferrari just weaving his way through the final aspect of Club Corner onto the start-finish line and ready to complete his 30th lap of this race. So 30 laps completed by Jamie Stanley, by Stephen Gambrell, by Andrew Christopher. Down through the order, we've got the two Porsche Boxsters seem to have got themselves together. The two Porsches got themselves together. The Boxster and the Cayman. The Cayman is going to be Stuart Jeffcoat. The car that's behind is Matt Nossiter's Boxster. And the two of them are going to go pretty much side by side, are they not, as they head up towards Stowe Corner. Through goes the number 170 car, so Matt Nossiter goes through and places a lap on Stuart Jeffcoat. That was not for position.
Also Sam Allpass going through there as well. Sam's a little bit higher up the order in 10th place, so that will see him now working very nicely into the top 10. New Millennium, he sits in 4th position at the minute, so that's him putting a lap on these two cars as it stands. So they head now through the final corner, 3.5 minutes to go. Just wondering if there's any other battles out there which are fairly close. I think it's quite spread out towards the front, and yeah, there's no real intense battles at the minute, so we'll keep an eye on anything that does unfold, but for now we can just admire these cars. And Stuart Jeffcoat in his Porsche Boxster turns up in towards the right-hander of what's going to be Village, and he's not letting the Nossiter car get away, is he? He's going to try and stay right with it. It might be a little bit higher up the order, but he's going to try and give it a run for his money here.
Yeah, he's got certainly less power in that Porsche than he's used to, Stuart, having raced 911 for a huge number of years in largely future classics. It was for a good number of years before he then moved on and started to race it in modern classics, I think. Jamie Stanley, though, has now completed 32 laps at the wheel of the race-leading number 55 Lamborghini Huracan, Super Trofeo spec car, which the Huracan is now very much at the end of its life, isn't it, really? You know, we've seen the Gallardo come and go. The Hurricane arrived and has done great things as it has evolved as well. This is the latest evolution of it, but that's already in the process of being replaced, isn't it, by Lamborghini?
Yeah, very much so. So there's always a new iteration coming and a new mark from Lamborghini. So this one still looks good, doesn't it? The Hurricane, when it came out, was one of those cars you just drooled over, and it's done very well, as you said, in its lifespan, and I'm sure it will be round in a few series here and there, but yeah, new ones on the way.
I've never driven a Hurricane. I've driven several Gallardos over the years, but I've never driven a Hurricane. It always is just makes a stunning soundtrack now, that Lamborghini engine behind you. So Stephen Gambrell in second place is a fair chunk behind the race-leading Lamborghini. Stephen is only now just coming down in towards the braking area for the club chicane, whereas Jamie Stanley is already a fair chunk around his 34th lap of this race so far, with now just 1.5 minutes over remaining in the race. The lead advantage that Jamie Stanley has built has just been extended and extended and extended. He's heading up towards Stowe Corner with 1.5 minutes to go and has a 33-second lead.
Yeah, it's an incredible stint here for Jamie Stanley. We didn't really think anything apart from that, did we, from him, as Andrew Christopher turns through, still in third place, but he is now a lap or so back from the race leader. Jamie Stanley still carving his way through traffic, and he's going to probably have just 1 lap to go, because we've got 1.5 minutes on the clock. He's doing about 1.5 minutes when he crosses the line with about 1 minute to go. So Jamie Stanley now onto his last lap. Christopher's had a good run there in the Ferrari. Looks like Stephen Gambrell, who's going to be set for second place, and then the man with a few penalties and possibly a word with the clerk of the course is going to be there in fourth place, which will be the car of Sam Howarth.
Yeah, because there's still got that investigation that is ongoing regarding any potential overtaking on the yellow flags. It's only an investigation, it isn't saying he has done it, they just want to look into the data and the reports from the officials, and maybe onboards as well would help with that. So for the final time, onto the hanger straight comes Jamie Stanley. It was a good stint to start with by John Seal, who freely admitted he was sleeping a little bit and hadn't quite switched on at the start, but it's his first race of the season and his first race back in the UK in this car, but it was a good stint from him. It was always going to be a good stint from Jamie Stanley, and it looks as though they are going to end up themselves and Stephen Gambrell in second place. It's the only cars on the lead lap. There's still traffic though, and it's a Honda Civic that the Lamborghini is having to weave its way through and past, and then the Volkswagen Golf. The checkered flag is ready. Over the start-finish line comes Jamie Stanley. Himself and John Seal scoop up the first win of the season in the Liqui Moly Slicks Series race. Andrew Christopher is already through it over the start-finish line at the wheel of his Ferrari. He is a lap off the lead, but is going to be classified in third place. And then we just need to wait the arrival of Stephen Gambrell to come through. He will finish second in this race, but he's going to be, the best part of 30 seconds adrift. The win in the Wasp New Millennium section of the race is not going to go the way of Graham Crowhurst, who takes the checkered flag now. The car ahead of him, Luke Yeomans, who had that contact made with him, will take the win in New Millennium, Matt.
Well, indeed, yeah. So that might be under investigation as well, but Yeomans, Crowhurst through in first and second of New Millennium. Ollie Smith will come through in that third place then. He's just going to cross the line in his second now. There he goes, behind the car by the looks of it. And there goes Dylan Popovic as well in the Ginetta, which finishes in fifth position. Just a couple more cars to come through, including the Brian Branson and Jasper Sapper machine. And there is also Nathan Wells to come through to pick up what's going to be sixth place, which was a little bit of a lonely race for him, but still top six, not bad at all, and finishes second within his class.
Yep, so here comes Jazz Sapra, and he's about to be the last car to take the checkered flag. Brian Branson having done all of the hard work in the early stages. They finish in 12th position, and that would put them fifth of the New Millennium cars over the start-finish line. So that was our combined Liqui Moly Slick Series and Wasp New Millennium race. All of those cars will be making their way back in towards the pit lane, which is still bathed in sunshine here, the spring sunshine at Silverstone on the International Circuit. But for John Seal and Jamie Stanley, they claim the win by 35 seconds in the end from Stephen Gambrell's Porsche in second place. And the Ferrari of Andrew Christopher finishes in third place. Fourth place on the road, Sam Howarth. Fifth going the way of Dylan Popovic, and Nathan Wells completes the top six. Seventh was Luke Yeomans. He was the winner of the Wasp New Millennium section of the race. Graham Crowhurst eighth. Ollie Smith and Sam Alpas complete the top 10. Then it was Matt Nossiter ahead of Brian Branson and Jazz Sapra. Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon were 13th, ahead of Harry Blore, who was there in 14th place. 15th place went the way of Dominic Spicer and Paul Fisher with their Aston Martin. Then it was Stuart Jeffcoats, followed by the Longdon family, followed by the Fothergill family, and then Scott and Whitehead were there in 19th, and Klaus Koiker was the last of the finishers in 20th position. Everybody thereafter had problems of some sorts along the way. So the cars making their way back into the pit lane, which means that the top three, or at least the winners of each section of that, will hopefully find their way towards Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Mark. Well, Jamie Stanley knows what he's doing. He's made his way here. Everybody else seems to not be obeying quite what we were hoping for. But Jamie, well done. And just spoke to John earlier. He was looking forward to getting back to racing in the UK, and a win for him and for you. It's a good way to start the year.
Yeah, it's really good. Obviously, John raced the car in Europe last year, so he's brought it back, and just finding somewhere to take it out and give it a run out in the UK.
And a big mixed grid here. John was saying there's some big speed differentials, but I'm sure you've been used to that in other places before.
Absolutely, you know, the speed difference may be a bit more used than what we used to, but it was very exciting. You know, everyone was really good. The stories come in, and no one made it particularly difficult, so it was fine.
I guess it sort of harks back to like what the 24 hours was like sort of 20 years ago, when there was this big variety of GT cars and touring cars.
Yeah, definitely. You know, obviously as the years have gone by, the cars have converged a bit closer. So it's probably more akin to a 20 year ago when the speed difference was so different. But yeah, definitely eyes on stalks at times.
And for yourself, have you got other things planned this year?
Yeah, so I've got some races with John, some bits in Europe. I'll be racing here at what's now the festival, and hopefully still got a few things to try and to iron out and be out and about quite a bit this year.
I think you got to a 103 around here in this car. Are you happy with that?
I would have liked a bit more clear space. I think there's a bit more in it than that, but no, it was good. You know, it was good fun. It just give John's car a good airing in the UK for the first run out.
And it's obviously a super trofeo car. John would say probably actually a more difficult car to drive than the GT3 variant.
Yeah, certainly. You know, we obviously raced John's GT3 here a few years ago, and the lap time was achieved in a very different way. This has got a lot more power, a lot less grip. So, different challenge, but just as exciting to drive.
And of course, GT racing's in such a healthy place at the moment. All the grids are massive, really, around the world.
Yeah, you know, I think GT racing and sports car racing is in a real sort of golden era. You know, with the global unification of the GT3 platform, you know, you can take one of those cars racing anywhere in the world, including Le Mans, if you can get an entry. So, you know, I think it's a real golden era for sports car and GT racing at the moment.
It's great to be involved, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, I'll count myself lucky when I've hung up my helmet in years gone by.
Not just yet. Well done, Jamie. So Jamie Stanley, our race winner. We have got Stephen Gambrell down here, I think. So we'll have a word with him if we can. Steve, when talking to Dan earlier, I think it's just your second race. A second place to Jamie Stanley's not bad.
That's right, yeah. I did the CSCC in Alton Park last year. And yeah, second race in a different car. It's a new car for us. And yeah, just trying to get seat time and push as hard as I can without being in it. But yeah, ecstatic, really, really, really happy, great result. And yeah, hopefully many more to come.
How are you finding the car?
Yeah, good. It's a little bit, you know, we're dancing on ice a little bit. Just trying to, you know, figure out the setup and get comfortable with it. But the car's mega, you know, out of the box, they're a great tool.
Is it a full season in CSCC? Are you racing elsewhere?
Hopefully so. You know, if budget allows, I'll stick with it. And yeah, it's a great championship. So yeah, really happy.
And a pretty cool car to race, I'm sure.
Yeah, look at it. Yeah, I mean, look, we bought it just like this. It's not my livery, but yeah, it looks the part. So yeah, I'm chuffed all round. Really, really happy.
Well done. So congratulations to our top two overall. Heard there from Jamie Stanley and from Stephen Gambrell. And that brings to the end the Liqui Moly Slicks top two, but more racing coming up here on the Silverstone International track with the Classic Sports Car Club. So we'll head back to Mark Querrell and Matt Suckling in the commentary box.
Thanks, Josh. Looks very nice down there in the pit lane, doesn't it, with the sun beating down. Marshall's hard at work, as ever, just to make sure that the track is clear from that previous race. Bit of gravel being kicked onto the circuit from Graham Crowhurst after he was tipped into that spin by the looks of it down there at Stowe Corner by Luke Yeomans. But yeah, we're doing well. We've run very nicely to schedule today, and we're not too far away from our second 40-minute race of the afternoon as well, because it's the first race of the season very shortly for the Fox Transport Turbo Tin Tops. And nice to see that this grid once again this season has got its standalone series to look forward to.
Yeah, a little bit down on numbers for this weekend. The Fox Transport Turbo Tin Tops, Fox Transport joining as our title sponsors for the Turbo Tin Tops this year. And the Turbo Tin Tops cater for any forced induction front-wheel drive cars. So when I say forced induction, it can either be supercharged or it can be turbocharged as well, front-wheel drive cars. And the classes are split based on engine capacity. So anything 1900cc and above goes into Class A. Class B is 1750 to 1900. Class C is 1500 to 1900 for supercharged only. Then you've got 1500s to 1750 would be D, 1300 to 1500 Class E, and so on and so on and so on. All of the cars have to run on treaded tyres. It is their first outing of the championship season, which will see them as a fundamental part of the Classic Sports Car Club for a good number of rounds. I think they're back out at Donington Park in about, what's that, about 5 weeks' time on the Grand Prix circuit there. And they'll also have visits, I think, back here to Silverstone in June when we return on the national circuit on the 14th and the 15th of June. We'll guide you through the grid as and when the cars head out there. But Matt, Marshall's just doing the final little bit of tidying up before we can then hopefully get the cars out onto their formation lap.
Yeah, they'll just have the one formation lap from the assembly area to negotiate their way to the grid, where the marshals are standing by ready to welcome them and get them lined up in side-by-side formation. And once again, it's a perfect weekend for the marshals. As we say so many times, they're going to have to stand out there in either cold and windy and wet conditions or very, very hot conditions. But today it's almost perfect. Still got the overalls on, still got a bit of a jacket as well. But temperature's still rising, which is nice this afternoon. 17 degrees we've now hit as we head into the afternoon. So it's pretty much perfect for the marshals, and it'll be perfect for the drivers as well, because these are the conditions they like in terms of being in the car, and also for the cars to work at their best. This is probably the optimum temperature we currently have. So still waiting for the cars to be released onto circuit, but it won't be too much longer. I don't think we've got too much clear up to be done from the previous race, and we'll get the grid for you very shortly for the Fox Transport Turbo Tin Tops, and it's going to be that of John Hammersley, who finds himself on pole position. Andrew Marston will be there alongside in his Abarth Assetto Corsa. The second row then sees David Marston, joined by number 1 Carl Chambers, and then the third row number 7, which is a shared car, Lisa Selby to go first, and Sean Watley alongside. The fourth row is going to be Richard Marson with Richard Clark on the outside. Row 5 then sees Tom Oatley with number 199 Bob Hoosier. He's been around with, again, CSCC for quite a few years now. Row 6 then has 150, which is David Cox, joined by James Manning, and the 13th and 14th places on the grid will be Paul Clothier and Adam Hunt.
Yep, so that's the order in which they line up in. They will have just a single formation lap for this one. The Liqui Moly Slick Series with the Wasp New Millennium had 2 warm-up laps. That was because, of course, on slick tyres you need to get a bit more temperature into those tyres. We had the same with the Ramair BMWs, didn't we? They have 2 formation laps because, again, we've got cars there that are running on slick tyres, so they need 2 laps. But all the rest of the categories, it'll just be a single formation lap because the treaded tyre should be sufficient to get temperature into it over just a single lap. Now, this again is a 40-minute race. Again, it will have a mandatory pit stop. That mandatory pit stop takes place again between the 10th and the 25th minute of the race, so a 15-minute pit window. And during that pit window, everybody has to come into the pits, whether you're sharing a car or not, and remain from pit in to pit out no shorter time than 1 minute and 30 seconds, so 90 seconds. That's not the pit stop time, that's not the time that the car is stationary. That is from when it enters the pits and brakes the beam to when it exits the pits and brakes the beam. Cannot be any shorter than 1 minute and 30 seconds. If they are, the penalties are rather draconian, aren't they?
Certainly are, yeah. Good old 30 seconds plus the time you beat the 90 seconds by. And we've seen some teams or some drivers get it absolutely bang on, just over by a few tenths of a second. Others have been under, and that has caused some drama, isn't it? So it's all about making sure you get it just right, not too quick down that pit lane.
What was it? 1 minute and 13 seconds was it yesterday? Was one of them? I think I'm not going to give any names out, but I think that was the shortest pit stop that we'd seen.
Certainly was, yeah. So everyone will be timing how quickly they can go down the pit lane within the regulation as well. But yeah, this is all timed and making sure they get that done as best and as effective as possible. And nice to see a few of the Abarths out there as well. They've got themselves in Class E, so you've got the Abarth 500, the Assetto Corsas, and also the Abarth 595 out there as well with Richard Marston. So a few of those found themselves towards the head of the order, second and third on the grid.
Yeah, the Marston family have been bringing out their Abarths for a good number of years now into the Classic Sports Car Club, so it's good to see that we've now got James Manning joining them with his additional Abarth as well, for which I haven't scribbled down a colour for that one, for towards the tail end of the field. It will be white and light green, won't it, by the look of it? So it's a Volkswagen Scirocco and an Abarth on the front row of the grid, an Abarth and a Peugeot 208 on row number 2. It's a Ford and a Mini on row 3, an Abarth and a Renault on row 4. Row 5's a Renault and a Seat. It's a Volkswagen and an Abarth on the penultimate row, and it's an all-mini final row of the grid. So bearing in mind that John Hammersley and Nigel Tong qualified 7/10 of a second faster than anybody else, Matt, for the first time this weekend, who's your money on for this one?
Oh, it's interesting, isn't it? Cole Chambers probably is always one to watch. The Peugeot goes well, so I probably wouldn't stretch too far away from him, but it all depends on the pace, doesn't it? Because the time we had from the pole sitter possibly came from, who would you say, John maybe? The time came from there? Or Nigel?
I'd have thought Nigel.
Yeah, Nigel.
I'd have thought Nigel.
Okay, so yeah, whoever's in the car, which is John first, he might not be as quick as Nigel. So yeah, I think Cole Chambers is my bet for this one.
Okay, I'm going to go Andrew Marsden from the outside of the front row of the grid. So that's the very Italian, patriotically liveried car, isn't it? The Italian tricolore stripes down the centre of it. So I think they're both just being ushered up to make sure that they are absolutely on the lines that they need to be on the front row of the grid. And then arguably Cole Chambers and David Marsden ought to edge up a little bit more, because they seem to be a little bit back away from what should be their starting positions on the grid.
It's quite tricky here at Silverstone, isn't it? There's boxes for every single
yes.
make of vehicle that you can imagine, so they've got to find the right line, but the marshals are directing them into the place they need to be. Last few into position. There is the James Manning Bath, the two minis towards the back of the field as well, now get slotted in. Nice tap of the flag there on the ground, and that's the final car.
It is, yep. So we've got 40 minutes on the clock. We've got all of the cars lined up on the grid. We've got the green flag about to be waved at the tail end of the field, which then means the next thing we'll do is get the 5-second board held aloft, which is in the hand of the marshal on the gantry, the start marshal. So 5-second board is held aloft, and then we'll get all 5 lights on the gantry, and when they get extinguished, we'll be off and racing for what will be the 10th time so far this weekend. Lights go out, a very quick start with the lights going out. Good start from Bob Hosier further down through the field. He did qualify a little bit further down than I thought, but what a start from Cole Chambers. Is the Peugeot going to lead? It is. They get towards Abbey, and your call for the win is doing all the right things at the moment. Cole Chambers leads the field of the Fox Motorsport, Fox Transport, I should say, turbo tin tops. Up towards the braking area for Village for the first time. John Hammersley is there in second place. Andrew Marsden is third, and Lisa Selby, I think, is through into fourth.
Yeah, good start from her then. So she was 5th on the grid, so made up a position or so as they worked their way down through the link for the first time. One of the Baths already being challenged there by the Mini, which tries to get its way through. That is looking tasty as they all safely negotiate the first few corners, but Cole Chambers briefly leading, but is that going to last too long? Let's have a look down towards Stowe Corner as John Hammersley gets a good run, brings it side by side. You've got Andrew Marsden coming into the mix as well, all the way around the outside. That's going to be a tremendous move if he can pull it off. He's got to try and keep the car on the black stuff and not run wide of the corner, which he doesn't. So good move there from Andrew Marsden. John Hammersley's gone through on Cole Chambers as well, and those two are going to be side by side in towards the Vale and Club, but it will eventually be Andrew Marsden that goes through.
I thought Andrew Marsden was jumping onto the brakes so late at Stowe. He was going to skitter off into the gravel, but he just found the traction, went right the way around the outside. So whilst your bet for the win was leading at the start of the lap, it's my bet for the win that's leading at the end of it. Andrew Marsden leads the way, but for how much longer as John Hammersley looks to try and thread his way through at Abbey? The doors closed though, so it's still the Abarth from the Volkswagen, from the Peugeot, from the Ford in the hands of Lisa Selby. Those top 4 has broken away from the squabble that is going on for 5th place, which is very much a family affair, isn't it? Which is Richard Marsden fighting away with going to be David Marsden, who are there in 5th and 6th places respectively. So the top 4 just escaping up the road.
Oh, and a moment there for one of the Abarths. Is that the one further back of James Manning?
No, that's Andrew Marsden, is it?
Let's have a look. Can't quite get the colours there.
No, you're right.
Yeah, a little flash of the green, isn't it? That's the one you picked up on the formation lap. So James Manning with a moment through there at Farm Curve, so he'll have to rejoin the back of the pack. The leaders are heading up towards Stowe Corner. Keep an eye on Lisa Selby. She's doing a great job in her Ford Fiesta at the minute, with the squabble going on for 5th place as well. Those two cars, as Mark said, with the family affair that's going on. Richard Marsden currently ahead of the fellow car which sits around it as well. That's going to be the car which has dropped back actually from 3rd on the grid, David Marsden. So he's got some work to do if he wants to find himself back up towards the front of the field. But across the line, another lap completed, goes Andrew Marsden.
Yeah, there's another good fight going on for 7th and 8th place. Sean Wortley at the wheel of the Mini has got right on his tailpipes Tom Oakley at the wheel of the Renault Clio. So they're fighting over 7th and 8th position. Tom Oakley then look behind him. He's got Richard Clark not too far away in another Renault Clio. That's car number 166, and then Bob Hosier will complete the top 10 at the moment at the wheel of his Seat Leon. That's Seat Leon that he's got, and trace its roots back to the Dunlop Production Touring Car Championship from many years ago.
Yeah, that was a good one that you covered, didn't you, Mark, on many occasions as well. So yeah, that's where Bob originally started his racing career, and he's still around now in 2025. So yeah, good job that Bob is doing, and could be one to watch as the race unfolds. He's got to do the whole race on his own though, so it's a long 40 minutes for Bob as we keep an eye on this battle a little bit further back at the minute. So the Clio against the Mini as it stands. Those two working their way in towards the right-hander of Stowe Corner. And then you've got the Renault behind with the set of Bob not too far back. So that's Richard Clark who goes through there. Heading down through the Vale they go once more. Things looking to get a little bit close up front there. I was just looking in the distance and saw Lisa Selby was almost being attacked by the number 3 machine of David Marson. So all of a sudden David has now escaped from Richard, and he's got kind of nothing to worry about behind him, and wants to focus all of his attentions on that Ford Fiesta ahead. He has a brief look down in towards the first corner, and it's going to be done. So nice move there from the number 3 machine. So through goes David Marson, and that'll be now up into 4th place.
Yeah, so he's up into 4th. Lisa Selby, who'll give way and hand it over to her husband Toby Harris for part 2 of the race, loses a position at this stage, but still plenty of time to go. We've still got another 5.5 minutes before the pit window even opens, so loads of time to keep settling in, just finding your pace, making sure that you're picking up the apexes, and in particular coming out of the corner where we can see some of the battling going on at the moment. Chapel Corner is a critical corner. Get cleanly off it, carry good apex speed, get off it, because you'll carry all of that speed down the hanger straight. And it does look as though Richard Clark there at the wheel of his number 166 Renault Clio has picked up 8th place there, because Sean Wortley's Mini is behind him on the run up towards Stowe, but he's trying to re-attack as they head up towards the top section of the circuit.
Yeah, almost got to the inside there did Sean Wortley, but quite enough momentum to carry him through the corner and through past Richard Clark. So they stay line astern as they head their way down towards the Vale once again. It's the other Clio up the road from them that we have to keep an eye on as well from the Oakley. So started by Tom, and Tom now is going to try and catch up with the car ahead of him. So let's see what he can do about Richard Marson. The gap last time through was about 1.6 seconds. This time through it's in fact come down, so it was 2.6, now 2.5, as we're going to have the change further forward, because Lisa now has been attacked by another Marson, because Richard has now gone through on this occasion. So Lisa, after a good start, Mark, is now just starting to lose a few places as the race unfolds.
Yeah, it's a brilliant start up to 4th place, but now just starting to slip back down through the order. We've still got the Richard Clark and Sean Wortley battle going on between the Renault Clio and the Mini. That's for what will be 8th and 9th position. They're just heading on to the bottom section of the hanger straight. Andrew Marson still leads the way, and 2nd place, it looks as though John Hammersley is now nearly 1 3/4 seconds adrift, isn't he? Because Andrew Marson, the race leader, has just set the fastest lap of the race we've seen so far, 1 minute 16.429. Somebody who is under pressure, though, is 3rd place Carl Chambers, because he has now got the white and orange number 3 abaft of David Marson right with him, and I think David's going to sneak through on the inside of the final aspect of club, and picks up 3rd.
Yeah, David Marson, after getting past Lisa Selby, has absolutely bolted away, and look how quickly he did catch up with Carl Chambers, and the gap that he's put between himself and what is Richard Marson, a good 3 or 4 seconds as it stands. So absolutely flying now in this number 3 machine. So after him, a little bit of a sluggish start, things now starting to work his way as he thinks about closing the gap on John Hammersley, who is about 3 seconds down the road. So we'll see how long it takes that car of David to catch up. And Carl Chambers is not letting him get away. He's going to try and stick with him as best as he can through this section of the circuit. Runs slightly wide through the corner of Chapel, and let's see now what is going to happen as they head down that very long hanger straight, and how they all sort themselves out. Lisa Selby then wide of the apex in towards Chapel, loses 1 place to the first of the Clios, which is Tom Oakley, and it won't probably be too long until onto the tail comes Richard Clark as well, though Lisa does fight back. So a little bit of a wide moment, good in a straight line, and Lisa reclaims one of those positions that she did just lose a short second ago.
Yeah, I was looking at the lap times. Her best lap time is a 1:18.5. Last lap she did was a 1:21.3, which made me think, is the problem with the car? But in a straight line, there's no obvious signs. It's around the corners where I think maybe either Lisa is struggling or the car is struggling at this stage, because the pace just isn't there anymore, and it was at the beginning.
Yeah, it's just languishing, isn't it, through the corners by the looks of it. Can't quite maybe a steering issue or just a pick up on something there, but she's getting a few more cars now starting to join her train. So onto the Hamilton Straight she comes. She's got the Mini coming into the mix as well now, so that's the 999 machine, which started 6th on the grid. So Sean Watley now trying to get himself back into the mix after, again, a little bit of a sluggish start, but Sean Watley is the one that we're going to keep an eye on, because that Mini is making good progress. Lisa Selby goes defensive into what's going to be Village Corner. Got the Sean Watley car trying to go around the outside as well, and then the two Clios continue their battle in the middle of the pack. But Sean, he gets a good run, but he's going to be on the wrong line, unfortunately, in towards Chapel. So he flings it around the outside line, and then we'll try and get a good run down the Hanger Straight. Yeah,
what's this, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, all together on the Hanger Straight, with the Ford Focus at the front of the quartet, the two Renault Clios in the middle, and then the Mini at the back of the ball. You can just see how much extra pace in a straight line Lisa Selby has relative to the Renault Clios and Sean Watley's Mini that sit behind. The pit window will be opening shortly as well. We are less than 60 seconds away from the pit window starting to open. Our race leader is now on to lap number 8 at this stage, and Andrew Marson has opened up nearly a 4-second lead between himself and John Hammersley in second place in the Volkswagen Scirocco.
Yeah, and his lap times are not too dissimilar from his quickest so far. So 16.4 is the quickest of the race, 16.8 for Andrew Marson as it sits. John Hammersley is about half a second off his personal best lap time in the race, but the three behind are doing personal bests, and one of those from David Marson is actually quicker than both of the drivers ahead at the minute. So this gap that we thought might be coming down is definitely heading in the right direction for the man who sits there in 3rd place. The squabble for what's going to be 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, or 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th in fact, continues on its way through Village Corner, and Lisa Selby is getting slightly mugged once again here by the two Clios, as the second one of Richard Clark has now gone through, but I imagine that will be again quick in a straight line, so she might be able to get that one back from Richard Clark, and she might then be right on the boot lead of Tom Oatley as she gets down towards the right-hander at Stowe.
Yeah, let's have a quick look. Yeah, past Richard Clark, right onto the boot lead of Tom Oatley, but can't get past the second of the two Clios, so the Fiesta has to tuck in behind. So it's Tom Oatley, Lisa Selby. Richard Clark has more apex speed and tries to go around the outside at Stowe Corner, but that's not going to work. We've got a first of our pit stoppers is in, and it is Carl Chambers, the Peugeot specialist from the Suffolk area of the country. Snetterton's very much his local circuit, dives to the pit lane. He's the first of our pit stoppers.
Yeah, wants to get that ticked off early, so as soon as that window is opened, he's in, get it done, get back out there and try and reclaim some time to continue the battles that we've had in the early stages of this race. Once again, we've got the move coming here from the Mini. Let's see if Sean Watley can go through on Richard Clark. Yes, he can, is the answer to that question. So the Mini and the Clio now start to fight. Just allows Lisa Selby to concentrate a little bit more on what's happening ahead of her, which is the car of Tom Oatley. Although then she's under pressure from Sean Watley, who goes back down the inside line. Richard Clark trying to reclaim that position at the same time as they head their way through the link. Inside, outside, which way do you go? Stick to the outside by the looks of it for Richard Clark. He's going to try and go all the way around the outside line. Not going to work there, but let's see what their pace is like in a straight line. Pretty even by the looks of it as they head onto the Hanger Straight, and up front ahead of them, Lisa Selby again doing her best to attack the back of that Clio of Tom Oatley.
I'm just looking at the lap times of them all at the moment and comparing it to the car that I thought was starting to appear a little bit closer to them in the background of the television shot that we're looking, and that is Bob Hosier. Yes, he was quicker than the next 3 cars ahead of him last time through, so the Seat is on its way. Josh Barrett, in the meantime, is down there in the pit lane.
Yeah, the Colt Chambers pit stop all went through without no problems, and he's just heading back out onto the circuit. So he had the whole Silverstone pit lane to himself, as no one else opted to come in so early.
Yeah, his partner, long-time partner Jane, I could see was busy sorting out the pit stop. The pit stop looked good as well, 1 minute and 35 seconds, Matt, so it's the right side of the minimum at 1:30.
Indeed, yep, so just 5 seconds over where you need to be, so that's good. So that's the benchmark that everyone will be kind of heading for and making sure they can possibly go a little bit quicker, as Josh has some more people to the pits.
Yeah, just as Cole Chambers exited the pit, we've got a Clio in, and this is a driver change. So we think Tom Oatley started the 28 Renault Clio, and he will hand over to Will Oatley, and everything going smoothly. It seems, I think this is a full-on Clio Cup spec car, isn't it? It's left-hand drive, the what is it, the Gen 4 machine. Seatbelts just being done up on the new driver, and they'll be hoping to get as close as they can to that 90 seconds.
So wait for that one to tick by, and yeah, we can see now Will Oatley being strapped into the car, so plenty of time for them to get the driver change done. Lap belt goes back on, and all the other buckles that need to be put into place. And we also have into the pit lane now the car from 4th position, so Richard Marson will be heading down there. Let's see how quick he can do his pit stop. Still waiting for the leader and also John Hammersley to come in. In fact, David Marston through into 2nd place though, so that's been a change that's happened. And Bob Hoosier has unfortunately had his bonnet pop up by the looks of it, so that is very bizarre. That's come just at the end of the hanger straight, which means now we've got double wave yellow flags. So Bob's going to try and step out in the car, whether he tries to rectify it on circuit and get back into it, but I think that's going to be something that needs to be really done in the pit lane.
Catching up with Tom Oatley down here in the pit lane. Tom, first driver change of the race. How was your first stint? Looked like it was a good battle out there.
It was fantastic actually, and the best thing about it is the driver changes of my son. So he's 16 now, so he's just made the move up to senior racing. So yeah, it doesn't really matter where we finish, but we're doing all right so far, and yeah, it's just fantastic. You know, life dream of mine to be able to race with the son. So yeah, it's fantastic, really good.
Is that his first race? Has he done other things before?
I'm in a Junior Saloon Car Championship before, and then we've tested here a few times, but this is the first race in this car, so it's a bit of a step up to a more powerful car. But everybody at the CSCC are so friendly and warm. You know, they really welcomed him and helped him along. So yeah, it looks like we're going to have a good fun this year.
And it looked like everyone's quite tightly bunched. All the cars are pretty similar out there.
Really, really tight. Yeah. So it's a tight start, and because there are different types of cars. Like the Clio that we're in is very good in certain areas and not so good in others. So you kind of lose some in one place and then gain some in another. So a lap you could change positions 3 times. So it's really good fun. You know, and you're always thinking about what might happen in the next corner. So it's great, but really good driving standards, I think, and it's been brilliant fun.
Is your car a Cup car that you've raced before?
It's Brett Littey's old Cup car from the Tocker days, but it's absolutely standard, so we've not touched it. So it's still 204 brake horsepower, whatever it is. But I absolutely love it. It's so easy to drive, and yeah, I think they're brilliant cars. I love them.
They're quite an easy car to run as a family.
Well, thankfully, me and Will are completely incompetent when it comes to anything mechanical. But we got Mike at MRM who ran the car on the Tocker package, and he's run us ever since we started, 5-6 years ago, whatever. And he's brilliant, so I don't need to worry. I don't even trust myself to tighten up the wheel nuts, but yeah, Mike is fantastic. He's really good.
Hopefully Will enjoys himself and get to the end.
Yeah, I think as long as he comes out with a big smile on his face and a clean car, then I'll be absolutely over the moon.
That's the most important thing. Thanks for having a chat. So there is Tom Oatley out to the number 28 Renault Clio.
Yeah, and his 16-year-old son jumping in, which is Will Oatley. Josh, I think you're going to have a busy pit lane before too much longer, because if you haven't pitted, now would be the time to do so, because the safety car is out as a result of Bob Hosier's car and its bonnet having been pushed up into the windscreen of it down at the bottom of the hanger straight. So everybody is coming in. Andrew Marsden is on his way. David Marsden is on his way. John Hammersley is on his way. You're going to have a busy pit lane, Josh. They're all on their way.
Yeah, they're all coming down the pit lane. Grid not quite as big as the one yesterday, so hopefully this shouldn't be quite as chaotic as the race yesterday. So we've got the Abarth, the first car coming in. Whenever I think of the Abarth, Mark, I think of that clip of Benny Simonson at Oldham Park, way up on 2 wheels at Old Hall Corner.
When I think of the Abarths, I think of what was a very short-lived one-make championship we had in the UK that bizarrely had a couple of races supporting the British Superbike Championship.
About the same size, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, they went to Cadwell, didn't they, with Superbikes?
They did, yeah, bizarre. Yeah.
Which must have been quite awkward to run as a race meeting, I imagine. Right, so most of the cars are at the far end, including John Hammersley, so he's jumped out. And be important here to make sure you're over the 90 seconds, but not too much, because you could easily lose track position. So as you say, pretty much everyone who hadn't pitted have come in. You'll be able to tell us if anyone decided to stay out an extra lap.
No, I think all of those that had pitted are still circulating. Anybody that hasn't, all came in, Josh. So they've all headed for it. I find it a bit bizarre that Bob Hosier's bonnet was fine for the first half of the race, and all of a sudden it's flown up. And also, unless there was a bit of contact earlier on, because the latter part, before it flew up, he was running around on his own.
Yeah, it's an unusual thing to happen.
Really
isn't it?
unusual,
with,
yeah.
Yeah, not too much bumpiness around Silverstone either to make things go loose. So a bit strange, but we've got the recovery happening as well. We've got someone that possibly has gone a little bit under the time of 90 seconds, so a bit too eager to get back out there and beat everybody else by the looks of it.
See if we can catch up with John. John, a good first stint there running in P2?
Yeah, had a slight problem with oil temperature after about 5 or 6 laps, so I had to back the revs off a little bit. Got that oil temperature back down, then I could get back on it again, and it seems to be sitting okay now. But yeah, not bad. You know, P3, you know, I'll take that. You know, started my 48th year as a race driver. You know, I'll take P3. But yeah, we had a good first few laps.
How is the Sirocco? Is it a good car to drive?
It is a great car to drive, yeah. It's very, very forgiving. We've got a nice setup in there that might not be the fastest in the world, but it goes well for 40 minutes. It doesn't eat tyres. You know, it's a very, very good race car.
And a good start to the Classic Sports Car Club season. Sunshine at the beginning of March, you would have thought it.
Oh, I was here yesterday. It was a beautiful day. We had some fantastic racing yesterday. Today seems pretty much of the same. Yeah, you know, who would have thought that the weather would have been like this in early March?
It looks like you picked the perfect weekend to organise.
Yeah, we certainly have. Yeah, we realised when we were setting the calendar, to be honest, that we have actually lost more race meetings in July and August than we have ever lost with these early season meetings, so it is very bizarre.
And circumstances really get more challenging every year, don't they, to make sure get people out and get the track hire time and everything.
It's never easy, you know, but we've got a lot of loyal supporters. I must thank them. I mean, we've got, you know, people who come. Well, you know, we must be doing something right because we have so many return competitors, and you know, it's just a fantastic atmosphere.
That's right, everyone's having a great time who I've spoke to. They're enjoying being back at a racetrack, and it's not just about the racing, is it? Everything going on in the paddock as well.
It isn't, as I say, this is just a great atmosphere with the competitors, and you know, long may it continue. I mean, you know, we've got another 5 weeks now, Donington, and let's hope for some more of the same.
Donington always a popular one with competitors.
Very much so, very, very much so. You know, this time we're on the Grand Prix circuit, which is something that, you know, a bit of a change there. And it is, I mean, it is it's a proper racer circuit, let's be honest. You know, round here it's a great circuit, and it's got, you know, you've only got to look at it to sort of see the history of the place. But, you know, round here in a Formula One car, this must look awfully different.
That's right. Yeah. We've a lot missing the historic cars. The cars look so small around here, don't they? But yeah, obviously very different as you say at the Grand Prix.
Yeah, yeah, it is. You know, but you know, it is a privilege and a pleasure to be able to race at these circuits. We shouldn't take it for granted. You know, a lot of hard work goes in from our office, from the committee, from everybody else in getting us all here. We rely on the support not only of the competitors, but you know, all the boys and girls in orange. A big, big thank you to them, because without them we wouldn't be here doing it. All the officials that help us, you guys, you know, it is a complete package, you know, and we must be very grateful for everybody that helps us.
So thanks, John, for having a chat. Hope all goes well with your season and with the Classic Sports Car Club season.
That's great, and great talking to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh, and nice to hear there from John Hammersley, who, of course, is now the chairman of the Classic Sports Car Club, saying some good things and how difficult it can be at times, but very true as well that it's a great club where people return year on year, and we've kind of said that across the weekend, where names we have kind of talked about for many, many years, they're back once again for another season. So great to have them all here, and John seems to have enjoyed his stint in the car mark.
He has, yeah. He's now handed over to son-in-law Nigel Tong, who has now jumped on board that one. Nigel will be itching to get going in this one because the lights are still on the safety car for the moment. Bob Hosier's car, I think, has now been moved out of harm's way, and once all the recovery vehicles and marshals are back where they need to be, the lights will go out on the safety car, which is usually towards the top end of the hangar straight and up towards Stowe Corner where the lights go out, and that will be the indication that we're good to go racing again. And guess what's happened? Lights have gone out in the safety car, Matt, which means we're able to get things underway.
Yeah, we are. Carl Chambers is the car first behind the safety car, but unfortunately he did lose out because he came in early, didn't he, for his pit stop, and with that he'd have gone a lap down. So all those who have pitted under the safety car have definitely benefited. I thought that Lisa Selby and Toby Harris were going to get it absolutely perfect because they came in just as the safety car was deployed onto the circuit, but unfortunately that was a very lengthy pit stop for them, which was about 45 seconds over pretty much what they needed to do. So that's now dropped them back into the mix in what's going to be, where are they, 10th place unfortunately. So we'll see how Toby Harris can try and work his way through. But back to green flag we go. There is the number 59 machine. That is your race leader. Andrew Marson is probably about 6th or 7th in the queue, but he is the man who leads this race overall.
Yeah, as we said yesterday, Classic Sports Car Club tend not to reshuffle the order so that you have the leader behind the safety car. Because it's all series, they'd rather get the racing back underway as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if the leader's at the front of the pack, in the middle of the pack, at the back of the crocodile. The sooner we can go racing, the better it is for everybody, and it's a series, so there's no championship points. Why reorder? So our race leader is at the moment about the 5th or 6th car in the train. The number 59 car of Andrew Marson leads the way. David Marson is in 2nd place, and 3rd, number 166, Richard Clark at the wheel of his Renault Clio. And it just goes to show how critical that pit stop was, because Richard Clark was fighting away with Lisa Selby before the pit stops. They both pitted at a similar time, but he's now in 3rd, whereas Lisa Selby, or Toby Harris, who's taken over, is down in 10th.
Certainly is, yeah, and just having a little bit of a battle there as they came into Stowe Corner as the race leader goes through and continues to pick cars off ahead of him just to make sure that he can have some clear track once again up the head of the order. So turning through now the left and right flick of Valley Club, there is going to be the preceding car, which is David Marson. David finds himself in 2nd place and currently about 2 or so seconds adrift off the race leader. So it's a Marson 1-2, and 3rd place for Richard Clark, as you said, in the Clio as it stands, and then John Hammersley, who was in that VW Sirocco, now handing over to Nigel Tong. He is just coming across the line in towards Abbey, is about to turn, and that Sirocco is going to try and challenge Richard Clark because he's only about a 1.5 seconds back, and he was actually that last time through quite a bit quicker.
Yes, he was. He was 1.7 seconds quicker than Richard Clark this time through, so Tong will be salivating at the prospect that he can close up onto the coattails of the Renault Clio and see what he might be able to do. He's still got a chunk of hard work to do, though, to get there, and he's almost there, actually. He's nipped up the inside of the Volkswagen Golf of David Cox and placed that a further lap down, but Nigel Tong is on his way here. Richard Clark is probably the best part of maybe 10 car lengths up the road from him, but as they head up towards Stowe Corner, he's too far away to do anything, but he's ever closing the gap on the Clio.
Yeah, those car lengths have almost halved as well, haven't they? So it's about 5 car lengths now as they turn through towards the end of this one, a bit wide from Richard Clark, so it might allow Nigel Tong now to work his way to the inside, which he thinks about doing straight away, and he's going to send the Sirocco to the inside line, tries to run it as wide as he possibly can, makes the apex then for Richard Clark a lot tighter, and with that he has to get on the brakes a lot earlier as well. So lovely move there from Nigel, which now sees that car back into the podium places. It leads its class as well, which is Class A, and then he's got another 4.5 seconds to try and close down on David Marson, but I think his pace is going to be slightly slower than the two bars up the road, so that might be as high as Nigel is able to get. We'll keep an eye on his progress as Richard Clark now will have to keep an eye on the Mini from behind.
Yeah, Andrew Marson just in the process of placing a lap on Richard Marson that time through, so the two Abarths going briefly wheel to wheel, but that was the race leader placing a lap on the car in 7th place, I think that is. So Nigel Tong is pressing on again. You can see the straight line speed of the Volkswagen Scirocco is not quite as quick as Toby Harris and the Ford Fiesta. We heard from John Hammersley the way they've got it set up. It's just, you know, good everywhere, but it's not the quickest, but it's just a nice comfortable setup that they've got. Nigel Tong is about to weave his way past the Ford Fiesta on the run down in towards the braking area for Abbey. Now, he was 5.4 seconds adrift off the number 3 car of David Marson. I think the gap may well have come down, so it's been a fairly clear lap, hasn't it, for the Scirocco this time through?
Yeah, it certainly has. He's actually behind Toby Harris, so Toby's pretty quick as well at this point in the race. So Toby goes through on a 118.3, and yeah, look at that from Nigel, 116.263. So briefly, the quickest lap had gone back to Andrew Marson, but now Nigel is on an absolute rampage to try and make it a three-way fight for the lead of this one. So very, very consistent the times, aren't they? 116.2 for Nigel in 3rd, 116.4 for David in 2nd, and 116.3 for Andrew in the race lead.
Yeah, very, very close between all 3 of them. So the top 3 drivers all matching each other for pace. And even though Richard Clark in 4th place set his best individual lap of the race, he was still around about 2.6 seconds off the time of Nigel Tong and co. So the fourth place car clearly showing it has got good pace, but not quite the same pace as the top three at this stage. So 12 minutes still to go. Andrew Marson starts to head down through the Vale and up towards the conclusion of the lap. David Marson is about to also sneak up the inside of Richard Marson. The two Abarths going wheel to wheel round through Club Corner. Nigel Todd closing in all the time, 4.3 seconds adrift in third place at the start of the lap. What's the gap going to come down to this time as they go over the start-finish line, which will be to start lap number 20. It's another new fastest lap of the race for Nigel Tong, 1 minute 15.714. The gap closes between himself and the car ahead in second place to 2.1 seconds. Tong has definitely got the taste and the appetite for this one, hasn't he?
He certainly has, yep. So now he's found that clear air. He's on rails, so he's absolutely flying along. 2 seconds quicker than the car ahead, second quicker than the car ahead of that. So Nigel is not going to back off whatsoever. He's got plenty of time as well to try and do something. 11.5 minutes left within this race, so it's David is going to come up on first. He's got to get past the other Marson car by the looks of it as they work their way onto the hangar straight, and they're going to run side by side down here in towards Stowe Corner. It looks like that Richard Marson hasn't made that too difficult as they turn their way in towards that right-hander to very shortly complete the lap. But Nigel, can he go for 3 in a row in terms of the quickest laps of this race so far? He heads down once again through the Vale. Got Cole Chambers just up the road as well in the Peugeot, which unfortunately lost out in that safety car period. As we said, got in early and got caught out by being a lap down. So I think the best for him is going to be in 6th place because the Mini up the road is a lap ahead effectively. So that's not going to be caught of Sean Wortley. Unfortunately, across the line we go once more. Not bad from Nigel, but not his best lap of the race. 1:15.7 last time round. In terms of that with a 1.4, this time 1:15.748. But the main thing, Mark, he was quicker again than the two ahead.
He was by 1.1 seconds quicker than David Marson, and compared to the race leader by about 3/4 of a second. So he's now about to fully catch up with David Marson. Is he going to try and squeeze the Volkswagen up the inside of the number 3 Abarth coming onto the hangar straight, but he can't do it at Chapel Corner, so they head down the bottom section of the hangar straight. Cole Chambers Peugeot in the mix as well. He sits there in 6th place, but as we say, he is off the lead lap because he took the opportunity to pit early on and then was caught out, of course, when the safety car came out, and everybody else gained advantage pitting in the safety car. So he's now been placed a lap down by David Marson. Nigel Tong will try to squeeze his way through on the exit of the Vale, and as they head down in towards Club, lock brakes from Nigel Tong as he tries to anchor up the Scirocco. Through he goes and ahead of the Peugeot. He still is in 3rd place overall behind the Abarth.
Yeah, the gap will be down probably to about half a second as they cross the line on this occasion. So Nigel has been pushing once again as he goes through into the 16th on this occasion, which is actually slower than the race leader Andrew Marson. So he's losing time to the leader but gaining on David Marson as it stands. They work their way up towards the left-hander of Farm Curve, and I think the move will be on the cards here as they turn their way in towards Village. Nicely down the inside line for Nigel Tong. He should be able to just run wide the Abarth, which he very much does, pushes it all out over the extremities of the corner, and Nigel has had another one ticked off now. So it's 2nd place, and the gap to try and close down on the race leader is going to be probably around about 5 seconds by the time they complete this lap.
Yeah, 5 seconds, but only 8 minutes and 40 in which to do it. So rate of close needs to be probably at least 1.5 seconds, 1 3/4 quicker per lap, and I just don't think he's got that in him to get there. And Andrew Marson's probably still got a bit in reserve at the moment. Maybe if he needed it, he could just speed up a very small amount. So top 3 all together heading down towards Club. In towards the first left-hand section of Club goes the white and the red and the green Italian liveried Abarth of Andrew Marson. Then the light blue and orange car of Nigel Tong, followed by David Marson's car. Richard Clark is a long way back now in 4th place. We've still got Sean Wortley's Mini in 5th position, and 6th place is still the Peugeot of Cole Chambers. Another good battle going out on circuit at the moment is Toby Harris, who at the wheel of the Ford Fiesta has now got himself ahead of young Will Oatley. So that's a change of position. Now means the Fiesta is up to 8th and Tom Oatley is down to 9th.
Yeah, these are 2 cars once again a lap down to the race leader. So Toby Harris now through as you said, on Will Oatley. So heard from Tom just after his stint within the car, looking forward to racing as much as he can this year with his son Will as it stands in that number 28 machine. So on their way they go once again through in towards the link, and we know that car might have been a little bit intermittent in the hands of Lisa Selby in the first part of this race, and slightly wider the corners, which Toby was there as well, but definitely in a straight line it has got the grunt and the horsepower. So off goes Toby, leaves a little bit more of a gap between himself now and Will Oatley. And for Toby up the road, Richard Marson, 5.2 seconds. Now he's got clear out, might be achievable, but again 5 seconds is quite a big gap with only about 7 minutes left.
Yeah, so round through Stowe goes the Ford Fiesta of Toby Harris. He'll be just about to conclude his 22nd lap this time through. The race leader, Andrew Martin, is on lap number 24 already. So 6.5 minutes just over to go. Toby Harris about to conclude the lap. Remember, he was, what, 5.2 seconds adrift of Richard Marson. Well, that is now down to 3.6 seconds adrift, because Toby Harris has just posted the best lap that the Ford Fiesta has done so far, 1 minute 17.870.
Certainly has, yeah, and the time we had there for Nigel Tong was a 1:15.294, so that is another incredible lap there for the man who is chasing and continues to chase with 6 minutes of this race to go. He's brought another a second out of that gap between the two of them. So Andrew Marson, if he has got something in the tank here, he might want to start using it, because all of a sudden that Sirocco is getting closer and closer and closer in the rear view mirror. So Nigel is definitely on the charge. I don't think there's going to be too much traffic up the road between now and the end of the race. So Nigel's going to have some clear track, Andrew's going to have some clear track, but already on this lap, I think 3.8 seconds is going to be somewhere down to less than 2 seconds. So Nigel is absolutely flying in this race, and the win could still be on the cards as it stands. But for someone who might not finish this race, is that mini there of Adam Hunt. We've got a Clio off into the gravel. That's Will Oatley, isn't it, in the number 28 machine. So that is not what Will and Tom would have wanted, and whether he's gone straight on or whether there was some contact, there was some kind of red marks on the left rear there, so not too sure if he picked that up from this incident or prior, but that has gone off and possibly into the gravel down there at Stowe.
Yeah, so the way he came out and sort of did that with his hand, to me almost indicated as though the brake pedal might have gone to the floor and that he just couldn't anchor it up in time. Well, Nigel Tong is absolutely lapping up the opportunity, isn't he, to try and close in on Andrew Marson. He's almost there. Another new fastest lap of the race last time through. 1 minute 14.712 now is the fastest lap, and that is 1.8 seconds quicker than Andrew Marson, who remains as the race leader, managed last time through. The pair of them just heading round through Stowe Corner now on lap number 25. 4.5 minutes to go, so Andrew Marson is going to have his work cut out here. He's going to have to drive a very, very wide abath to try and keep the Scirocco behind.
Certainly is, yeah. And
just to say, the checkered flag is being prepared, Matt, so I think that car off the race might get ended early.
Perfect, yeah, thought it might be the case with that car in a bit of a precarious position. So Nigel's not going to get his chance, unfortunately, so Andrew Marson will take the first of the Fox Transport Turbo Tin Top victories of the season. Nigel brought the gap down to 0.3 of a second, so one more lap. He might have got it done there, but not going to be the chance here at Silverstone this weekend. Third place goes the way of David Marson. Those two cars finishing second and third. Fourth place goes the way of Richard Clark in the Clio, and the first of the, or the last of the cars on the lead lap will be that Mini Cooper to come through in the hands of Sean Wortley. So a bit of a shame to have that one curtailed, Mark, because we were on for a great fight between the top two.
We were on for a great fight between the top two, yeah, but I don't think either way, you know, checkered flag coming out early has prevented that happening. But had we have gone safety car to snatch that vehicle out of the gravel trap, it wouldn't have happened either. So it's one of those that it's just frustrating. The drivers might say, OK, we lost a little bit of track time, but the track time would only have been following the safety car round. However, I'm not quite sure they saw the checkered flag, because it's come out early and you've probably got a stopwatch in the centre of your steering wheel telling you what the countdown is from 40 minutes. They probably didn't see the checkered flag come out, because they are still at it together as they head round through Club Corner on the lap after they first received the checkered flag. So up towards the start-finish line they'll go. Checkered flag will wave at them for a second time, and hopefully they'll pick up on it this time through. Well, certainly Andrew Marson did, because he backed out of the throttle, and now I think Nigel Tong has done as well, yeah. They were so intent on the battle, and the checkered flag comes out early, they just missed it.
I think they're still racing. They might have slowed down now, yeah. Now they've gone past the first corner. I think they've both realised that the race is done. Neither of them wanted to go up there, did they? They were like, I'm not going to back off if you're not going to back off. So there we go. They're finally seeing the checker flag. There'll be a late arrival into the pit lane with Josh very shortly, and we'll get some classified results hopefully for you as well. After that 40-minute race, which was just brought to a close slightly earlier than expected due to the car of Tom Oatley being off there in the gravel down at Stowe Corner, which is a real shame. But barring that, we got most of them to the end of the race.
Yeah, we certainly did. Yeah, there weren't that many that encountered problems, so they'll all trundle their way back into the pit lane and all get ready for Donington Park, the Grand Prix circuit, on the 12th and the 13th of April, which is the next event that the Classic Sports Car Club have. Then we'll go to Cadwell Park on the 17th and 18th of May, before it's then back to Silverstone, but on the national circuit. And then from there, we also take in races at Snetterton, at Castle Combe, at Brands Hatch for the big Brands Britannia event. Thruxton and Alton Park are all on the calendar for this year. ClassicSportsCarClub.co.uk if you want to pick up any further details and want any more information about any further events that we have. So with Will Oatley's car stranded there in the gravel trap, I think the red marks on the back of it might have been where he bumped into some of the tyre wall on the way in, possibly. That might be the red marks on the side of it, but certainly just the way he was indicating with his hand going up and down horizontally, to me suggested that the brake pedal just didn't do what he expected it to do, and that may well have been not a mistake from Will. It might have been a car issue that put him in that position in the first place. So just waiting for the confirmation of the results. So Andrew Marson will be our race winner, and will probably I would say the smallest raced victory that we've had so far this weekend, Matt, just 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, very close, isn't it? Yeah, so that probably would be, wouldn't it? 0.3 of a second between the top two, with a very quick charge in Nigel Tong towards the end there. So yeah, Andrew picks up that victory, and a very close margin, which as we said, would have unfolded maybe in a different way, but that's not to be the case today for Nigel. Up until that point, Andrew drove a fantastic race. Let's just confirm the results for you then. Andrew Marson wins the race, but only just from the John Hammersley and Nigel Tong Volkswagen Scirocco. David Marson was third, ahead of Richard Clark, who claimed a class win in fourth, as did Sean Mortley, who was there in fifth, and Cole Chambers completed the top six. Richard Marson was seventh, then it was Toby Harris and Lisa Selby, ahead of David Cox and Paul Clothier. James Manning was 11th, and Adam Hunt completed the top 12. He was the last of the finishers, because we know of the whereabouts of Will Otley's Renault Clio in the gravel trap, and we also know that Bob Hosier brought about that safety car period earlier on when the bonnet came up on his Seat Leon. So all of the drivers have made their way down into the pit lane, so it's time to go back down there. They're all with Josh.
Yeah, we'll start with third position this time, David Mars. And David, third position there, you're saying there's quite hard work out there today.
Yeah, messed the start up, dropped back down, got back up to second place, then we had a pit stop, dropped right back again, and then just carried on fighting really. So yeah, it was good fun, really, really good fun, a lot of work. It was.
Number of these are Baths out today. They're a good little car to drive.
They are superb, yes. We're one missing at the moment. We are from Alton Park last year, and that'll be out hopefully for Donington. But for a 1400 turbo engine, they are absolutely amazing. They really are.
Are they cars you've developed yourself, or are they the race cars before?
They used to be in a race series originally. It used to be in a race series, and then we bought them, and because we're all cousins that race them, well, and one best mate as well, and we just developed and kept building, kept doing things to them, and we're with the 2 litres now, and it's superb, it really is. So 1400, they're very, very good. They really are.
And you drive it well done.
Thank you very much.
So there's in third position David Marsden. If we make our way down to second place, we'll be able to speak to Nigel Tongue in a moment. I think he's just jumping out of his car at the moment. Then we'll grab a word with Nigel if we can. Lots of people around. Nigel, second place there. The race had to be shortened a little bit early, which just hampered you trying to get the win.
Yeah, I just had a bit of a bollocking from the clock because I missed the checker flag. But previous lap there was 5 minutes to go, and I'm a dice in the lead, so I have to apologise. I missed the checkered, but yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it?
1 minute 14 there. You happy with that time?
Yeah, there's more in the car, but it's hot. The tyres have gone off, and they're old tyres. So, but yeah, it was good dice. I was chasing the leader down, and on the last lap, albeit it wasn't the last lap, I think whether I got him on the line, I don't know. It was close.
We might never know because that won't be timed. But well done on second place. Then our race winner was Andy Marson. Andy, No, but good race. Andy, race win there for you, but in your case, quite pleased the race ended a couple of laps early.
Definitely, yeah. I was going very hot and very tired in that car, and the race changed halfway through, didn't it, with the safety car coming out. I thought I'd got a bit of a buffer there, but then all of a sudden that buffer was gone. So we start again, but it made it more entertaining, a little bit more fun when we had a bit of competition, and Carl Chambers and John to have a bit of a battle with. So just hung on at the end, we did.
What's a bit the chicane here? The speed you're able to carry through there in the Abarth is mighty.
Yes, it is. We've got a very good setup on it. The suspension, the ST is absolutely perfect. But we manage to, around these slower corners, the car is quite light, so it does carry the speed quite well. And then we've got a bit of traction control to pull us out. So yeah, it does help a little bit.
What sort of weight are you talking about in that car?
About 1,000 kilograms now. Not including me though. That adds a bit, doesn't it, as well? But 1,000 overall. So yeah, we keep an eye on it as much as we can. Don't we? Make it as light as possible. So good race overall though.
Obviously, it's not a popular car to race as such. What made you choose that one out of anything else?
So we're actually Fiat and Abarth dealers, so we're all in the network, aren't we? And we came across a couple of the competition cars over the years, but bought them all from European countries, Finland, we've had to go to Belgium, different places. And we have got a real passion for Abarth as well. So there's a little owners club following with us as well, which is great. So yeah, we've got quite an affinity with Abarth over the years through the business, so that's why.
Any other Abarth models we might see come out racing in the future?
No, not at the moment, but you never say never, do you? You know, some of these owners club guys that do follow us as well, we've got some real special classics, and we've done a few events with them, so you never know. Maybe in the future, it might be an option in a few years' time.
Do you deal with the historic cars as well as the modern ones?
Yeah, we do, yeah. I mean, in our business, we do sell the new and the used vehicles, but we do restore classic cars as well, just on the side. So, yeah, we do enjoy them. But nothing Abarth related at the moment, but, you know, you never know in the future, do you? So time will tell.
Well done on the race win, a really good race there from the Fox Transport Turbo Tin Top race here at Silverstone. More racing from the Classic Sports Car Club coming up in a moment.
Thanks, yep, good to hear from the drivers down there with Josh Barrett in the pit lane area. We've got that little bit of clearing up that needs to be done to get Will Otley's car out of the way, and therefore there might just be a slight delay. It won't be long, I don't think, before we're able to get things going here again. So weather conditions still absolutely beautiful. You can see some people out there in the new development through the Maggots and Beckett's complex enjoying the sunshine, sitting out on the balconies. And the new restaurant that's there, actually, I didn't realise there was a restaurant down where the new development is. What's it called? Escapade, is it?
Escapade, yeah.
Escapade,
yeah.
Down there. It's only when I ran around the perimeter track on Friday here at Silverstone, I spotted the restaurant down there.
Did they offer you in for a meal?
I was busy at the time. I was in the process of panting lots because I was trying to run as quickly as I could. But it does look very nice. You know, it's a fantastic facility, isn't it?
It certainly is. Yeah, overlooking, of course, down there at Maggots and Beckett's. You've got the balcony as well up on the top where you can enjoy the outside weather, which we have here, and of course all the rooms that you can stay in as well.
Yes, I don't know what the budget is, but I suspect they're slightly out of my budget.
Yes, me too.
But what a fantastic development it is. And as we alluded to yesterday, you know, things are always changing here at Silverstone. We had, you know, the Arena Grand Prix circuit built 10 years ago. We've got the Escapade that's now built. As you drive into the circuit now, then just as you come in through, if you were in the Heritage pits and you come over where Bridge Corner used to be, all of the left-hand side there is in the process of being developed as an FIA-compliant karting circuit here to bring some of the European championships here.
Yeah, and I did actually spot that this morning after you mentioned it to me yesterday, where I was oblivious to what was going on. I actually saw it. I thought, yes, it's quite nice.
You were awake this morning when you arrived at the circuit. You're a busy man, Matt. You're allowed. You're allowed.
But no, it is a great development and something that's going to be coming the way of Silverstone very shortly. There's the Silverstone Hotel, isn't it?
That was another one, wasn't it? Of course, yeah, with the bridge that went in to link the two.
Yeah. Another good view, isn't it, where you wake up in the morning and see cars going around the track? Not bad at all.
I've not been into that hotel yet. Have you been in?
No, I haven't.
No, I shall have to wander over at some point. Yeah, I really shall. So yeah, Silverstone's one of those that is always changing. There's always some sort of building work going on site. Will Oatley's car out of harm's way now, so good work as ever by CC Recovery. I know Richard Pearson is here working for CC Recovery this weekend. I don't know whether Matt Franks is as well, but they are not just always here at Silverstone. You see them at the likes of Cadwell Park and Donington Park. They're a very, very busy but very professional motorsport recovery company.
Yep, and of course without them as well, a bit like the Marshalls, we wouldn't be able to get cars recovered and get back to racing, so they do a fantastic job as well to do those things very quickly. If you imagine if you're out on the road in general and you have a breakdown, it takes a few hours, doesn't it, for a recovery vehicle to get to you and get everything sorted. But here at Silverstone and most of the circuits around the UK, they're there very swiftly, get the job done, and in the best part of 10 minutes, you're cleared away and ready to go once again.
Yeah, so yeah, we couldn't do it without them, and the rescue crews as well, and the timekeepers. You know, as John Hammersley was saying, it's a whole group of people, all with different skills in different areas, that bring a race meeting together. And if you want to maybe consider a role that you could get involved with, then why not log on to the likes of the British Motorsport Marshals website? So BMMC is the British Motorsport Marshals Club. Their website is marshals.co.uk, marshals.co.uk. You can sign up to a taster day, so find a date and a venue and a circuit that's convenient for you. Commit to going along there for the day. You'll get sent an e-ticket. When you arrive at the circuit, you'll be one of several other people that are on the taster day, and in the morning, with an experienced guide or your mentor for the day, you get an in-depth view as to all the areas where you can get involved in potentially being a marshal, not just the on-circuit activities, but assembly area, start line, all of those as well. And then in the afternoon, you go out onto a marshal's post as a member of the experienced team on that marshal's post, and in that single day, it gives you a good idea as to whether marshalling's for you or not. So sign up to a taster day, marshals.co.uk. So Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens will be heading out onto circuit shortly. Gold Arts have been the long time title sponsor of the Magnificent Sevens, and if you're wondering what the Magnificent Sevens are, because we've not seen them out on circuit so far this weekend, then it's for any Lotus 7 inspired design. So Caterham's largely fill the grids, and in fact I think they exclusively fill the grid this weekend, but it doesn't preclude the likes of Westfield or MKs or DAX or Stuart Taylors or Raws or Locusts or Tigers, all to take part, and all of those sort of have that same Lotus 7-esque design. The classes are based on engine output as well, so depending on how much engine power you have dictates which class you go into. But let's guide you through the grid for this one. There was an amended grid issued, which sees Stephen Nuttall line up on pole position, and alongside is Ian Payne, and it's Richard Carter and Stephen Collins on row number 2. Robert Jones has Martin Ledbetter for company on row number 3, and row number 4 it is Simon Lanyon who starts, and Col Nairn sits alongside. The next row of the grid after the Lanyons is going to be Richard Green, who will start alongside James Fradley. Then it's Josh Gollin and Oliver Gemmell. Paul Fiennes Allen is next up with Trevor Harbour, Stephen Spicer and Tom Davis. And at the back of the grid, a car that was second quickest in qualifying, car number 81, Johnny Pittard. So he'll be one to watch for me. The reason he was put to the back of the grid, Matt, I'm going to read it from what the official timing sheet said. Car 81, which is Johnny Pittard, disqualified from the session for slow, erratic or potentially dangerous driving, referencing regulation chapter 7, app 7, article 1.9. So I'm not quite sure what happened in qualifying because we didn't see it, but Johnny Pittard, second quickest in qualifying, back of the grid. Yeah,
it's almost like a reverse grid, is it, for him? He's going to have to work his way through. He should have the pace, but how quickly he can get himself to the front, we'll have to wait and see. But there's going to be plenty to look forward to, and of course with these cars and what they do in terms of racing, lend themselves to great slipstreaming, and it's a good circuit for them to do that because you've got the likes of the Hanger Straight on the run down to Stowe Corner, and also the run from Hamilton straight down towards Abbey. So we're expecting, if things are close, a lot of overtaking.
We certainly are, yep. So this will be a standing start for this one. Stephen Nuttall's car is largely all black, but it has flashes of gold to it. He sits on pole position. It's largely the black and white car of Ian Payne that's alongside. Row 2 of the grid will be the light green car of Richard Carter alongside the silver, black and yellow car of Stephen Collins. Robert Jones on the 3rd row of the grid, car number 9. I haven't managed as yet to find a colour for that car, but we will do as the race goes on. And alongside will be Martin Ledbetter's car, who is largely burgundy. So, yeah, it is burgundy. I would say both cars at the back of the grid to watch out for, because Johnny Pittard, second quickest in qualifying, disqualified and having to start from the back. And also, Tim Davies has done a good chunk of winning and is always a front runner in Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. He only did 1 lap in qualifying. Don't know what happened there. He's at the back of the grid as well. Yeah, so 2 relatively quick drivers with lots to do. So we'll work out how they can get to the front. But yeah, definitely Tim Davies one to watch out for, and Johnny Pittard. Robert Jones you just saw there, colours of white with a black nose cone. So he is there on the 3rd row of the grid. And once again, our very helpful marshals standing by to
usher the drivers into grid position. So Stephen Nuttall onto his pole. Ian Payne sits there alongside.
Let's get to that time of day with that camera angle. All you can see is the sunshine bouncing back off the bonnets, isn't it? Makes colours difficult to see.
Yeah, can't see anything really, can we? So we'll go from the grid, but yeah, we can just about see the yellow there of Richard Carter, and then from the back angle, it's a little bit better. So you can see those first 3 rows now into position. Got row 4 complete and row 5. Are we missing anyone? Don't think so. It's just the way the angle of the camera, I think, is. Yeah, I think we're all good as the next few rows come into position. Towards the rear there, Trevor Harbour and Paul Finns-Allen. And then the final couple of cars you can see there, Tim Davis on the right of picture and Johnny Pissard after disqualification from qualifying with work to do from 17th, but can he possibly be inside the top 10 by the end of the first lap? You would probably guess he would be after qualifying second this morning.
Yep, so he was still 3.5 seconds shy of the pole time of Stephen Nuttall. So Stephen Nuttall should, in theory, run away and hide with this one, but we'll have to wait and see. We will watch out for those 2 cars off the back of the grid. We're about to get the first of 2 races underway, Matt, for the Mag 7s.
Certainly are, yeah. Another one to look forward to later on, but first of their 20-minute races here at Silverstone to kickstart their 2025 campaign. The green flag has been waved from the rear as per the regulations, a 5-second board up and down, and then it's up to our starter to get this race underway with Stephen Nuttall and Ian Payne on the front of the grid. And it's a pretty even start, but I'd say Ian Payne gets the best of them. Robert Jones slow away from row number 3, so he's going to be mired mid-pack by the time they get down towards Abbey Corner, and also Stephen Collins trying to make a move towards the inside as they venture through Abbey and on towards Farm Curve. There is Tim Davis, by the looks of it, already making up a good few places as they work their way in towards the village for the first time. And of course, if you're coming from the back of the grid, you need to make sure you take it easy and don't make any contact, because that could definitely put pay to your race. But for now, Stephen Nuttall, the pole sitter, leads the way through on towards the Hanger Straight. Ian Payne right there in second place. Yeah,
I got Tim Davis up to 9th place when they approached Village. Well, that only means that that's Abbey Farm, and in towards Village already he's up from 17th to 9th. So brilliant start from him. Stephen Nuttall leads the way. Ian Payne there in second place. Richard Carter 3rd. 4th is going to be Stephen Collins. And 5th place, is that Tim Davis that's already now in 5th position? Yes, it is. The black and the Dayglow orange car. Tim Davis in 5th place, and I think 6th by the time they get towards Club may well be the other car that starts off the back, Johnny Pittard. Rotation sideways in the middle of the circuit for Robert Jones. That is up at Stowe Corner. Hopefully he'll be able to get that car going. And then do we also have 2 cars trip over each other there? Was that Carl Nairn and Josh Gollin that made a bit of contact?
Yeah, Josh has got some bodywork damage already, hasn't he? So he's trailing one of the mud flaps by the looks of it. So a lot of smoke now depositing from his car, and that's going to make it quite tricky to drive, I imagine, on the run down towards Abbey. So that needs to fly off to help him, but not good news at all for Josh after that slight contact with Carl Nairn. So the pace is definitely reduced for him as he works his way up towards the right-hander of Village. And for Tim Davis, he goes through now to take 4th place away, so up ahead of Stephen Collins. So he's making fairly light work of these cars so far, and I think he'll be pretty much onto the tail of Richard Carter by the end of the lap.
Yeah, both Tim Davis and Johnny Pittard both made up 11 places on the first lap from their starting position, so good first lap from them. Poor old Josh Gollin. Usually what happens with a Caterham wing is that it eventually has the wind catch it and it disappears out of harm's way, but that one is being rather troublesome. It's not falling off, is it?
No, very robust indeed is that one, but now Tim Davis, back to him and his progress, up another place. So now gets himself on the podium before we complete lap number 2. So brilliant drive from him. In the background there, Jonathan Pittard was about to make a move as well, so that should see him past and up another position as they come across the line. That is, job done for Jonathan Pittard, and then he's got to try and set his sights on Richard Carter, which again won't probably take him too long. And now see what they can both do about the 2 out front, which is still Stephen Nuttall and Ian Payne, but already Stephen is 5.7 seconds clear of the second place car. So his pace was quick in qualifying, and that has definitely transpired into this race.
Josh Gollin eventually comes into the pit lane, still with that front wing on the right-hand corner hanging off the car. That will have been biting into the tyre and will have damaged the tyre as well. So into the pit lane, sadly for him, with 16.5 minutes still to go. Tim Davis gains another place there, and is that Ian Payne he's just gone by? Yes, it is. So Tim Davis off the back of the grid, penultimate place on the grid, having only done 1 lap in qualifying, is now up into 2nd position, and it's only taken him less than 3 laps to get there.
Good progress, isn't it, from the rear of the field almost to the front for Tim Davis. Richard Carter has been passed by Jonathan Pittard as well. There goes Jonathan through shot. There's Richard, and there is Stephen Collins by the looks of it. Just kicked up some dust through Vale and Club on that occasion as well, so didn't delay him too much in the process, but both of their lap times now pretty even between these two cars as they work their way down and towards Abbey, but what was 3rd and 4th place has now very quickly become 5th and 6th for those two drivers. Quickest lap of the race has gone to our race leader, Stephen Nuttall, a 106.737, and now with some clear air, let's see what both Tim Davis and Jonathan Pittard can do. In the sandwich there is Ian Payne. He's not going to let Jonathan Pittard go through if he can help it, but he's going to have no choice as they get onto the hanging straight.
Yeah, Johnny Pittard much quicker in a straight line than Ian Payne. That's a Class E car up against a Class B car, so that is a huge difference in terms of power. So above 300 brake horsepower for the Class E car, and it's only going to be about, what, 150 to 180 brake horsepower for the car that he's just overtaken. So that's the difference between them. And now Johnny Pittard dives up the inside of Tim Davis and gains a further place. So Tim Davis was up to 2nd. He's back down to 3rd now as Johnny Pittard, the other car from the tail end of the field, charges through.
Yeah, picked up 2 places in that 1 lap. So Jonathan Pittard now the one to watch out for. Let's see if John and that Tim Davis can work together to try and claw the gap down onto our race leader, who is now, believe it or not, 12.1 seconds clear. We've only just completed the first quarter of this race, so he's absolutely flying away in the distance. There's Carl Nairn, and he is very shortly to be under attack from the 193 machine of James Fradley. And James, this time round, what is he going to do in terms of a lap time? Is it any quicker? No, a little bit slower there, so those two remain about half a second adrift of each other as Tim Davis once again heads on to the back straight for the 5th time of asking, and now just starting to lose a little bit of ground, Jonathan Pittard, because he is starting to stretch the gap on the run down towards Stowe Corner. So is Tim Davis going to have anything to do with Johnny Pittard, or is that kind of race done for him and settling himself into 3rd place?
Yeah, I think it's, 3rd is probably as good as it's going to get now for Tim Davis. I just don't think he'll have the pace over Johnny Pittard, because again, Johnny Pittard has just sort of robbed away a little bit, hasn't he, since taking 2nd place away. There'll be some traffic just up the road to deal with, though, which I think is going to be Stephen Spicer's car, which, where is Johnny Pittard going to meet that? He's going to get through before they get towards Abbey. Tim Davis is not going to have to worry about compromising Abbey. Look at it, cocking the inside wheel. Did you see the inside wheel of Tim Davis's car there? Front right-hand corner was probably half a centimetre up in the air as he pitched it in towards Abbey.
Very light machines, aren't they? So you
very
can
light.
chuck them around, and they do have a little bit of air going underneath them, but you can just see again how hard the drivers are working. It's kind of always turning that wheel through corners. You've got to try and catch it as best you can as well. Opposite lock at some occasions you turn your way through these tighter corners. As we watch the rest of the pack now work its way through, we've got one of the cars into the pits. I think that's Josh Gollin, who has finally decided that the mud flap has not departed its way, so he's going to try and get that removed and head back out, but that's going to drop him again to the tail.
Yeah, it's his 2nd stop, isn't it? We saw him come in earlier, but he has come in for a 2nd time.
Yeah, so more dramas for him possibly. So down to 17th place for car number 17. There is still Carl Nairn, who remains ahead of James Fradley. So this is a fairly close battle as well, but one that hasn't changed since we last looked at it.
Now it's for 9th and for 10th places at the moment, but it is for the lead of Class C in reality. So Carl Nairn in the light blue car with the black wheel arches and black nose cone, being followed by the grey car with, it's almost sort of a reddy, day-glow orangey rollover hoop in the hands of Fradley, James Fradley. So they are both fighting over the lead of Class TC. And Class TC is for cars with a power output of between 153 and 185 brake horsepower.
So on they go once again then through towards the completion of their next lap, and it probably won't be too long actually until they're lapped by Stephen Nuttall, because they're about 55 seconds adrift. We're doing 107, so yeah, within the next probably 2 or 3 laps it will be race leader Stephen Nuttall with them. Gap out front has just grown as well, slightly half a second more to Johnny Pittard now, so we're edging towards 13 seconds as we head now over towards the right-hander of Chapel, and another fairly close battle here between what's going to be Simon Lanyon for this race. We'll have another Lanyon in the car a little bit later on, but that's going to be chased by the number 16 machine now, which is Martin Ledbetter. So that's another close fight we have in this race.
Yeah, Martin Ledbetter, who we've seen out racing other 7 type cars in the past as well, and not just caterings. I'm sure I've seen Martin out in other Lotus 7 inspired designs in the past, but his Boss Racing, almost burgundy car, had been closing in on Simon Lanyon. I do struggle to think that that is the Lanyon's car, because I'm so used to it being dark blue for a good number of years, and to see it light blue is new to me. So whether it's the same car and just been resprayed over the winter, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I'll try and find out a little bit later on. We'll be marking that one for the second race in around about an hour's time, but down now in towards the first corner of Abbey, they go with some traffic to deal with as well, but traffic has been good, stayed out of the way and not caused too many dramas. Here we turn our attention now a little bit further back. It's just outside the top 10 actually. This is Richard Green, ironically not in the green car, and then behind we've got the 141 machine of Oliver Jamil, and they head now onto their 8th lap of the race as they turn their way in towards Abbey Corner. So we've got some good battles, but we're just needing some of them to make some moves to give us some good fights and some places to be changed. But they are working their way, as I said, for 11th and 12th place. A little bit of a wider line for Jamil as they work their way through now in towards Village, down through the cut through effectively through the link, where normally on the Grand Prix circuit you turn left on towards the Wellington Straight, but of course into the International Circuit you cut through and rejoin here at Chapel and head on to the Hangar Straight.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure whether that is Chapel Curve. I think one map you got, it said that would be Beckett's on this configuration. The one I've got suggested it's Chapel, so we've been referring to it as Chapel, because for me it is more Chapel is where you appear, isn't it? So up towards the braking area for Stowe Corner, and there is then number 141, Oliver Gemmell. He has gone through and ahead of Richard Green, who will hand the car over for the second race to his son Pascal Green. And again, these are a couple of driver pairings, Richard and Pascal Green, who've been racing in Mag 7s for a good number of years. We've seen less of them in the last few years. They're busy fighting away, whilst Johnny Pittard in second place is trying to place them both a lap down.
Yeah, which he now does. He goes through. Didn't get too delayed in that one either. Goes across the line and does a 108.5, which again is still half a second slower than the race leader. So every single lap it seems to be half a second between the two of them. So just edging out that gap once again, with Tim Davis still sitting quite pretty in third position. He's about 6 seconds up the road from his nearest challenger. Got some more lappery being done there as well, because Carl Nairn goes through on the 75 machine, which is now the, well, not last car in the race, because Josh Gollin has rejoined this one, but that's the 75 machine of Stephen Spicer, which started towards the rear of the field. So Carl Nairn through in towards the right-hander of Stowe. And here is the other battle, which continues on its way as well. Across the line they go now. That is going to be the battle once again a little bit lower down in the field.
Yeah, that will be the car of Simon Lanyon, who has still got right with him Martin Ledbetter. So they'll be fighting over 7th and 8th positions. Simon Lanyon's the light blue and black car, then almost the burgundy or metallic maroon, subject to what you want to call it, car of Martin Ledbetter. So our race leader now, 14.5 seconds to the good, is Stephen Nuttall from Johnny Pittard in second position. The lead advantage came out by 1.2 seconds last time through. Tim Davis is still there in third, but has really dropped away now. He's 10 seconds adrift. Then it is Ian Payne in fourth place, and the lime green coloured car, just going through Club Corner now, number 42, is there in fifth place, which is Richard Carter. He does lead his class, so he is leading Class TD at this stage, which is for cars with between 186 and 260 brake horsepower. Richard Carter, again, another driver that's been racing Mag 7s for a huge amount of years.
Very familiar with these cars is Richard, so running fairly strongly in the top 5 as it stands. There goes the 69 machine of Stephen Collins, who started on row 2, so just fell back from where he started this race about 12 minutes or so ago. Got 7.5 minutes left within this one. We've had some quick time through from a couple of drivers on that previous lap. They've now just changed because Simon Lanyon and Martin Ledbetter have completed a further lap, but both of them previously had done their best lap of the race. So still time out there in these warm conditions at Silverstone to start the season. And once again, we're going to head off the back straight as we now work our way down in towards Stowe Corner, seeing if this is a battle or a bit of traffic to be dealt with actually by Stephen Collins. So he'll go through on the exit of Stowe, on the run now down through in towards the Vale, and that will be another bit of traffic ticked off in the moment. I think now that Stephen Nuttall as well, the race leader, has built up his margin, he's just kind of backed off the pace, hasn't he? Because he's not running in the 106s anymore. He's down to the 108s, whether that be backing off or traffic to deal with. nonetheless, he is still comfortably up the road ahead of Johnny Pittard.
Yeah, and he's just weaving his way through the traffic now, so he's just got past Martin Ledbetter's car. Simon Lanyon's light blue car is the next that our race leader will deal with. As over the start-finish line comes Stephen Nuttall, still leading the way, putting another lap into the book. That's now 12 laps completed, on to lap number 13. Very comfortable lead, so he can just really stroke the car home for the next 6 minutes. When he qualified, 3.5 seconds quicker than Johnny Pittard, and then of course Johnny Pittard was put to the back of the grid, so Ian Payne lined up on pole, who was nearly 4 seconds slower than Stephen Nuttall in qualifying. Stephen must have thought, just need to drive at a sensible pace. I don't need to drive flat out because he's got the advantage.
Indeed, yeah, but not get embroiled in any dramas and not really kind of make a daredevil move down the inside line of a back marker. Just take it very, very easy indeed, and that is what he's done. He can push when he wants to, but for now, with the buffer and probably this information being fed to him from the pit wall as well, with the boards that get hung out, I think you probably know he's got a very comfortable lead over the rest of the pack as it stands. There is Martin Ledbetter, and he's still fairly close to the back of Simon Lanyon at the minute, so this is a fight that carries on and probably will carry on till the checkered flag. But whether it be Martin Ledbetter getting through or Simon Lanyon able to put up a good defence here, we'll have to wait and see. But this is all for 7th and 8th place, first within Class C as well. So this is our continuing Class C battle, which now goes on to its 13th lap in this race.
Yep, so still the light blue car of Simon Lanyon ahead of the metallic burgundy car of Martin Ledbetter. They flick their way through Abbey, then up towards the farm corner area. Now, back out on circuit, he said, was Josh Gollin. Well, he is now back in towards the pit lane again once more, so this is now the 3rd pit stop for the number 17 car, all because of that little bit of light contact at the very start of the race.
Yeah, just niggling now, isn't it? It's kind of not running as it probably should do, so in and out has gone Josh Gollin now for the 3rd time. Whether he gets back out for the 3rd time, we'll have to wait and see, but there's your race leader once again, Stephen Nuttall. It's down towards the Vale, 107.7 last time through. There's that fight which carries on for 7th place, so Lanyon and that of Ledbetter go through. There's your 2nd place car of Johnny Pittard. Last time round he was a little bit quicker than the race leader, but again, still over 13 seconds. The gap remains between the top two as we tick down to around about 4 minutes to go. So it'll be about 4 laps remaining for the race leader. And Simon Lanyon continues to come under pressure here from Martin Ledbetter, but strengths and weaknesses on different parts of the circuits are definitely helping Simon in favour of having that place. There goes Tim Davis. He is still there in 3rd place, but as we kind of expected, once he got there, there's going to be no further progress to be made. But still, good run from 16th on the grid up into the podium places.
Yeah, good stuff. Not sure what his problems were in qualifying, but the man from Orpington, ex-TVR Tuscan racer, Tim Davis, going beautifully well at the wheel of his familiar liveried black and day-glow orange Boss racing machine. Still a bit of traffic for him to deal with though, so he weaves his way through and past, I think that might have been Trevor Harbour's car. So Tim Davis sitting there safely in 3rd position. The top 3 cars all run in Class SE, so the first of those that is in a different class is the Class SB car in the hands of Ian Payne. As for Simon Lanyon now and Martin Ledbetter, round through Stowe Corner they'll go. Still the light blue car of Simon Lanyon is fending off Martin Ledbetter, but Martin Ledbetter's had a better lap this time through. They both set their best individual lap on the previous lap. It was a 1 minute 12.499 from Simon Lanyon. The burgundy car behind, it was 1 minute 12.169 for Martin Ledbetter. So they are pushing each other as hard as they possibly can, and there's still nothing between them. But that daylight has diminished, hasn't it, on that lap?
Certainly has, yeah. And Simon Lanyon seems to be going a lot wider at the corners now, so it's a little bit wider than he probably should be. He's going to go to the inside of a back marker here, whilst they also get lapped by Johnny Pittard. Hand goes up in the air there because he probably wasn't too happy with what was going on, but he got through cleanly. So now we're going to see if Martin Ledbetter can do so, although Martin seems to have been going a little bit slow there, and he's lost quite a bit of ground to Simon Lanyon, so he definitely clawed that back on the previous lap, but all of a sudden Martin Ledbetter is now really not anywhere to be seen.
Well, he's there, but the problem was that, yeah, he just got compromised, really. Stephen Spicer, he was trying to lap, and at the same time he'd got Johnny Pittard trying to lap him, so I think he backed off and just didn't get the run through Abbey, and that sort of dropped him out of the tow now, really, of Simon Lanyon, so he's going to have to work extra hard to try and get himself back within a second, maybe a second and a half at the very most, to get the tow from the car ahead, which will punch that hole in the end. He's not got much time in which to do it, because we've now only got 1 minute and 3/4 remaining of the race, and our race leader Stephen Nuttall is now to lap number 17.
Yeah, so with this one and one more to go for the race leader. Martin Ledbetter last time through was just 3/10 adrift of Simon Lanyon. That's going to be probably over a second now as they cross the line. Yeah, 1.5 seconds between the two of them. So see if he can claw anything back in the closing stages. Stephen Nuttall works his way now onto the tail of Richard Carter. So that'll be him up to and lapping 5th place by the looks of it. So Stephen Nuttall gets through nicely on the inside line. Then we'll have another car to lap, which is going to be Oliver Jamil as they turn their way towards Stowe Corner. But this has been a perfect drive, hasn't it, with a lap and a bit to go for Stephen Nuttall, up to 16.5 seconds clear of Johnny Pittard. Interesting to see how the second race for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens unfolds, and what Johnny Pittard might be able to do about what potentially could be the race winner this time round.
Yeah, let's just see then. He's been pretty faultless throughout the course of this race so far. Eased his pace probably by about 1, 2, maybe 2.5 seconds in the last lap or so. His best lap was a 1:06. He's now lapping 1:07s, almost closer towards 1:08, almost closer towards 1:09s at this stage. So he looks safe in the lead of the race. Johnny Pittard certainly looks safe in second. Tim Davis exits Stowe Corner and he looks fairly safe in 3rd place. For our race leader, out of Chapel onto the Hanger Straight for what will be the final time.
Certainly will, yep. So not really touched at all, was he? The man out front, Stephen Nuttall, with maybe one more car to lap before he sees the checkered flag. The clock now is at 0, and he'll be working his way through then for the first victory of the season in the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. It's going to be almost 20 seconds advantage over Johnny Pittard, but it has been a well-driven race for Johnny as well. They're in 2nd place. We'll see him to the flag very shortly, but for Stephen Nuttall, did the job this morning in qualifying, and he's transpired to be the victor in the first of our Mag 7 races of the season. So well done to him as he comes through after 20 minutes. Quickest lap of the race also went to him on a 1:06.399, and as we said, he's going to win probably by about 20 seconds by this car in 2nd place. So Johnny Pittard turns his way now through in towards Club Corner. KT7 CSR comes through from what was the back of the grid up into 2nd place, and for Tim Davis, still with a few corners to go, be working his way through as well from 16th on the grid up into the podium places.
Yep, so good work from Johnny Pittard and Tim Davis working our way through the grid. And because Stephen Nuttall, our race winner, has won this race, he'll have that task to do in the 2nd race for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, our last race of the day, because the winner's penalty for this one is in the next race at the same race meeting, you start 10 places further back. So he'll be starting in 11th position, the race winner, for our final race of the day. And whoever wins that final race of the day, it doesn't carry over to the next meeting at Donington. The slate's wiped clean at the end of each weekend, and the way it works in the regulations for this year. So over the start-finish line, a few more cars. Carl Nairn is about to take the checkered flag. We've still got James Fradley to take the checkered flag, and then also the number 9 car about to take the checkered flag, which will be Robert Jones. And I think that's everybody through now. Only one car we lost, and that was the rather troublesome number 17 of Josh Gollin, but hopefully they'll be able to sort that out, so at least Nathaniel Gollin can have the opportunity to race later on today. But other than that, 17 cars started, 16 took the checkered flag. Skies have just been absolutely blue all day, haven't they? The odd little wisp of cloud here and there, but generally, what a weekend. Those solar panels on the roof of the wing will have been certainly soaking up and producing some good electricity this weekend and over the last few days. Even Friday when I arrived at the circuit, it was very similar weather as well. Let's confirm the results for you though. Stephen Nuttall claims the win and sets the fastest lap, with Johnny Pittard in 2nd place and Tim Davis in 3rd. 4th place, winning his class, was Ian Payne, and it was the same for Richard Carter, who finished in 5th. Stephen Collins was 6th. Simon Lanyon was a class winner in 7th, ahead of Martin Ledbetter. Carl Nairn came through to finish in 9th, another class win from him, and it was James Fradley, Robert Jones and Oliver Jamil that complete the top 12. Then it was Richard Green, who was there in 13th place. Paul Fiennes Allen was there in 14th, ahead of Trevor Harbour in 15th, and James Spicer was the last of the finishers in 16th place. It was a troubled race for Josh Gollin. Contact early on causing damage to his car. 3 trips to the pits couldn't cure it. He was the sole retirement. So let's go down to the pit lane, where hopefully Josh can chat to the top 3.
Yep, they're all down here, Mark, and Stephen Nuttall's just jumping out of the race-winning car. So we'll grab a word with Stephen. Stephen, a good dominant drive there.
Yeah, enjoyed that. Feels like a long couple of days getting to this point. Car's been fighting me a little bit the last couple of days, so we had a busy day. Well, I had a busy day yesterday putting it together, but no, it seemed to run pretty well there. I think there's more speed in it as well. I'm just keeping an eye on trying to get these tyres through to race 2 and an eye on the engine temperature. So there's more to come, hopefully.
At 1:06, there's not many cars that's gone quicker than that other than some of the GT cars.
No, and I think, as I say, there might be a second in it now. Yeah. So I was just trying to rein myself in, trying to push for a time versus trying to keep these tyres for another race. So, yeah, it's gone all right. I'm pleased with that.
Tell us about the car and the developments to it.
Yeah, well, it is still a road car, strictly. It's got a V5 and it's had MOT into recently. It's a 98 Supersport. It's a road car from day one that I've just built over the years. I've probably had it 15 years now. So this is like its final iteration of development. Duratec 2.5, flappy paddle gearbox, hard-air box. I mean, it's a 420 championship car with just more power, better gear, better paddle shift and better dampers. That's it, really.
How much power is it pulling out?
Can't really say, can I? About 250 apparently, but yeah, maybe a bit more.
Well done. Great to have it here. In second position, we had Johnny Pittard from the back of the grid. Johnny, a little bit naughty this morning, I think.
No, well, that was, my bad this morning, which ruined qualifying. But I think we would have struggled to keep up with Stephen, but it would have been nice to have had had more of a go at him. I never really got him in sight, but pushed as hard as I can. But the car went terrific. It's quite an emotional race for us because one of the team sadly passed away earlier in the year. So we're really hoping to bring home the win and dedicate it to her. But this is the best we could do today, and at least we're in a better position for the second race, and we'll have a good go then.
Try and hold him off that time. Well done on second, and then finally Tim Davis' car's already going on to the track for our next race. So we'll quickly speak to Tim. Tim, third position. Happy with that?
Yeah, Johnny's. I mean, that thing's supercharged, and it's near on 400 also. I've got 310, so really I wasn't going to stay with him, but tyres were good, got a bit loose near the end, but yeah, I had great fun out there. I've had a real bad weekend so far, unfortunately. Broken down, didn't get in quali, so I had to start at the back. Luckily they let me out, and yeah, finally got a bit of a race in, which was good. It was good at the beginning, coming through everyone. I'll have more fun this afternoon. We're a bit nearer to him this afternoon, and hopefully where he breaks, I'll break, and I won't go off. So yeah, I'll give it my best shot this afternoon. See how we go.
Best of luck with that. Car's already onto the circuit for our next race, so back up to Mark and to Matt in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Josh. Yep, so cars heading out for the second of our Ramair BMW races. Let's guide you through the grid. Now Bradley lines up alongside Jason West on the front row of the grid, and it's James Card and Graham Crowhurst on row number 2. Nathan Wells and Ollie Neves on row 3, with Luke Yeomans and Dave Avis on row 4. Ronan Bradley and Jonathan Strickland on 5. Giuseppe Calari has Tommy Grout for company as they sit there on the 6th row of the grid. Then as we move on to row number 7, it's Jazz Sapra and Brian Branson, Klaus Koika and Adrian Bradley. Watch out for Adrian Bradley. He suffered problems in the race earlier on, so should make progress. John Cockerton and Sean Wortley will be next up. Charlie Newton-Darby and Charles Heatley, with Matthew Hibbard and Ross Alexander lining up at the tail end of the field. Remember, the Minis will have a separate grid to the BMWs, and there'll probably be a couple of row gap between them in reality. So whilst the graphic showed that John Cockerton and Sean Wortley would line up on the same row, they won't. John Cockerton will line up as the last of the BMWs. Then there'll be a couple of rows gap before we then see Sean Wortley and Charlie Newton-Darby in theory on the front row of the grid for the Minis. That's the way that it will work. So Niall Bradley won the race earlier on today, so that's why he starts from pole position in this one. Jason West was second, so he lines up on the front row of the grid. So the BMWs, Matt, are largely lining up in finishing positions from the race earlier on, whereas the Minis, it's a full reverse grid that happens there.
Certainly is, yes. So it's a work to do for Ross Alexander, isn't it, from the back of that grid. I know there's only 5 cars, but still it's been a close and competitive little mini fight so far here this weekend at Silverstone, so we'll see what they can do. We've got, as you said, Niall Bradley and Jason West towards the head of the field. It was a good fight Jason West and James Card had in that first race earlier on today, and further back Graham Crowhurst and Ollie Neves were embroiled in a little bit of a battle as well. So lots to look out for. Great to have this championship back with us this year, the Ramair BMW Championship, which of course is now with the CSCC after of course formerly being the Kumo BMW Championship. Had a few races with CSCC last year, but now fully fledged with the championship, and of course with its standalone grids as well. And, good entry with kind of cobbled together for these first meetings on the Silverstone International Circuit, and we'll see how this one does unfold after 20 minutes of racing, because the second of their formation laps now coming to a close. They'll line up on the grids in side-by-side formation, and then we'll get those regulations where we have the green flag at the back, the 5-second board, and the race shortly once all the cars have been gridded up, ready to go.
It was a brilliant race earlier on, was it? Whilst Niall Bradley sort of got away a little bit, the squabble that was going on between James Card, Jason West, Nathan Wells, Ollie Neves, Luke Yeomans was absolutely fantastic. Graham Crowhurst was in there as well.
Certainly was, yeah. There's some very quick competitive drivers out there on the grids. A shame that Brian Branson had his issues, but hopefully we'll see him coming through as well. Jazz Rasapra, as we know as well, that car wasn't probably on top form. So yeah, there's big names out there that have been around in BMW cars for many years, and all of them vying for top spot. But so far this weekend it's been Niall Bradley on the top step, but let's see if Jason West and James Card can take the fight to him this time round.
Let's have a look. All E46 front row of the grid, all E46 second row, all E46 third row, an E46 and an E36 on the fourth row of the grid, and it is an all E46 fifth row and sixth row, and an all E36 seventh row looking at it. For me, watch out for 612 Adrian Bradley, his red and black car, just lining up in position now towards the tail end of the BMW field. He will be one that I'd look to make progress, and also, as you suggested, Brian Branson as well. So those are the cars we need to look out for.
Yep, so all of those BMWs now in place. The grid has been cleared by the marshals. I think the minis are almost there as well. Sean Wortley on pole this time round with Charlie Newton-Darby. Some good scraps in that little field earlier on between mainly Charles Heatley and Charlie Newton-Darby. Ross Alexander got quite a few seconds up the road. Matt Hibbard was kind of left on his own with no one to play with. So we'll see how this one all turns out. But the 5-second board now has been held aloft. As we said, Niall Bradley in the all-black BMW on pole. Jason West there second in the orange and black BMW. And the red lights now on, ready for 20 minutes of racing, which do get underway for the second time this weekend. And there's a stall, isn't there, from Jason West. The car just faltered as the lights went out. So the yellow flags wave. We've got another car which is slow away from Klaus Kuiker. So he is a bit like race number one, down towards the tail of the field. Jason West has fired his BMW into life, but he's almost now into the Mini, so that is to the rear of the BMW grid. So he's going to be charging his way through, like many others that we said to watch out for, including Adrian Bradley and also Brian Branson as well. So lots of work for them to do. There's Graham Crowhurst in the art-coloured car. Lots of colour on that as it turns its way through at the right-hander of Chapel. Very wide further back for one of the Bradleys. That would have been Ronan Bradley in the 78 machine, but no troubles whatsoever for Niall. He leads the pack onto the hanger straight for the first time in the lead. He's
Leading the BMWs, but leading the Minis at the moment is Charles Wheatley from Sean Wortley, and then Charlie Newton-Darby, I think. So BMWs heading round through Stowe Corner. Just hang on for the Minis as they head up there. And Ross Alexander, I think now, dives at the inside of Charles Wheatley, and from the back of the Mini grid, has already at Stowe Corner picked up the lead of the Mini charge. So car number 320 leading the way in terms of the Minis, and so quick is he that he is still mixed amongst the slow starting BMWs, not least of which is the number 77 car of Klaus Kuiker, who was slow away and is only just ahead of the charge of the Minis at the moment. So first lap completed, Niall Bradley led by 1.5 seconds from James Card in second position. Graham Crowhurst in that multicoloured car that you were talking about, Matt, there in third.
Yeah, was second for a brief moment, wasn't he? But then James Card very quickly got through, got himself up into second place, and now Nathan Wells has gone through as well, so that sees him onto the podium. So Graham Crowhurst losing at least a place a lap at the minute, and into the pit lane comes the 999 machine of Sean Wortley. So that car that started on pole position in the Minis is at the end of the first lap into the pit lane, which is a real shame for him, unfortunately. Behind Graham Crowhurst in fifth place, just going through shot there, was the car of Luke Yeomans. And there you can see Ollie Neves in the black and yellow BMW, which sits there now in sixth position. But it is this fight which is on for fourth place. Could Graham Crowhurst lose 3 places in the space of 3 laps.
Yeah, and what happened earlier on, was it not Graham Crowhurst and Luke Yeomans that had that little bit of contact up at Stowe Corner? Well, where are they now? Absolutely together again as they come over the start-finish line. It was only a light touch between them. There was nothing intentional. It was just one of those things. I'm sure they sort of, shook hands and said, OK, sorry. But they are still together as they head round through Farm, and in the lowering sun here, you can just see the sunshine glinting off the cars, and we almost get a silhouette of them rather than the clear coloration of them anymore as they head in towards the braking area for Village. Our mini section of the race is still being led by car number 320, which is Ross Alexander. Second of the minis, though, at the moment is car number 12, which is Charlie Newton-Darby.
Certainly is. There's Dave Avis then, who's had dramas already this weekend, but we just need to focus ahead of this because we've got the hard chargers effectively. Jason West, Adrian Bradley and Brian Branson all together on track. They're just about to come down towards Stowe Corner now, and there is Jason with lights ablaze, so just warning everyone ahead of him that he is coming pretty quickly indeed, but how quick he can get to the back of Ollie Neves, we'll have to wait and see. Last time through he was 4.4 seconds adrift, but as I said, he has taken with him Adrian Bradley and Brian Branson at the minute. So this is the intriguing part of the race as they turn their way in towards the final corner. Brian Branson at the same time also trying to work his way past Adrian Bradley, but they don't want to fight too hard because the more you fight, the more time you lose, and the less chance you have of catching those ahead. Yeah, you've got plenty of time to squabble later on, so work together to get all of you towards the front and the sharp end of the order, and then you can roll your sleeves up a little bit later on and have a good nibble at each other. Battle for the minis is quite good though. I mentioned Charlie Newton-Darby was second of the minis, but right behind him is going to be Matthew Hibbard, and then Matthew Hibbard has got Charles Heatley just behind him, so 3 minis fighting away for second, third and fourth in the mini class, heading round through to start another lap. Top 3 are pretty close together as well now. Niall Bradley, who was only 3/4 of a second up the road, is not getting away this time from James Card. He's got Nathan Wells to contend with also, who now goes to the outside line down towards the Vale. That might work if he can keep himself on the inside for the next corner, which he does, and there's a bit of contact between the two of them, just as slight as a brushes on the rear bumper there of James Card from Nathan Wells. A bit of debris that flicked off the car as well, but it didn't do too much damage apart from the gap which is now growing between the top two. So not good news for James Card, but he can now refocus his attentions and try and catch back up. But yeah, it was Nathan Wells who had a great move around the outside and tried to keep the car to the inside as best as possible.
Yeah, he certainly did, but that little bit of debris that came up is one of the dive planes from the front left-hand corner of his car. It's got 2 dive planes on one side, it's only got 1 on the left-hand side of the car now, so that will affect the handling very, very slightly on the car that has now finally got through and ahead of James Card. So up to second place does come Nathan Wells, but how much of an effect does losing that dive plane have? It's only a little bit of carbon fibre, but it's there for a reason.
Yeah, and it's still side by side between the two of them, so every time Nathan Wells thinks he's through, James Card does come back at him, and again it's the tighter line for James, which might just make him slower down the Vale, which it does, and Nathan Wells, you could probably say, has the preferred line on this occasion, so he will go through on the left-hand side this time round, and a bit of a lock-up there as well from James Card, who's going to try and get his car then to the inside in towards Club Corner. Be a brave man to do that. We've seen a few incidents, none other than probably in Formula 1, the most recognisable one on that one, but these two are not looking to get involved in that squabble just yet, because if they continue to do so, as I said, the gap does start to go out, and that has been proven correct, because already after those two have squabbled for 2 laps, now Niall Bradley is 3.7 seconds clear, so that might already at this early stage be job done for Niall.
Yeah, that's exactly what he would have wanted, isn't it, Niall Bradley? Them all squabbling behind, slowing each other up, and yeah, it really plays into his hands. There's another good fight going on for 4th, 5th and 6th place as well. Graham Crowhurst coming under pressure from Luke Yeomans, whilst the yellow and black number 44 machine in the hands of Ollie Neves is not that far away. They all head down the Hanger Straight and up towards Stowe Corner. As for the minis, well, 2nd, 3rd and 4th place of the mini charge is still going over the start-finish line now, which is Charlie Newton-Darby, followed by Matthew Hibbard, and then Charles Heatley, still in the same order than they were last time we picked up on it.
Yeah, quite equidistant now between the 3 of them, so the gap's very similar there between those 3 cars in second on backwards. Here's Graham Crowhurst again with a bit of a tail-happy back end as he continues to come under pressure from Luke Yeomans and Ollie Neves. Who is the car behind? That is Jason West, isn't it, who's coming into the picture as well now. So all of a sudden, what was about 5 seconds is going to be pretty much nothing as Luke goes for the inside line. another moment where you have to hold your breath after these two came briefly together in the first race earlier today. And I think Ollie Neves is going to try for the outside line as well, which is going to come off there. So nice move from Ollie also, which will then have the inside line for the flip through the link. And if you can hold this position, it should be job done for Ollie. Throws the car into the corner, very quick there. A lot of momentum, but he managed to keep it all on the black stuff. Comes out now ahead of Luke Yeomans, but all of them are going to be very much under pressure from that man in the background. Lights ablaze and looking to make a move is Jason West.
Yeah, here we go. Jason West looking to try and make a move, but equally as much Luke Yeomans is trying to pull a move on Ollie Neves. They head up towards Stowe Corner. They're still in the same order. The multicoloured car, Graham Crowhurst, then the yellow machine in the hands of Ollie Neves. The E36, which is white and orange, of Luke Yeomans, and Jason West at the tail end of the train with his lights ablaze, still trying to make up from that poor start. The man who finished second in the race earlier on today. So hasn't been able to pick any of them off just as yet, has he? He's going to have another little nibble as they head onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. He jinks out from behind Luke Yeomans. The E46 has the inside line for Abbey, and that's at least one of the three picked off for Jason West now. Yeah,
strong contenders there, aren't they, for Jason West to try and negotiate, but he's got the one done, as you said. Now he's got a bit of a gap before he catches back onto the tail of Ollie Neves, who is still trying to fight his way through on Graham Crowhurst. This is all for fourth place, by the way, so this is quite important for them to get themselves through. Class B is Graham Crowhurst, so he's the leader of that class as it stands. He's in a battle in that class with Ollie Neves, and then behind you've got Luke Yeomans, who's in Class N, and Jason West, who's in Class A, which is the more quicker cars within the Ramair BMW Championship. So you'd expect Jason to go through, but as we keep mentioning, it's not quite too easy now. The higher he gets up the order, the trickier it does become once again. So he will be a further lap behind those two cars ahead as he approaches the Vale for the 8th time of asking. The quickest lap of the race that has actually gone to Jason West, so the car we are looking at third in the queue. His quickest lap is the best of the race on a 1:08.294. As we turn our attentions briefly back to the fight, which is a little bit lower down. This is the car of Ronan Bradley, and that's got Dave Avis and also the number 6 machine of Jonathan Strickland involved.
Yeah, so that will be the fight for 10th, 11th and 12th places, won't it? That's just coming in towards the braking area for Club now. The white and light green car is the car of Ronan Bradley, and it's Dave Avis in his. I do like the livery on Dave Avis's car, with the white with the lighter blue and then the darker blue, and then just off that the all blue car of Jonathan Strickland. Our race leader having to weave his way through a little bit of traffic, and he needs to, Niall Bradley, because he is only 2.3 seconds up the road from Nathan Wells. Nathan Wells was 0.6 of a second quicker than the race leader last time through, so the number 23 car in the hands of Nathan Wells, pushing hard. Doesn't look as though that loss of a dive plane with that contact with James Card a few laps ago down at Club has overly affected the handling of it. Niall Bradley looking to try and make it 2 out of 2 with 9.5 minutes to go. Nathan Wells looking to try and pick up a victory if he can.
Yeah, this will be his best performance of the weekend so far for Nathan in all of the races he has done. Last time through about half a second slower, as we concentrate on what Jason West might be about to do on Graham Crowhurst, and the answer to that is take a place away. So through he now goes as Ollie Neves tries to work his way past some slower traffic in the form of Charles Heatley in the mini class. That is James Card as well. He's a little bit further up the order as it stands with the final step of the podium. And if you remember back to race number 1, we had a good battle between both James Card and Jason West. Well, it could be a resumption of that very shortly, although as Jason West went past Graham Crowhurst, Crowhurst has returned the favour through the more twiddly part of the international circuit. So Crowhurst now is there and looking to defend, but in a straight line. No surprise that West gets it back. He goes into 4th place, and Crowhurst will try his best to retaliate, but that's not quite going to be the case, unfortunately.
No, he's not quite going to get there, is he? I don't think. The other driver that's sort of gone off the boil a little bit now for me is Adrian Bradley. He was making progress, wasn't he? But he now seems to have sort of plateaued a little bit. So maybe, as we heard from a few of the drivers earlier on, his tyres are just going off a little bit, because it has been a pretty warm weekend here at Silverstone for this time of year in particular, and racing and the cars have been pushed very hard indeed. So back over the start-finish line, lots of overtaking being done. Luke Yeomans trying to weave his way through and past traffic. Brian Branson trying to sneak up the inside of Charlie Newton Darby's Mini as they head in towards Abbey Corner. So he's dealt with the number 12 Mini of Charlie Newton Darby, who still sits second of the minis we've got in the field. He's the leading R53 shape mini as well, because of course it's an R56 of Ross Alexander that still leads the mini charge overall.
There's Luke Yeomans, who is still there in 7th position, sitting behind Ollie Neves as it stands. There's Adrian Bradley in his red BMW, which was one of those we were expecting to carve his way through the field from what was 16th on the grid. He hasn't done too bad into the top 10, but I'm sure he'd have wanted to be a little bit higher up the order. Getting race 1, he led briefly before Niall got through and took over that one. He goes past Jasper Sapra. That is to put that car lap down. Jasper sits in Class C and leads that class as it stands. And Adrian Bradley now is going to be probably about 3 or so seconds back from the car ahead, which is still that of Brian Branson. And again, Brian might have just got to where he would have expected. He's 1.8 seconds back from Luke Yeomans and not really making any progress into that gap as it stands. This is a good fight for the minis. This is going to be for, let's have a look back, for the lead, isn't it? No, Ross Alexander's in R56, yeah, so in terms of the class it is for the lead, but in terms of the minis it's for 2nd place. So those two now work their way through in towards Abbey Corner. Charles Newton Darby still just for now ahead of Matt Hibbard, who picked up 2nd place earlier on in race number 1.
We've still got 6.5 minutes of this race to go at this stage. So out of Village, up towards the Link and on towards Chapel goes Charlie Newton Darby. Still under pressure from Matt Hibbard at the wheel of the grey and Dayglow, really, isn't it? Number 42 car. So 2nd overall of the minis, but yeah, the first 2 cars fighting for the top honours in the R53 class of the minis. They've also got a BMW just ahead of them, which is going to be Jazz Sapra's car. So they're heading up towards Stowe. However, coming out of Club is Graham Crowhurst, Ollie Neves and Luke Yeomans, all still squabbling over who wants to be 5th, who wants to be 6th and who wants to be 7th. So over the start-finish sign they'll go, and in the background that is Brian Branson, who I think is closing on the Missy. Let's have a quick look at the lap time from Brian. Last time through, 1 minute 9.4. The cars ahead, 1 minute 9.4s, 5s or 6s. So no, didn't really close in the end.
Yeah, it's very close, isn't it? Very evenly matched between those 3 cars as it stands. So we'll keep an eye on how that all unfolds. There's Jasper Sapra once again. In fact, he's possibly going to lose the positions to these 2 minis because they are all in overall positions down in 17th, 18th and 19th places. This on screen now is the battle between what's going to be Ronan Bradley and Dave Avis. That's the fight for somewhere outside the, in fact, a place within inside the top 10, and one of those places would be outside, so 10th and 11th as it stands between those 2 cars. The other thing to note as well, Nathan Wells in 2nd place has just gone and done the quickest lap of the race on a 108.195, and he goes even quicker that time through, 108.135, although Niall Bradley wasn't too shy of it on a 108.3. So we're now down to 1.6 seconds between the 2 of them. More traffic to come into the mix as well, as I think that was Klaus Kuka who went straight off the circuit to avoid the quicker cars. So yeah, that's number 77. Whether it be a problem or just avoidance, seems like he's struggling to fire the engine back into life as well.
Yeah, he's got it fired back up again. He's trying to rejoin the circuit, but yeah, that was just, I think, probably distracted by the leaders coming on up towards him. Didn't want to compromise them, and then when he realised where he was a bit too late going into the corner and onto the brakes. So the leading pair up towards Stowe. They're on lap number 14 at the moment. If there was any question as to whether they're struggling a little bit as the tyres are dropping off, the answer is no, because of course they both set their best individual laps last time through. Niall Bradley setting his quickest lap of the race, and Nathan Wells setting the overall best lap of the race. So here they come up towards the conclusion of another lap with 4 minutes to go. We should squeeze probably at least another 3 if not 4 laps out of this one. There's more traffic though, which is going to be Giuseppe Calari's car that they're going to meet right on the exit of Abbey and up towards Farm, which hopefully won't compromise either of them. We've also now potentially got a change for 5th and 6th coming up as well, because Graham Crowhurst still has the yellow number 44 car of Ollie Neves absolutely in his wheel tracks.
He sure does, yep, and this is for honours within Class B as well, so very important that both of them try their best to either overtake or defend, as Niall Bradley turns his way on towards the hangar straight once more. Tommy Grout into the pits, so a little bit of a problem for him in the closing stages of this one with just over 3 minutes to go. Looks like Niall Bradley's just extended slightly the gap on this lap as they head down the hangar straight. There we can see the Mini will sit 2nd in class, but now ahead of Jasper Sapra, so that is interesting to see that Jasper still probably not quite on song in that BMW, which is a real shame for Jazz. We've seen him out with Brian in the earlier race that they paired up with, but on his own, not having the best of runs so far. But for now, back to the Class B battle, still headed just by Graham Crowhurst.
Yep, so down through the Vale towards Club Corner. Graham Crowhurst under pressure for the yellow car of Ollie Neves, and the white and the orange car right behind, which is Luke Yeomans. Then just off those two is Brian Branson, who's not that far away and has edged towards them now. I did say on the previous time that when we picked up on it, that Brian Branson looked to be closing. Well, now he's definitely closer. He's still not there yet, but he's edging up onto the trio that lie ahead. So 5th, 6th and 7th turn their way through Abbey with a couple of minutes still to go. If they squabble ever more, Brian Branson will get there. Niall Bradley still leads, but the gap between himself and Nathan Wells seems to have settled down a little bit, because last time through the race leader Niall Bradley was 0.4 of a second quicker than the number 23 car of Nathan Wells in second place.
Yeah, it's kind of between that gap of 1.5 and 2 seconds, isn't it? So I think Niall Bradley has it under control, making sure that Nathan Wells doesn't get too close, and as we said, it all depends on traffic and where you catch it. Niall Bradley now will catch one of those minis in towards the last corner, which may just slow him down as Crowhurst goes defensive once again over there at Stowe Corner to try and keep at bay that of Ollie Neves. Got Luke Yeomans getting ever closer. He might pick the pocket of both of these now as they work their way down in towards Vale. Very late on the brakes around the outside for Ollie Neves, gives him the inside in Class B to try and take the lead of the class over. Graham Crowhurst down very wide indeed, and look who comes to the inside line. Luke Yeomans is through. He's got a tighter line though, which means that Ollie Neves carried the speed round the outside. It's going to be almost 3 wide. Add in Brian Branson to try and make it 4 wide, down in towards Abbey Corner, and it's in fact Graham Crowhurst who loses all of his places. He still tries to fight back though with Brian Branson on his inside. They come now down through Farm Curve in towards the village, and who's going to come out ahead? I think it will still just be Ollie Neves, but can Luke Yeomans hold on ahead of Graham Crowhurst through the left-hander of the link? Yes, he can, but it gets oh so tight between all of them. This is a fantastic battle at the minute.
Brilliant battle, isn't it? Yeah, and of course that has also now put Ollie Neves into the lead of Class as well. So that's Class B that he's taken the lead away from Graham Crowhurst. So down the straight, the hanger straight up towards Stowe Corner. Ollie Neves under attack from Luke Yeomans, who at the wheel of the E36 is going to try around the outside. No, he's not quite close enough. He'll tuck behind. Graham Crowhurst is not far away in the multicoloured car. Brian Branson now has fully caught them because all of this squabbling that has been going on. So it's an E46 of Ollie Neves under attack from the E36 of Luke Yeomans. He can't squeeze his way through. Then it's another E46 of Graham Crowhurst under attack from an E36 in hands of Brian Branson. Crowhurst runs out wide, coming out of club. Branson says thank you very much, nips up the inside for the final part, takes the place away. So Graham Crowhurst has gone from the front of that queue to the back of that queue, so from 4th to 8th in the matter of a couple of laps.
Yeah, it shows how quickly that can happen, doesn't it? So Niall Bradley onto his last lap. If Josh is down there, might be wise to go and nick that checker flag and hide it somewhere, because it's been a tremendous battle, and a few more laps would be nicer for this Ramair BMW Championship. Probably not for Ollie Neves, because he's now got himself to Class B and will be willing the checker flag to come out, which is not too far away, as the battle still continues behind Ollie now, because he is trying to get away by 3 or 4 car lengths. But Brian Branson is not quite done from where he started on the grid down in 14th place. He's currently set for 7th, but he could be potentially as high as 5th place, as Nathan Wells in 2nd has received a 5-second penalty, and Niall Bradley takes his 2nd victory of the weekend in the Ramair BMW Championship. Graham Crowhurst, I think, has definitely run out of tyres now as he runs very wide through at Stowe Corner for the final time. Ollie Neves still trying to hold on here ahead of Luke Yeomans. It wouldn't be for class honours, but it would be for an overall positions. But nonetheless, Ollie Neves has done a tremendous job to get the honours done in Class B ahead of Luke Yeomans in what's going to be 6th position. Brian Branson from 14th goes to 7th, and Graham Crowhurst is the one that lost out the most in that one, unfortunately, but he still seems happy as he taps the car with his hand out of the window. Ahead of them it was James Card in 4th. Jason West got up into 3rd position. That I think happened towards the end of the race as well, so a great drive, recovery drive it should be said, from Jason West after his stall on the line. And Nathan Wells, as I was just alluding to, received a 5-second penalty, but it doesn't really affect him because he was far enough up the road from Jason West. And for the minis, it's going to be another win for today for what seems to be Ross Alexander. He was reversed to the back of that class for the start of this one, but he's going to come through still as the victor after 20 minutes of racing.
Yeah, that was another brilliant race from the BMW. We saw some cracking racing from them earlier on today, and again some superb racing there. Close, hard fought, fair, light little bit of contact, because we saw that between James Card and Nathan Wells, but other than that, you know, there was nothing other than flat out hard fought racing. No position was easy to grab from anybody there, so hope for more of that throughout the course of the 2025 championship season from the Ramair BMWs. So yeah, brilliant stuff for me. I think so far 2 races from them, 2 thoroughly entertaining races.
Definitely has been, yeah. Lots of interclass battles and of course good driving from Niall Bradley to pick up 2 victories so far today. That's how he'll be hoping to keep the championship season going, but the top 3 now working their way into the pit lane. We'll get down to that in just a short while, but first your full results sees Niall Bradley as your victor by, in the end, 8.8 seconds over Nathan Wells. Jason West recovered to 3rd ahead of James Card and Ollie Neves, who wins Class B. Luke Yeomans, Brian Bransom, Graham Crowhurst with Adrian Bradley and Ronan Bradley completing the top 10. And then Dave Avis and Giuseppe Calari down there in 12th position. Jonathan Strickland was next up ahead of Klaus Kuika, who received a penalty and had some dramas in that race as well, with Ross Alexander taking victory in the minis, with Charlie Newton-Darby and Jasper Sapra next up, and then Charles Heatley and Matt Hibbard completing the runners in that second Ramair BMW Championship race, with just 2 non-finishers at the end. So glorious sunshine continues here at Silverstone, and I'm sure there's 3 happy drivers down there with Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Matt, and we'll let Niall take his helmet off, and then we'll grab a word with our race winner, as well as Nathan Wells and Jason West, who took 3rd position, as you said, right at the end of the race. But Niall, well done. Another fast-paced race. You had Nathan trying to hunt you down towards the end.
Yeah, seen Nathan coming. It's a good race. I think we overcooked the tyres in the front in the first race. We got them too hot. So they were all right, but they just weren't as. They were falling off a bit towards the end. So we're having to manage it. But yeah, I could see Nathan coming, but it was just a matter of keep it clean, keep the head down, and just bring it home.
You still set your best lap near the end, so obviously not too bad.
Yeah, it was about in the middle of it. I tried to smooth it right down, so I tried to bring them back, but obviously you're still managing him in the back. So I think as well with the car, it makes power mid-range. So sometimes whenever I'm getting all excited, I'm trying to take it out to the limiter, and it's not making the power there. So towards the end, I tried short shifting, and that helped, I think, a little bit as well. But yeah, no, all in all, good race, great.
And a great start to your year with 2 wins today.
It is indeed, yeah. That's the way we want to continue it. But yeah, it's good.
Your real championship campaign this season.
Yeah, full in, yeah, all rounds, yeah. So just want to say when I'm here though, big thanks to Lee Penn, who does the map in the car. Simon Green and the boys jumped in this weekend to help me because our main man Michael Eustace from ME Autos couldn't be here. So yeah, big shout out to all them because couldn't do it without them.
Well done. So there's Niall Bradley, our winner. In 2nd place was Nathan Wells. So we'll grab a word with Nathan if we can. Well done, Nathan. It's been a problematic weekend in some ways, but it's ended well.
Yeah, we've had all sorts of issues this weekend, so a few of my own making, a few just reliability stuff like engines down on power, but yeah, we kind of managed to sort it out just about for the slicks race earlier, and then just about back to full health for this one. Fortunately, I fluffed the start again. That's my 3rd fluff start of the weekend. So if any pro racing drivers want to teach me how to do a standing start properly, I'm all ears, because it's going to cost me this championship probably. So yeah, but worked my way up, got to 2nd. Yeah, pretty similar pace to Niall, so it's kind of ebbing and flowing a bit in the traffic. I think, yeah, I was just, I was trying everything I could to put him off with flashing my lights and things in the hope that he might make a little error and I could get close to him. I got relatively close on the 2nd to last lap, I think it was, when he got caught by traffic, but then I got bolted on the lap after. So yeah, couldn't do anything about it. He drove really well, so fair play to him.
Tell us about your GTR, because it looks pretty mighty.
Yeah, it's a great car when it works. Yeah, it'd be nice if it works a bit more often. So yeah, we have a few teething problems with it, but the thing is, the faster you make these M3s, the more fragile they are. So that's why this championship is quite interesting, because you've got the slightly more basic spec cars that can win overall, because they're generally more reliable than the likes of my car and Niall's car. So yeah, come the end of the year, I think there's going to be quite a few people in with a chance, so it should be exciting.
Is it a car you converted, or has it been a race car all its life?
It's been a race car all its life, so it's got quite an interesting history, because it's got some running gear from an E36 Super Tourer. And they kind of reshelled it into an E46, put all the big body kit and the big engine in it. So it's kind of been developed over a long period of time and been in the wind tunnels, I've all this aero sorted out. And then since I've had it, we've had a few new engines in it and a few electronic bits and pieces done, but generally it's the same car it's been for the last sort of 10, 12 years. But yeah.
It's great to see it out, and well done on that podium. Then in 3rd position was Jason West. And Jason, for you, this time it's the start for you that didn't go to plan.
Yeah. The trick is not to have it in third. Yeah, but thank God I didn't stall it. But you know, if you get it wrong off the start, you just sit there waiting for the impact as you try and get your head straight and find the right gear. But yeah, it was a fun race, but I made it a lot harder for myself than I needed to.
Lots of overtaking in there. You had the Class B battle that you had to get past.
Yeah, and it's really tricky because I have to get past them, but I also don't want to mess up their race because they were nose to tail. I don't even know where they finished, but I think I got through without causing them too much pain. But no, it was good. It was fun coming from, I don't know, 15th, maybe lower.
And on the last lap, you got past James?
Yes, yeah, I could see James was having issues with his brakes and it was kind of getting longer and longer. And yeah, I think it was into Stowe. It was, last of the late breakers, and I think I just had a bit more brakes left in my car. So yeah, it was nip and tuck all the way though.
Well done on the podium. So that's our top 3 from the Ramair BMW Championship. More racing though coming up here at Silverstone. So back to the commentary box with Mark Werrell and Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, nice to hear from our top 3 as always. And yeah, Jason West, as he said there, made it quite hard for himself to come through the field. And yeah, never good to be in third gear when you need to be in first off the line in that sort of position on the grid. So did well to reclaim and get himself past James Card towards the end as well. Right, here at Silverstone on this first meeting of the year for the Classic Sports Car Club. We've just got 2 races to go. Next to those is the last of our pit stop race, which comes from the Cohort Sport Tin Tops and Puma Cup. And the way the lineup for this one is going to be with number 1, Adam Brown on pole position in his Ford Fiesta. Joe Hathaway is next up in the Renault Clio. Behind that, you've got James Wilson and Gary Barlow. Row 3, then we've got the combined car of Steve Reynolds and John Ridgeon, but we're unsure which one is going to be starting for this race. Harry Bloor next up in 6th place, followed by John D and Peter Parkin. The 5th row then sees Julian Fisher and Sean Eady. Back onto row number 6, it's Steve Johnson and what will be Peter Hutton. The 7th row then lines up with Adrian Matthews and Nigel Ainge in the number 86 machine. Row 8 will then have 45, Alan Wilshire and John Glover alongside. The 9th row will see Simon Hatfield and Mark Walton. The 10th row is going to be started by Matt Johnson and Stuart Eardley. Back onto row number 11, where you'll find Clive Black and Neil Jackson. Row 12, headed by Andy Gorvett and Ben Scott. The 13th row will be number 142, Mark Jackson, joined by Matthew Everard. And the final place on the grid goes the way of Rob Daly. So it gives us 27 drivers for the penultimate race of the day for the Cohort Sport Tin Tops and Puma Cup, Mark.
Yep, looking forward to this one. Always good fun, the Cohort Sport Tin Tops and Puma Cup. And good to see out, starts in 5th position, car number 51, Nick Mellor, partnered up with Peter Hutton. Peter will start the car, but it's the first time they've raced this car together. Brand new Renault Clio. They've been with the Classic Sports Car for about 10 years, and their families are here to see. It's almost sort of burgundy coloured. Roxy, as the car is affectionately known, on a maiden outing. They've adopted a motto, get it done 51, as a nod to Nick's late son Jake. Jake's favourite film was Cars 3, so has the same number as the fabulous Hudson Hornet on the car. Thanks for Kate Mellor for sending that through.
Yeah, nice story there, and good luck to the team there. 51 starts from 12th on the grid, so it'll be nice to see that progress in that Renault Clio 172. But as we mentioned, Adam Brown in the Ford Fiesta on pole with the dark blue Renault Clio alongside of John Hathaway. Then you've got the Peugeot of James Wilson, followed by the Honda Integra of Gary Barlow. Temperature's still nice at the minute, somewhere around 16 degrees at this late stage in the afternoon. And now the start and finish line here at Silverstone is blessed in full sunshine after the shade we had this morning from the Silverstone wing. So the full grid of cars coming into position. We've got the Puma Cup cars in this one as well. 4 of them have made the trip for this opening meeting. Mark Jackson and Neil Jackson with Nick Full-James. You've got Matthew Everett and John Glover as well. So we'll keep an eye on what happens in the Puma Cup, what happens in the respective classes of Tin Tops, and keep an eye on what happens towards the front as well.
Yep, absolutely. So it's Adam Brown in the Ford Fiesta on pole position, white, blue and grey. It's the all-blue car of Joe Hathaway that lines up alongside. James Wilson out at the wheel of his Peugeot 306. He's been racing a 206 in this championship or series for a good number of years. Best part of Nelly, probably got 7, 8, 9, 10 years in a 206. First time out in his brand new 306. You can't miss it with its grey and its day glow livery. He did a half marathon yesterday, James, as well. I'm not sure how he got on because he's using the half marathon he did yesterday as training for a full marathon later on in the year. And Gary Barlow at the wheel of the Honda Integra DC5 lines up alongside outside. Car that is a bit out of position for me, Nigel Ainge and Danny Gassart, only 14th quickest at the wheel of their Honda Integra. They had problems with the other Integra that they've got, so we didn't see it out in the New Millennium race earlier on. I'm not sure why they're so far down the grid with this one.
No, you can see it just in the middle of the picture there, the white Integra with the blue rear wing and the blue top to it. So definitely watch that car to go quick. But yeah, the reason they were off the pace is very much unknown. But let's hope all problems that they've suffered so far today are rectified, because that is going to be one surely to make progress from 14th on the grid. Got the last few cars towards the back now coming into position. I think that is the car of Andy Gorvet, who shares with Steve Gerrard. Got a couple of the Pumas behind that as well. And then once the marshals are clear of the grid, it's the normal procedure to get this 40-minute pit stop race underway. 10 minutes into the race, the pit window will open, last for 15 minutes, and it's the chance for the drivers to come in, serve their pit stop, which needs to last 90 seconds. Whether you're a solo driver or a two-driver team, you need to get that done sometime within that window.
Yep, so we're about to get the 5-second board is going to be held aloft, which it is now. The red lights will come on, and then we'll see whether it's the Ford Fiesta or the Renault Clio that get the better start from the front row of the grid. Red lights are on, red lights flash their way out now, and we get the first co-Autosport Tin Tops race of the weekend underway. Stalling on the grid is Harry Blore. Thankfully, everybody sees him and neither jinx left or jinx right for the stricken Honda Civic, but he eventually fires the car up. But taking the lead is Joe Hathaway at the wheel of the Renault Clio as they head up towards Abbey for the first time. We'll also try and keep an eye on what's going on in the Pumas to see what's happening there. John Glover was on pole in the Puma Cup in reality, and I think he also led the charge of the Pumas through the first corner. So it is Joe Hathaway that leads. Gary Barlow is second, and from pole position, Adam Brown in the Fiesta is down into third.
Yeah, already with work to do then is Adam, who wears that number 1 after taking multiple wins from last year. The pack now working their way through nicely at the right-hander of Chapel. Got the Mazda down the back there as well. Here comes Adam Brown though on the fight to try and get the place back from Gary Barlow. He's got the inside line in towards Stowe corner, so it should be job done, and it is going to be the case. So Brown goes through, and there in picture you can see John D just going behind the Honda Civic, and somewhere there you should see the car of Nigel Ainge, which is already on the move. Should be inside the top 10 already, I reckon. 8th place already for Nigel, so almost half of the positions made up from where he started on the grid. So good progress in the early stages as they turn their way through back onto the Hamilton Straight, with the race lead currently going the way of Joe Hathaway.
Yeah, so leading Puma is the yellow Ford Puma in the hands of John Glover, a car that was reworked and resprayed over the winter, so it's a beautiful bright yellow now. You can't miss the colour of that one. He leads the Puma Cup at this stage. Over the start-finish line goes the green Puma of Mark Jackson, so I think he'll be about 4th in the Puma Cup, 3rd in the Puma Cup at the moment, but the overall race leaders will be threading their way on towards the Hangar Straight again once more. It's still going to be Joe Hathaway that leads the way, but Adam Brown now up into 2nd, Gary Barlow sitting there in 3rd. 4th, it's either Stephen Reynolds or John Ridgeon, because we don't know the starting driver for that one. Good to see also that we've still got the Peugeot 205 out as well, which Sean Ely shares with Blair Roebuck, car number 399. That is another car we don't know the starting drivers for. Race leaders, though, together as they head up towards Stowe.
Yeah, Brown's brought this gap down, so all of a sudden Joe Hathaway is going to be under pressure. We had some drama in the background. No, all good as they work their way in towards Stowe once again, and Joe Hathaway has to go defensive, makes Adam Brown go to the outside line as they head down towards Club Corner. And this is going to be a hard 40 minutes if Joe has to keep Adam Brown behind, but it's not going to be for much longer. Brown gets to the inside briefly, but again it's that tight line, which just means Adam's then slow onto the start-finish line in that Ford Fiesta, but a better turn of speed might see him back down the inside line into Abbey. No, that's not going to be the case. So Joe Hathaway still managing to hold on for the time being, but all of a sudden Gary Barlow is going to make it now a trio for the race lead as they venture their way up in towards Village. Again, Brown to the inside, Joe Hathaway with the quicker line around the outside, but then he's going to be possibly hung out to dry, which he is, and Adam Brown eventually, after trying for multiple corners, does get the job done and the race lead.
Yep, so he leads the way. Joe Hathaway in 2nd place. Gary Barlow sitting there in 3rd position at the wheel of the Honda Integra DC5. So it's Ford Fiesta, Renault Clio, Honda Integra, the top three at this stage. Fourth place is going to be another Honda, but a Honda Civic. Fifth place is a Peugeot 306, and it's an earlier Honda Integra, a DC2 one that's next up. We were side by side for the lead of the race again there, weren't we? Because Joe Hathaway was not giving up the lead too easily. He really tried to pull a move on Adam Brown's Ford Fiesta, but it wasn't successful as they went up towards Stowe. They are still nose to tail as they head in towards Club, with Gary Barlow now starting to close back in on them again because they're all busy squabbling away. And just behind those, we've got the Reynolds and Ridgeon Honda Civic under pressure from what will be James Wilson in his first race in this new 306.
Yeah, great scrap there between the top two, which carries on its way. There goes Sean Ely through in the 399 machine, and Gary Barlow now putting the pressure on Joe Hathaway, which he has been doing to Adam Brown for the best part of the last lap. So on their way now, they go in towards the right-hander of Village once again, and Joe's in a bit of a difficult position now because he wants to be attacking the race leader, but also trying to defend from Gary Barlow at the same time. And of course, as we've seen in previous races, the more you try and defend, it does mean that you do lose time to the car ahead of you. So Joe Hathaway has to be careful how much he defends. He might want to just allow Gary Barlow to falter on through and then try and work together to close the gap back down. But for now, they are staying pretty close as they head off the hanger straight. Brown ahead of Hathaway, ahead of Barlow, but does Barlow go for the inside line? No, a bit deceptive there from the angle, but they stay in that same order.
Yep, so they still remain in the same order at this stage. We've still got Reynolds and Ridgeon, the Honda Civic, Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon sharing that car, fighting away with James Wilson. Now Gary Barlow is in full attack mode again, trying around the outside of Joe Hathaway as they head in towards the braking area for Club. That didn't work, so it's still the blue Clio that sits there in second, the Honda Integra DC5 in the hands of the man from North London that sits there in third position. As they come over the start-finish line now, that is now 4 laps completed, on to lap number 5. Top 3 still together, and that good fight also going on for 4th and 5th.
Yep, certainly is. So on their way they go down towards the right-hander of Village. This is the fight a little bit further back now at Stoke Corner, and that I believe is our Puma Cup leader as it stands. They work their way on their own in towards the final complex of corners here at Silverstone. Another good battle further on between the Clio of number 23 at the minute. That's going to be Matt Johnson behind the wheel. And again, wherever you look in the field, there's some good little battles to focus your eyes on, with Mark Walton currently battling with one of the other Pumas, which gets a little bit wobbly. Almost lost the rear end there as it rode the curb through Club Corner. And Jackson just managing to hold on to it as he crosses the line to complete lap number 4. Quickest lap does currently sit with Adam Brown, 1:16.543. Last time through, it was only about 0.08 of a second off his quickest time. So consistent laps very much from the race leader number 1. He now leads by just over a second, as Joe Hathaway still has plenty of pressure coming from the number 30 machine, the Honda Integra, Gary Barlow.
Yeah, we've had a change for 4th though, haven't we? Because it's the Peugeot 306 of James Wilson that's now up into 4th position, and the Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon Honda Civic that's slipped down into 5th place. So Gary Barlow having another little nibble at Joe Hathaway again as they go round through Abbey. The Honda looks as though it's got a little bit more momentum than the Renault Clio as it went up towards Farm. Can he capitalise on that as they head in towards the braking area for Village? He's having a go, he's up the inside. Is he through? Well, Joe Hathaway still trying to defend at the wheel of the Renault Clio, but eventually Gary Barlow does get the job done, and it's the Honda that's now up into 2nd place, and the early race leader Joe Hathaway is now down to 3rd.
Yeah, and I'd also offer that James Wilson, now that he's clear of the Honda Civic, is starting to make inroads into this fight for 2nd place as well. So James Wilson, one to watch out for in the Peugeot. Last time through, he was just under 3 seconds adrift, but he was about half a second quicker than the 2 cars which continue to squabble, with Gary Barlow now back through as they put a lap on the Matthew Everard purple-pink Puma, which heads down through Vale. But yeah, definitely James Wilson getting closer and closer now that he's found that clear air, and we'll see if he can do anything to these two before they get to the pit window opening, which is going to be in just over 2 minutes time.
Yeah, so that will be the earliest that anybody can dive in towards the pit lane. We saw in the turbo tin tops Carl Chambers opted to come into the pit lane nice and early to get his pit stop out of the way. But the problem if you do that is that then if there is a safety car, you compromise yourself. If you pit as late as you possibly can, then any chance of a safety car, you can pit in that period of time whilst the safety car is out there. So I think we'll probably see Nigel Ainge come in quite quickly. He's made good progress in this race at the wheel of the number 86 Honda Civic. He's now ahead of Peter Parkin, but Danny Cassar is the quicker of the two. Into the pit lane, we do have one though, and that's Harry Blore that comes in 2 minutes before the pit window opens, so that can only be a problem for the number 11 Civic.
It's a shame, isn't it? Because Harry qualified 6th on the grid, so not what he wanted whatsoever, and he was running just outside the top 10 as he came into the pit lane. So that could be a car which either heads straight to the garage, or the team need to have a look at it, because, as you said, not quite in the pit window at the minute. But Josh hopefully has some news.
Yeah, he just stopped by me, Ben Sharp, who's running this car, Honda Civic racer himself, having a chat with the driver, Harry Blore. The bonnet's gone up, so possibly engine-related issue. Looks like they're going to give it a go to get the car back out, but it's obviously no longer going to be in contention.
No, so a real shame for them, but you can see the team looking under the bonnet, seeing if there's anything they can massively see that is a problem, but need a bit more of a diagnostic to get it out there on the circuit once again. But within the next 45 seconds, the window will be open. There's the Volvo, which is another car which we don't often see racing in the UK, and Adrian Matthews brought it out to give it a play for this weekend, the Volvo C30, and pushing on its way. Currently sits just outside the top 10, actually, 12th place, so a good run from them so far.
Yeah, I think I've only ever seen 2 Volvo C30s race in the UK. One was raced in back to the Dunlop Production Touring Car Championship. It was raced in that by Keith Izzett, who nowadays we see out racing minis and things like that. But this is one that Adrian Matthews has had for a few years now. I don't think it's the same car. I think it is a different car. But yeah, very unusual to see a Volvo C30 out. Adrian Matthews, who first started racing Ford Pumas, I remember, down at Brands Hatch. He was a regular down there in a Ford Puma for a good number of years. He's just turning his way through Chapel and onto the Hangar Straight at the wheel of the largely red and light green Volvo C30. Where is he running at the moment in that car? He is in 12th position and running 4th in Class A at this stage. So he's sort of mid-pack in reality. The pit window has now opened as well, so drivers can now opt, should they wish, to dive their way into the pit lane. And I think we've probably got our first taker for that, because I think I just saw another car heading in towards the pit lane area. In fact, it's Peter Parkin that's in there with Josh.
That's right, the Peugeot 306 just passes me. Meanwhile, the Ben Sharp racing crew have got the diagnostic kit out to try and work out what's wrong with the Honda Civic. That's sort of the new way of dialing out the issues, using a computer to do it rather than being able to figure it out for yourself. But yeah, Peter Parkin in the 306 for the first scheduled pit stop mark.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, just about to complete a lap. One car that we haven't really mentioned as yet, the Alfa 145, another fairly unusual car to see racing in the UK. That is just about to conclude a lap. That's the Alfa 145 Cloverleaf of Rob Daly, qualified last. Where is he running at the moment? He is last of the runners at the moment, so he's picked up a couple of places, but that's because of retirements for other cars. Our race leader, Adam Brown, has now opened up a 1.6 second advantage between himself and Gary Barlow, but Gary Barlow was quicker than the race leader last time through. I think that's largely traffic related. As for Joe Hathaway, though, at the wheel of his blue Clio, he's there in 3rd place. James Wilson is still 4th in the number 234 Peugeot. The Reynolds and Ridge and Honda is 5th, and Peter Parkin vacated 6th to come into the pit lane, which means that now to 6th goes the number 86 Honda Integra of Nigel Ainge.
Yeah, Gary Barlow trying to keep himself as close as possible to the race leader before they come in for their pit stops, and as you kind of predicted, Mark, that Nigel Ainge would be out that car very quickly. The Integra now in, and very shortly to be handed over to Danny Cassar.
That's right, Matt. The car's in the pit lane now. This car had VTEC issues and in qualifying. So that's why it was way down the grid. Apparently the other car had a fire extinguisher go off, so that's why they weren't able to race that one. But things are going okay, aren't they, with Nigel Ainge's first stint. We'll see if Danny Cassar can bring the car any further up the order in the second half. He's just jumping into the Integra now.
Yeah, so Nigel Ainge, who's invested in a very, very top-end sim rig over the winter. I don't know how much he's been using it to practice and blow away the cobwebs of the off-season or not. Danny Cassar, a very quick racing driver, a winner of the iRacing Daytona 24-hour this year as well in his splits in sim racing. He's about to dive into the car, and I think a bit like we saw with Jamie Stanley earlier on, wouldn't surprise me. First flying lap for Danny Cassar, potentially, as long as the problems are sorted with the VTEC on that car. Fastest lap of the race, probably.
Yeah, I think that could be the case, couldn't it? And he'll be trying to hound down as many people as possible, trying to get as many places away in the rest of this race as possible, and he's going to have quite a bit of time to play with as well, 26 minutes or so by the time he heads back out onto the circuit. So Danny Cassar poised and ready to go after now taking that car over from Nigel Ainge. The team standing by ready to get that back on its way, and as one Integra is about to leave, the other one from second place of Gary Barlow is now into the pit lane as well. So we have to sit there for 90 seconds. They'll have to do the usual that they do within these races to make sure they adhere to that, but Gary Barlow just trundles his way nicely into position, and all being good, he should be back out there and once again resumes his battle and his close down on Adam Brown once he comes in that Ford Fiesta to serve his pit stop as well.
Do you think if at the end of the race Gary Barlow finished in second place, that he'd take that?
I was thinking of one to do throughout the race, and I was waiting for it, but, but you beat me to it.
Oh, well, yeah, I didn't have enough patience, did I?
First weekend of the season. He's got plenty in this weekend.
Sorry. So yeah, that's the pit stop just taking place there. DHD Motorsport is the team for Gary Barlow. You know what DHD stands for?
No.
Dirty Half Dozen. It's the old Bangor racing team he was part of.
Okay.
Yeah. Josh, what news?
I've got Nigel. Nigel, is the car running in okay?
Yeah, the car's running out. Thank God.
Difficult day so far.
Gremlins out. Seems to be going well. Daniel soon find out now.
Good first lap, overtook a lot of cars.
Yeah, it was a good first lap, and they just told me I lapped the same time as the leading car, so the car's going all right, so we should do well when Danny gets going.
I guess it's one of those first weekend of the season things, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It should have been tested first and it wasn't, so there you go.
Mark Werrell was saying you've got a new sim rig. Have you been using that to get ready for the year?
No, I haven't had time to get on it. But we'll get round to it.
Okay, well done on your stint. Let's see how Danny gets on. Let's see how Danny gets on now.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So there's Nigel Ainge. So to answer a couple of our questions, Mark.
Yeah, it was a sort of rhetorical question. I knew he hadn't been using it much. He spent a lot of money on it. It is a fantastic rig, but yeah, I knew he hadn't had the time to get on it. He will do, though. He will do, absolutely, for sure. So Adam Brown leads the way. He hasn't pitted as yet. It now means that Joe Hathaway in the number 199 Clio is up into second place. And in his first race in the car, James Wilson now is up into third. But they're all as yet still to pit, Josh.
There's an Alfa Romeo in the pits. The driver's got out just so I can admire it more, Mark.
Right, okay, yeah, it's not retired, has it? No.
Nothing to do with everyone looking around the back of the car and now the front of the car, just so I can admire it.
Right, yeah, that's the only reason Alfa's ever stop in a race. Yes.
That's right.
We taught him something yesterday, Matt.
We did, yeah, definitely. We've just had a 60-second penalty applied for, I missed the reason. I think it's speeding in the pit lane, that's what it was. So 34 receives that 1 minute penalty, so not good news there. That's going to put them way down the order as the race gets to its conclusion. That's Peter Parkin in his Peugeot 306. Got one of the Pumas in now. That's a 196 machine of John Glover.
That's John Glover that's in towards the pit lane. Yeah, the team just looking around it. And that car is the car that, say, has been resprayed over the winter. It was yellow beforehand, but it really is a very, very bright yellow now. Just having a quick look, that's Mark Chappell, which is his mechanic, that is just peering inside the door there. Mark Chappell, a bit like Danny Cassar, is also another winner of the iRacing Daytona 24-hour in his particular split. And you know how I know Danny Cassar and Mark Chappell are winners of the iRacing Daytona 24-hour?
Is it because you were part of the team
I was part of the team as well, yes.
Are you going to take any of the glory, Mark?
No, I was giving it all to them.
No, it's a good thing to do, and especially over the winter, it's nice to keep kind of drivers in the mix, and it keeps them kind of in there without getting race rusties, isn't it? Because it's a good thing to do, especially 24 hours around Daytona.
Yeah. Josh, what news?
Joe Hathaway into the pits. He was, I think, one of our front runners. It looks like no drama at all. He just opened the door to speak to one of his crew members and perhaps let a bit of cool air go into the cockpit, because sun really beating down on the wing pit lane. It's quite breezy, but in the car you don't get any of that breeze at all, Mark.
No, there's always a breeze at Silverstone, but yeah, you just don't notice it when you're in a car. Matt, we were talking about Danny Cassar and when he jumps in the car, what he might be able to do. He's doing it, isn't he?
Yeah, did a 1:15.5 that you can then scrap that and do a 1:14.6 because he's absolutely flying now through the field. So it might be a good time for Adam Brown to come in, which is exactly what he's going to do now, because before too much longer, that gap will be down to pretty much nothing, and might even see Danny Cassar into the lead of the race before Adam Brown even heads back onto the circuit. But the Ford Fiesta now down in the pit lane and heading its way down towards Josh.
He just drove straight past me, Matt, to the end of the pit lane. But yes, Adam Brown is into the pits. He's also problematically gone a long way past his crew member, who's now sprinting down the pit lane. It's a pretty long pit lane to sprint down, so hopefully Adam's got a clock in the car that he can use to have his pit stop time, because the team might not be able to help him out too much with that.
Yeah, the team obviously didn't talk to each other because one was at one end and the other was at the other end where Adam was heading for. So the lovely lady just about got there.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Quite often that happens to us, doesn't it, Matt? It doesn't normally happen to the teams.
No, they never arrive right where you want them, do they?
No, when you're on commentary duties, no, never happens, does it? I think into the pit lane has come Peter Hutton. So number 51 is into the pit lane. That's the burgundy coloured Clio that you can just see pulling up. So the car that is affectionately known as Roxy, that's making its debut heading in there. And coming out of the pit lane, we will very shortly have Adam Brown. Josh is still down there where all the action is in the pits.
Yeah, that Clio you just mentioned, the Hutton Miller car, that's running pretty hot. It's steaming away down here in the pit lane, but hopefully nothing too much to worry about. The team don't seem worried anyway. Peter Hutton's got out, Nick Miller's getting in, he's getting strapped up at the moment.
Right, we'll see whether they can get it done in 51. We'll find out. But yeah, you can see the steam just coming up from that one. New race leader is now James Wilson, because he hasn't pitted at the wheel of his Peugeot. We're talking about how important it is to get your pit stops as accurate as you can. Well, Adam Brown, 1 minute 30.532, 10 seconds extra than he really needed to. But in stark contrast to that, getting it wrong, Ben Scott giving way to Josh Scott. They were short on time in the pit stop, so I think the number 99 Renault Clio might be handed a penalty at some point.
Oh, and Joe Hathaway is a very smoky Clio now, so that has stopped just in front of our camera. That's going to be possibly down towards the end of the lap. Yeah, I think it's a club corner, isn't it? Oh, and there's a lot of fluid on the circuit as well, so he's done well to pull off there, Josh.
Yeah, I can confirm it's club because all the dust I could see settling from the gravel trap. Obviously, a bit more's gone wrong if you say there's a lot of fluid on the road as well.
Yeah, so where that fluid starts, we're not too sure. I think he's probably expired just off the circuit, which is good for all the other competitors, but not good news for Joe Hathaway, which is a real shame after running up there in second and third places.
Yeah, I wonder whether he knew something was happening, pulled the car off onto the runoff tarmac, and then as he's done it, that's where the fluid's come out, and it's sprayed it onto his rear wheels, and then he's spun into the gravel whilst he probably thought there was a problem, because he was at a very strange angle in the gravel, wasn't he? Back out to the pit lane to try and get it done goes car number 51. Into the pit lane comes the race leader, car number 234, which is James Wilson. So that will at the moment give the lead of the race to the number 46 Honda Civic of Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon. We don't know the starting driver for that one. Second in the race, but still as yet to pit, would now be number 42, John and Tom D. Again, that's another car we don't know the starting driver for. But those are pretty much the only cars that haven't stopped. In fact, into the pits does come 46 now, Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon. So Josh might be able to tidy up who the starting driver was for us.
Okay, I'll have a look at that in a moment, Mark. James Wilson's just stopped by me. You spoke about the production saloon car championship earlier. When you think of Peugeot 306s, you sort of think even further back, don't you, to the old National Saloon Cars and Class B of the British Touring Car Championship.
Yeah. So there's James Wilson handing the bottles back. He'll be still wanting to rehydrate after a half marathon yesterday. He closes the door, and the door handle fell off then and landed on the floor, did it not? Yes, something landed on the floor, did it not?
Stopwatch, maybe?
Was it? It's the stopwatch, yes. The magnetic stopwatch they put on the door. Remember to take that off.
You need that to know when you need to go, don't you? So, yeah, sits there for now, does James Wilson.
And who's helping with the pit stop in the background of the shot? With his hand just about to wave the car out, Carl Chambers, who was out racing in turbo tin tops.
Peugeot sticks with Peugeot, doesn't it? So Carl sends James back on his way. We'll get to the order for you very shortly with just the last few cars. Now to serve their pit stops with about 2.5 minutes to go before that window comes to a close. Danny Cassar's been pushing on, but hasn't gone any quicker done a 1:17 last time through, so he's kind of just settled now into a rhythm with traffic to deal with as well. I don't think he's actually got past Adam Brown, has he? Because he's still at the minute quite a way back from him. So we'll see how things all shape themselves out. But we do expect Adam to retake the lead of the race once things have all been completed.
Yeah, and they're shortly about to be completed, because our last pit stop of the Honda Integra DC2 of the D family, John and Tom, heads in towards the pit lane now. It's not the only car in the pit lane, because we've also got Mark Jackson's Ford Puma in the pit lane as well, car number 142, which is the car that is closest towards pit lane exit. Danny Cassar, though, yes, he might not have caught Adam Brown, but he is still pushing hard. New fastest lap of the race yet again for the number 86 Honda Integra DC5. 1 minute 14.138 from Danny Cassar. What was Adam Brown's last lap? 1 minute 17.6. He's 3.5 seconds quicker.
Yeah, and he's about, by the looks of it, about 28 seconds adrift. So if you look at that in context, 3 seconds a lap, you're looking at probably about 9 laps to try and get somewhere, which is definitely achievable because we've got 16.5 minutes to go. We're going to get probably about 15 or so laps. So yeah, if Danny Cassar keeps up this pace and things continue to go his way, then definitely it is on the card. So everything's going to come to possibly a dramatic conclusion between Adam Brown and Danny Cassar. He's got a few more cars to get his way through as well, including that of Peter Parkin.
And the John and Tom D driver change has happened, so that's the last pit stop to be completed, we think. And the partnership of John D and Tom D is one that you wouldn't win many points in Scrabble at, was it?
Do we know who gave way to who? Because we didn't have a starting driver for that one.
For the Ds, I think it was John who started that one.
John, thank you. So Tom's jumped on board. So that will mean then that Adam Brown now will be back into the lead of the race now that our final pit stop has been concluded. But we need to wait for all of the cars to come over the start-finish line to fully understand the order, because it's showing still the D's as leading, but we know they were in the pit lane. It's showing Adam Brown as second. It's showing third, though, as being James Wilson. But he was also just exiting the pit lane, so it depended how quickly he was able to feed his way back out. Well, here comes James Wilson now down in towards the braking area for the club chicane. And I do think, I think he'll be there in second place, which would be a great debut for the car, would it not?
Certainly would, yeah. So he's there, probably about 5 to 6 seconds back, I think, from Adam Brown. We'll get the TSL timing on that for you very shortly. There is Danny Cassar, a bit of traffic to deal with, going to try and thread the eye of the needle there to get down the middle. And he's just behind the number 46 machine, which is actually ahead of him. So that's going to be the next one. He's going to try and get his way through. Still not sure if Steve Reynolds or John Ridgen is in the car, but the Civic is the next one to be targeted by the Honda Integra, which goes now through in 5th place. That effectively becomes 4th because Peter Parkin has got a 60-second penalty to be applied at the end of the race. So on track, I think he's passed Peter Parkin as well. So definitely the race is on here for Danny Cassar. We said he'd be quick, and he's making the inroads that he needs to on all the cars ahead of him, because I think he's at least 3 seconds a lap quicker than all of them, barring Adam Brown, who just has gone and done his personal best lap in the race.
Yeah, I suspect that they've been on the radio to Adam Brown and said, come on, you've got to keep pushing on here, so try and make sure that you at least maintain a similar pace to Danny Cassar, because he's coming quickly. And yeah, Adam Brown setting his fastest lap of the race suggests there's been some sort of communication. Another place is about to be gained, though, by Danny Cassar. He dives up the inside of the Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgen Honda Civic, going round through Stowe Corner. So that now means that the white and teal, or light blue Honda Integra is up another position, and that will now put it up into 3rd place. There's still traffic to deal with, though, and it's the sole Mazda RX-8 of Stuart Beardley that is next to be gobbled up by the fast-charging Danny Cassar, who goes over the start-finish line. And that was a 1 minute 15.0 from him. That was still 1.2 seconds quicker than the race leader could manage. And that's bearing in mind Adam Brown just set his best individual lap of the race as well.
Certainly did, yeah. And of course, Danny Cassar at some point surely will have a little bit of clearer track to deal with, which should aid him to do an even quicker lap time. So we'll continue to keep an eye on the gaps. It was about 28 seconds, wasn't it, just a few laps ago. Now coming down to almost 20 seconds between the two of them. Time is ticking away, though. 13 minutes to go in this one. Pit window has closed, by the way, and looking at the screen, everyone has served the required amount of pit stops, which is always good to see on the screen. There goes the Honda Integra through. There's the Honda Civic just in the background of Steve Reynolds and John Ridgen. But it is this car we are keenly focusing on in this race. Quickest lap of the race still with him, 1:14.1. That time through, or last time through, sorry, it was a 16.2 from Adam Brown. This time it's a 17.6, so it's been caught short just a little bit on that previous lap. Now wait for James Wilson to go through in the Peugeot. He's just gone and done his personal best lap of the race on a 16.7 and finds himself about 10 seconds adrift of the race leader. And for Danny Cassar, with the clear track, he has gone and done a new quickest lap of the race.
Yeah, a 1 minute 14.092 from Danny Cassar. So that means that he was 11.5 seconds adrift of James Wilson. He's now only 8.8. He was 22.3 seconds shy of the race leader. He's now only 18.7, and we've still got 12 minutes of this to go. Rate of close at the moment, he would get there.
Certainly would, yeah, if he can continue the pace. This is the key point, isn't it? If he can continue the pace, that is what he needs. But of course, if he has one bad lap where he's stuck in traffic, or he has one lap which is slower than Adam Brown, then that kind of puts him once again on the back foot. So it's kind of imperative now that he continues to do this 3 seconds a lap. And of course, once he gets to James Wilson, he might then find himself having to work a little bit harder to get past him, or he might be slightly delayed.
Josh is going to have another visitor to the pits, because in the background of the shot there, I just saw the Volvo of Adrian Matthews pulling off the circuit and heading in towards the pit lane area. So problems have struck the Volvo late on as he dives into the pit lane with some sort of mechanical woe or issue out on circuit. We start to look at what's going on again. Up towards Stowe goes Gary Barlow. We haven't really mentioned much since the pit stops, have we? He was right up there running in third place. I'm not sure if it's a slow stop for the number 30 car of Gary Barlow, but his Honda Integra, second of the two in the field, is now running down in 7th.
Yeah, it did drop down, didn't it? So
yeah.
What the issue there was not too sure, whether he was a slower pit stopper and the rest were quicker, but we're not too sure. But Josh might have some news for us on that Volvo.
Yeah, the Volvo's gone through the garage, back to the back of the paddock and towards the trailer, so that's one we won't be seeing anymore, I'm afraid. So the Volvo C30 of Adrian Matthews is out of the race.
So there goes the Integra of Gary Barlow through. Thanks, Josh, for that. Just to confirm, the Volvo is now done for this race. Keeping an eye on what's happening within the Pumas as well. Let's have a look and see who's leading that. It's the 142 machine of Mark Jackson. So he is up there in 15th place overall, and he's about 3.5 seconds up the road from his nearest competitor at the minute, which is the Nick Full James machine. So that's how the Pumas look, which are part of this Cohort Sport Tin Tops series nowadays. And again, as the season goes on, we're expecting a few more of them to come out and play once again.
Yeah, the long-time leader of the Puma Cup, John Glover, never reappeared from the pit lane, actually. So we saw his car in the pits, but it has not subsequently appeared whatsoever. So there's clearly been some sort of issue with that. Danny Cassar back over the start-finish line, 1 minute 14.8 compared to the cars ahead that are running at 1 minute 17s. So that gap between himself and the race leader that was 22 seconds just 4 laps ago is now down to 12.9. The gap between himself and the car that he's been hunting down, which was James Wilson, when it was 11.5 seconds just 4 laps ago, is now down to just 2.8.
Yeah, and he's almost there. I can see James Wilson just up the front of Danny Cassar, and I think by the time they get down to Stowe Corner, he'll probably be with the back of James Wilson, and all 3 cars there pretty much in shot, with Adam Brown just going through. There's James Wilson, and Danny Cassar in the Integra has now caught him, so he doesn't really need to hesitate here, does he? Because Danny Cassar needs to catch him, pass him, and get on with the job in hand. If he can do that, it will mean that he's not going to be delayed, and it's exactly what he does. He approaches the back of the Peugeot, goes to the outside line, which is not going to be the favourable place to be. He then goes for the outside in towards Club Corner as well, and he carries the momentum through and takes the place away. So that was pretty easily done, and I don't think he'd have been too hampered in the process. He goes across the line with a 14.5, which is 3.5 seconds quicker than Adam Brown, and it was pretty much 3.5 seconds quicker than James Wilson as well. So the gap now down between the top 2 to less than 10 seconds with less than 10 minutes to go in the race.
Yeah, so absolutely, surely he's going to get there, is he not? So we'll have to wait and see. So yeah, 9.4 seconds, and it's amazing that in 5 laps it's come down from 22.3 to 9.4 seconds, and now that Danny Cassar is up into 2nd place, he can really try and focus his efforts. Our race leader just heading up towards Stowe Corner now. It's still the number 1 Ford Fiesta in the hands of Adam Brown that continues to lead the way. He's got about, what, half of the hanger straight, is he, between himself and Danny Cassar in 2nd place. There's also one little back marker between the pair of them, but for Danny Cassar, there's plenty of Silverstone real estate for him to keep accelerating towards.
Yep, and of course Adam Brown will be seeing that Honda Integra in the mirror, getting bigger and bigger every lap that passes by. So the longer he can stay ahead, of course, that's more favourable for Adam Brown, and of course the quicker the clock ticks away, that's better for him as well. But the inevitable might be on the way as Danny Cassar now works his way past a fellow backmarker. Adam Brown with no traffic to deal with at the minute, but that might be a helping hand or it might be a hindrance. We're not too sure. All depends on where you catch that traffic. But of course, if it just takes one car to get in your way, and there's quite a few of them up the road for Adam Brown now, so he's going to have to try and make light work of these. He's going to go through the link with not too much drama, and then he'll be hoping to get these two cars past on the hanger straight. One of them moves nicely out of the way as they head through Chapel Corner, so no dramas there, as I think that was Steve Gerrard. He made his way through in the Renault Clio, so that's 2 ticked off. And then, of course, Danny Cassar will have to do the same over the course of the end of the lap as well.
Yeah, 2 Pumas together heading up towards Stowe Corner, just ahead of Adam Brown, our race leader. So we'll try and keep an eye on what's going on in the Puma Cup, which is still being led by the number 142 car at this stage, which was Mark Jackson in the light green car. But if you look in his mirrors, that's another Puma that is right behind him, is it not? And it is, yeah, absolutely, that could well be for position, is it? So let's have a quick look. No, it won't be, I don't think. Together, as they come over the start-finish line, Adam Brown is closing in on them. It's the white car with the light green checks to it, so that will be the Nick Fulljames and Neil Jackson car. And that will be, yeah, for the lead of the Puma Cup. Yeah, absolutely together. So it is for the lead. The light green car leads the Puma Cup. The white car with the subtle light green checkers to it is second in the Puma Cup, and it is for the lead of that category.
Yeah, and it was just about 0.3 of a second between them as they went across the line that time through, and there's almost 0.3 of a second between the top two as well, because Danny Cassar has almost now caught the back of Adam Brown, and it's the first lap which has gone into the 113s for Danny Cassar with a 0.990, so a really good lap there, which has now brought the gap down to less than 1.8 seconds. And I think before we get to the end of the lap, we are going to have the battle and the lead change on the cars, because Danny Cassar has caught, Adam Brown has got real no defence to keep him at bay. The Honda Integra is quicker, they are in different classes, but Danny Cassar is not going to have it easy here, because Adam Brown wants to hang on to the race lead as they head down the Vale now for the 26th time of asking. Adam Brown knows that this man is challenging and going to try and take the race lead away from him. They're both late on the brakes as they turn through the left part of Vale, now heading towards Club Corner, but I'm sure on the cards is the inevitable here. But Danny Cassar, as of yet, Mark, is not yet through.
No, Danny Cassar will want the overall win. He'll also know that that will pick up a 30-second penalty for the rest of the season. Adam Brown, we've seen in the past, has claimed plenty of wins, but has also on occasions maybe given up a win because he doesn't want the penalty. So the two of them are absolutely locked together. It is still the Ford Fiesta though that leads the way. Danny Cassar's now going to try around the outside at Village, is he? No, he's going to cut back and sit behind again as they head round through the link. Ford Fiesta leads the way. Second is the Honda Integra, and I'm afraid out of the race is the car that was in third place. James Wilson and his Peugeot has disappeared off into the gravel somewhere, and because of where it has come to rest, it does look as though the red flags are being brought out for our first time this weekend. A red flag? Yeah, I think it's right, yeah. So there's oil down there, so I wonder if, such a shame, it's the first race for that car, whether the engine's expired and dumped a load of oil, and then poor old James Wilson has skittered off into the gravel trap on his own oil.
That's a shame as well, because he was running in third place, so it would have been a podium. A relief though for Adam Brown, because it means that Danny Cassar had got there but didn't make the move, so it does mean that Adam Brown does take the victory by the skin of his teeth.
But he also picks up the 30-second penalty now as well, which was maybe one of those things that Adam was trying to avoid possibly. There's the poor old stricken Peugeot of James Wilson. Such a shame, that car. It's gone straight into the gravel trap, but yeah, look at the oil that's down there as well. Big train of oil. So I think poor old James in his first race has blown the engine in that car and is unfortunately out, having raced a Peugeot 206 for the best part of 8 years with the Classic Sports Car Club, building this 306 up over the winter. So Adam Brown heads in towards the pit lane. We will hopefully be able to confirm some results for you shortly. The red flags having come out with, about 4 minutes to spare, something like that. So let's just confirm the results for you. Adam Brown claims the win, but only just by 0.2 of a second from Nigel Ainge and Danny Cassar in second place. And third in the end will be Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeham. It was the D's, Tom and John, that were there in 4th place, and Gary Barlow 5th in the end. Julian Fisher 6th, ahead of Peter Parkin in 7th. And it was Blair Roebuck and Sean Ely that were in 8th place. Hutton and Mellor finished in 9th place, ahead of Alan Wiltshire, who was next up. You can see the rest of the runners just outside of there. The win in the Puma Cup is worth picking up on, because that went to the car that finished in 14th position in the end, car number 152, and that was the car that was shared between Neil Jackson and James Full James. So the cars head in towards the pit lane area. Adam Brown, Danny Cassar and Reynolds/Ridgeon, we never did get to the bottom of the starting driver for that one, are all there, and so is Josh Barrett to chat to them.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, Adam's just taken his helmet off, and we'll grab a word with Adam. Well done, Adam. The safe by the red flag, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. There's no stopping that hill with Integra when it gets behind you, so the red flag definitely saved me. I think it was Wilson. It was off. I hope he's all right. I hope there's no damage to the car. Oh, you're joking. It's a new car as well. So I hope it's not that. I hope it's something that you can get sorted in the relatively short time.
And the car running well, first race of the season?
Yeah, it's running well. We've got a few teething issues. I mean, we only got the gearbox back on Friday before the race. Big thanks to Satchel Engineering for turning the box around so quick. Other than that, yeah, it's fine. We've just got to dial in a bit of a setup into it. It's a bit understeery for my liking now. So, but it's something we can definitely work with for the rest of the season.
And getting a Fiesta up to that pace, the engines and the Honda engines perhaps that bit stronger, are they?
Oh, 100%. The Hondas are massively stronger in a straight line, but the Fiesta's a bit lighter through the corners, so I have to just make it up on the brakes in the corners. You probably saw at the start the Hondas have got the legs on me on the straight, but it's just something that I have to make up in the corners. Silverstone is a bit difficult for that. There's not as many corners as there is straights, whereas other circuits we are really strong at. But the last 2 times I visited Silverstone, I've won overall, so it can't be that bad.
Absolutely, and now looking forward to the rest of the season, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Shame about the penalty that we just picked up, but it's one of those things. I mean, we've been the driver of the series for the last 3 years, so let's just go for it now and see how many wins we can pick up.
Well, best luck with all of that. So there's Adam Brown, our race winner. We'll head over and speak to Danny, who ended up second place. A good result after the day you've had, I guess.
Yeah, today's been a disaster. Yeah, it's been tough, but the thing is, everybody puts so much effort in, and if you get the opportunity when the cars are running right, you've just got to take every opportunity you can get, and the cars are so good. So it's I hope it makes it justified for Nigel, because he was having a bad day.
You got into the 114. Is that a lap you're happy with?
I'll be honest, we've really rarely race on this circuit, so I don't know what a good lap time is. But if I'm catching Adam, I must be going all right. So
yeah, I think you were catching 2.5, 3 seconds a lap there, so obviously pretty good.
Yeah, well, we've got a bit of a power advantage over Adam, but Adam's a good competitor. He's always going to make it difficult, which was good. So it's a shame the Reds came out, because I think we would have had a good battle for the last, I don't know how long was left. So
yeah, I think you had about 5 minutes, so I guess that would have given you a chance anyway.
Yeah, I think we would have had a shot, because we got a bit more punch down the back straight. So, but with Adam, it's never over until it's over, so it's always good.
Tell us a bit about the Integra and sort of the developments that the team have done to it.
Well, this year on last year, there's very little. It's the same engine, everything's exactly the same as it has been for the last couple of years, but everyone's getting closer and it's getting good. I mean, at the front of the field, if you watch the first part of the race, it was a train of like 10 cars. So, yeah, it's good. It's a place to race.
That's right, and I guess because of like most CSCC things, the regulations are quite open, so it means you can do whatever you want to do to the cars within limits.
Yeah, as long as you keep it sort of 2 litre, it's got to keep with the original type of gearbox. But other than that, the silhouette's got to be straight, obviously. But it makes it interesting because everybody can progress, everyone can move forward, and yeah, it's good. It's great fun.
And now I guess make sure both cars are ready to go for the next round.
Yeah, I'm sure Nigel and the Hillwood boys will have the cars both on top form, ready for Donington. It's their home circuit, and we do hopefully tend to go quite well there. So, but I'm sure Andrew Woodmill will be back, and there'll be a few other really quick cars, and it'll make it interesting.
I guess that's the thing, having the first meeting quite early. Some people maybe not quite ready with their cars.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of people still struggling. It's that time of the year where it's difficult to get the cars ready for. I mean, ourselves, both cars were supposed to be dynoed before they came here, but we just didn't get round to it. Hence, we've had a few issues. We haven't tested. This was our test day. So, yeah, it's tricky this time of year, but it'll be good. Like I say, Donny, I think, is very popular anyway. So we'll have lots of cars out. We'll have lots of quick cars, hopefully, and we'll all have fun and go wheel to wheel and hopefully put on a show like we were trying to do there.
Well done on your second place. And I think we've got Stephen and John over here who came third. So firstly, introduce who you are.
I'm John Ridgen, Steve Reynolds. So Steve did the first stint, and yeah, I got the short stint at the end. Ended a little early, didn't it? A few minutes.
Yeah, I think the guy who was in third blew an engine, so that made lots of oil down, so they decided to red flag it rather than having any incidents.
Yeah, it's fair enough, yeah. But other than that, good race, nursing a wheel bearing that feels terrible. The car just feels terrible. Yeah, so...
we feel good.
Well, I feel better now, obviously, yeah.
And tell us about how the first stint was. There some battles out there?
Yeah, it was got a good start. Sort of like was battling with James actually. He was right behind me, and I could see he was quick, and I could feel that wheel bearing, and I just backed off a little bit, sort of around the left-handers, just because I didn't trust it. Let him pass, and then tried to stay with him, and then I think as you got used to the wheel bearing, you kind of got a bit confident, and you could think, well, actually, it's not going to fall off. I'm kind of okay, you know. So yeah, it was good. I thought, just bring it in and let's see what happens, because it's always the case, isn't it? Like, people fall off, people blow up. You never know where you're going to end up. So
tell us about the car you're racing, the developments to it.
None this year, developments. We didn't do anything to it over the winter, did we, mate?
We didn't even wash it, did we?
So yeah, but yeah, we're just taking weight off it. I think the big thing is just learning to drive. It's our third season now, and it takes a long time just to get comfortable, you know, get in the groove. And I think we're getting there now. You know, we're starting to get some good times out of it. So pretty happy.
Is that your first overall podium? We had one before.
No, we've had a first before and a second. Yeah. So sort of, but previously in the Clio 182. So
how different is this car to the Clio?
We're trying to make it more and more like the Clio. Yeah, because we like the Clio.
Yeah, 3 seasons in, I'll still miss the Clio, really. Yeah, it's surprisingly different to drive, and you wouldn't think so. Yeah, it's a completely different beast, really. So
lots of people sort of say Renault, the Clios are quite easy to drive in comparison.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. Yeah, the Clio is just a joy. It just makes you smile.
It's a bit quicker, this one.
It's getting there. First couple of seasons, it wasn't any quicker than the Clio.
It is now, and we are seeing consistently lap times that are better. As you know, it was always quicker in a straight line, but the Clio killed it in the corners. But now we've got it as good, I think, as the Clio in the corners, or nearly as good. And then you're capitalising on the extra speed on the straights, and overall, just the lap times are dropping, you know. So great.
Well done to both of you, and well done on the podium. So that's Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgen, who came third in the co-ord Tintoct. We heard from Danny Cassar, who was second, with Nigel Ainge and Adam Brown. Before that, we have one more race to come, though, here at Silverstone on the International Circuit. The marshals are working hard around the circuit to get all that oil that we heard cleared up, ready for our final race. We head back to Matt Sucklin and Mark Werrell.
Thanks, Josh. Good job with the drivers there, and we're more than happy that you just kept asking them questions, because we knew when you were going to throw back to us that there is going to be a delay because of James Wilson's car, and the oil all needs treating down there. And it's not just the marshals helping out. Who's the bloke in the black suit, in the brown suit jacket that's helping out? He doesn't look dressed to be marshalling, Matt, does he?
Just a random person, I think, isn't he?
Just come along to help. Yeah, we'll drag anybody in. No, brilliant work as ever by the marshals to try and clear up the oil that was deposited there, and such a shame for James Wilson. You know, he's built this car up over the winter, sold the old Peugeot, got this new one, and straight away that looks like a significant engine failure, doesn't it?
Yeah, not what you want, is it? When you come to the first meeting of the year, you've kind of waited all winter, you've done your preparation, you've got your car ready, and the first race of the year, this happens, and you're back in the garage and back to repairing the work once again. So, yeah, definitely not what James would have wanted, and to have such a big moment like that and end up in the gravel, it's not what you need at all. But hopefully there's a bit of time between now and the next meet for him to get that sorted, and he can be back out for the next one as well. Yeah, good old sweep there.
Well, I say he's probably struggling for time in the garage at the moment, because a lot of his time is being done out pounding miles in on the roads, because he did a half marathon yesterday because he's training for a marathon later on this year. Looks like most of the sweeping up has been done though, so brilliant work as ever by, well, you say the Orange Army, they're largely black overalls, aren't they, for the Silverstone emergency services team and the circuit crew. So they're all now going back to their respective posts, and hopefully we will see cars heading out onto the circuit for what is our final race of the weekend, Matt. I don't know where it's gone already, but we've got the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens coming back out for the final race of the day. And remember, the winner of the previous race goes to 11th position on the grid, 10 places further back for this one.
Yeah, indeed. So it's going to be hard work for the previous winner from the earlier race to try and get himself up there and give us a good race. But Stephen Nuttall was definitely quick in qualifying, so we know he can get there, but the ones like Tim Davis and Johnny Pittard, who had to come from the back of the grid in the earlier race, will have less work to do as they start towards the front of the order. So it's Stephen Nuttall who has the job to do, but hopefully we'll get a nice fight between at least 3 or 4 of them as things unfold in this second 20-minute race, which is a fairly new format for the Mag 7s. Used to have that, of course, 40-minute race, but nowadays it's the 2 20-minute races that they'll get across the course of the season to mix things up a little bit, and a non-pit stop race for them as well. But as we look over the wing here at Silverstone, the sun very much starting to set as we head towards sunset this evening, and all those solar panels have worked very hard today to absorb all that sunlight to make sure that Silverstone is powered for another week.
Yeah, I was amazed. I hadn't really spotted until Friday just how many solar panels are on the roof of the wing. It must generate a lot of electricity, which, there's a lot of electricity used at Silverstone because it's an enormous site. But equally as much, it all helps offset some of the carbon that motorsport clearly deposits into the environment anyway. So, we'll never quite get it carbon neutral, but it all helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a big old wing as well, so you can fit plenty of solar panels on it, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It is a fantastic building, isn't it?
Yeah, well designed there, isn't it? And as we said yesterday, when you kind of look from any vantage point of Silverstone nowadays, you can pretty much see it. It's so high, doesn't it?
When it was first built, the first ever race meeting that used the wing was the World GT1 Challenge, I think it was, and I was here commentating for that one. And it was so new that when you walked into the wing, all it smelt was a mixture of fresh paint and brand new carpet.
Oh, nice.
For that first one. Yeah, it was staggering, really. It is a beautiful building. It's very easy to get lost in, though, isn't it?
Yes, it's. I don't know if I've ever explored it too much.
Have you not?
Yeah, as you said, you get lost and you don't know which floor you're on, which room you're in.
Yeah. I know where the commentary boxes are, and that's about the only bit that I know still in the wing. It's. So hopefully we'll see the cars heading out onto circuit for this final 20-minute race. So it's just a short one that will bring the curtain down on our weekend of racing here. Remember, we do come back to Silverstone later on in the year. That one will be live streamed as well for you on the 14th and 15th of June. But our next race meeting after this one will be in just, 5 weeks' time, the 12th and the 13th of April at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. That will be a live streamed event as well. We're not necessarily live streaming every race meeting this year, but Silverstone to start the year live streamed. The second race meeting, Donington Park, live streamed. We don't live stream when we go to Cadwell Park on the 17th and 18th of May, but we will be live streaming again when we come back to Silverstone. Snetterton, I think 5th and 6th of July is a live stream, if memory serves me correctly. Castle Combe, I've got a question mark whether that's live stream or not. I think I've seen it is, but it might not be as well. Brands Britannia, 30th and 31st of August, definitely a live stream, that event as well. Don't think we're live streaming Thruxton.
No.
And we're not live streaming Alton Park at the end of the year. So if you want to stay in touch with the Classic Sports Car Club, whether you're either here at the circuit listening to this or you're watching the stream online, those are the live stream meetings. Or log on to the website because it does specify them all on there, classicsportscarclub.co.uk. Click on the calendar of events, and from there you should be able to pick up on those that are live streamed. And if they're not, you can always keep an eye on everything on tsl-timing.com anyway.
Yeah, or pop along to the circuit and see it firsthand. Because the CSCC always put on a good show, and as you've seen this weekend, plenty of different machinery, whether it harks back to the 60s or near enough to kind of more modern stuff that we've seen from the tin tops and the new Millenniums and the Slick Series. There's a bit of everything for everyone, really. Yeah, so Course Car, I think, is just doing another sweeping lap of the, no pun intended, another lap of the circuit, just to ensure that everything is as it should be, that any lubricant has been dealt with by the marshals, just to double check that everybody's back where they need to be, and hopefully we'll see the Audi Course Car come back into the pit lane shortly, and that will be the catalyst for the green flag waving at the assembly area, and the cars being released onto what will be a single formation lap before they get back out onto circuit. What do you think, bearing in mind that of course our race winner from earlier on starts 11th for this one, Stephen Nuttall? Do you think he can claim 2 out of 2? I think he can. I think he'll soon get there. I think so. It all depends on what Johnny Pittard has in a way of defence and what time he can kind of do. But yeah, I think Stephen's looking the quicker, isn't he, of the whole field so far this weekend. I'm going to go for Stephen Nuttall at least in 3rd place by the end of the first lap. I think it might be higher.
Well, I said at least. I said at least.
I'll bet to that.
Are you going for the? Do you think he'll be in the lead by the end of the first lap?
I don't think he'll be the lead. I think Johnny has enough to possibly lead the first lap, but I think he'll be up into second. For the first lap.
Yeah. So he'll sneak past Tim Davis. Well, Tim Davis did say earlier on in his interview with Josh down there that he's a bit outgunned in terms of power, isn't he, for both Stephen Nuttall and from Johnny Pittard's car.
Definitely, yeah. So second place, we think it possibly could be. Has Johnny got enough to keep him behind for the full 20 minutes? That's going to be the question we ask ourselves once the Mag 7s get underway, and we've just been told that they'll get 2 green flag laps as well. So, 2 green flag laps due to that James Wilson incident, which has left a lot of cement dust down the Vale and on towards Club Corner. So that's what we've got to look forward to very shortly, but it won't be too long, I don't think, because the course car should now be back into the pit lane and hopefully the Mag 7s on their way round for a couple of formation laps.
Yeah, I can see the little green light flashing right in the corner of the left-hand side of the screen, which does suggest that, green flags are being waved around the circuit because cars are making their way out onto track. Now, do you think the 20 minutes might count down as and when they complete the first green flag lap? We'll have to see. But what we can do is probably bring you the grid as well for this one. Now, remember, it is based on the finishing positions from the race earlier on today, albeit the race winner goes to 11th place. So a 10-place grid drop for the race winner is what we will see for this one. So the car's weaving around to try and build a little bit of temperature into the tyres. All the drivers will have been told about the oil in the assembly area, so they'll be well aware where it is. Some of them may choose to run over it to see how much adhesion there is. Others may choose to stay way off it. Now, it is a little bit offline, so I don't think many of them will run over it, Matt, in reality, because it is just a little bit out of the way. So, as they head around the circuit, I'll give you the grid. I don't think we get a graphic for it, but it is Johnny Pittard, number 81, that lines up on pole position. Number 80, Tim Davis is alongside. Row 2 of the grid is 32, Ian Payne, and 42, Richard Carpenter. Row 3, 69, Stephen Collins, and number 55, driven by Mark Lanyon in this race. And row 4, 16, 16, Martin Ledbetter, and 5, Carl Nairn. The 5th row of the grid is 193, James Fradley, and number 9, Robert Jones, with row 6 being the race winner from earlier on today, 46, Stephen Nuttall, alongside 141, which is Oliver Gemmell. Row 7 of the grid, number 34, Pascal Green for this race, alongside is number 30, which is Paul Fiennes-Orlin. And then row 8 of the grid is number 70, Trevor Harbour, and number 75, which should be James Randall, I think, for this particular race. And off the back of the grid, hopefully it has been repaired, Nathaniel Gollim, number 17, is there, thankfully. And that was the car that had 3 pit stops and a little bit of damage from earlier on today. So looks as though they're all largely there as they now head on to their second formation lap. And in answer to my own question, will the clock start to tick as and when they complete the first lap and head on to the second? The answer is no. It will be a full 20-minute race, which is good to see because we still have a little bit of time in hand. This race was not scheduled to get underway until originally what would have been 5:35. We started a little bit earlier this afternoon, but we're still literally bang on where we ought to have been, if not a little bit ahead of time.
Yeah, once again, officials have done well to make sure we've kept on time, if not ahead of proceedings today, which is always good to have some time in hand towards the end of the day, gets people home earlier, and of course just allows for time if things like what we just had have a bit of clear up and still allow the full duration of the races to run as well. So that's really good work. As always from the officials here at the CSCC, and the second green flag lap now coming to an end, and there's plenty of weaving to be done just as that temperature drops away towards the end of this afternoon. All of the drivers making sure there's plenty of warmth in the tyres. Sitting on the grid for too long for that temperature to disappear, and you can see how quickly once the sun just starts to disappear how much the temperature does fall away. So it's gone from about 16 all the way down now to just under 12 degrees. So yeah, getting chilly as we head through the evening, but we're going to be good for this final race of the day as the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens work their way through that cement dust. A few did go through it on the first lap, and they're just kind of teetering on the edge, aren't they, with the right hand side of the wheels there, so they are going to catch it. And of course, if they run side by side with fellow competitors, then one of you has got to go through that and kick it all up. And I'm sure most of it will be dispersed by the time we get to the end of this race as well.
Yep, so Marshall's onto the grid, hopefully for the final time today. We won't need to re-grid for any reason, so this will hopefully be the last time that they'll be needing to grid cars up today. They've completed their 2 green flag laps. They've still got 20 minutes of racing to look forward to in the second half our Gold Arts Magnificent 7 races. Remember, the race winner starts from 11th from this one. He won by nearly 20 seconds earlier on today from Johnny Pittard and Tim Davis, who were 2nd and 3rd respectively. So those 2 cars now line up on the front row of the grid, and remember, they started off the very back of the grid in the race earlier on today. Number 81 because he was disqualified from qualifying, and number 80 car because he had problems in qualifying. So they are edged absolutely onto where they need to be. I think most drivers have needed a bit of assistance, haven't they, just to make sure they're lined up on the right set of painted surface.
Yeah, can't quite see where they need to be, can they? So Marshall's doing their best to usher them into positions. Now, I did notice we were missing one from the 4th row of the grid, which looked to be Cole Nairn. So that car is missing. You can see the light blue of Mark Lanyon is there, but Cole Nairn is missing. I think everyone else further back is in position, with the last row now in place. The one on its own, Nathaniel Gollin. So it gives us 16 starters for this final 20-minute race of the weekend.
Yep, so here we go then. Just wait for the 5-second board to be held aloft, which it is just about to be done on the starting gantry, and then the red lights will come on. Johnny Pittard is the car with the Dayglow yellow flashes to it. The Dayglow orange flashes is that of Tim Davis. Red lights on, red lights go off for the final time today. Slow away was Stephen Collins from the 3rd row of the grid. The front 2 got a reasonable start. It was a good start also from Richard Carter, but it's going to be Tim Davis that leads the way, and into 2nd place. It wasn't Johnny Pittard that was there in 2nd place. Who was it that snuck his way through into 2nd place? It is Ian Payne. Let's just have a look as they head up towards Village for the first time. No, it is Johnny Pittard that is there in 2nd place. Ian Payne is there in 3rd, but is in full attack mode and is looking for 2nd if he can. So Tim Davis leads the way, Johnny Pittard 2nd, Ian Payne there in 3rd at this stage.
And Stephen Nuttall, I think, up to 4th place already, so he's got 7 positions so far. Make that 6 because Cole Nairn was not there. Let's see if he can take any further places towards the end of the lap. We predicted 3rd or 2nd. Well, he's up into 3rd place already because Ian Payne has lost that position down the hanger straight to Stephen Nuttall from 11th on the grid. And can he get past Johnny Pittard? That of Stephen Nuttall down towards the left-hander. Not quite there. It's going to be the dash to the line whilst Tim Davis continues to lead the race at the end of this first lap. I think everyone is going to be safely through the van and in towards Club Corner. And at the end of the first lap, it will be Tim Davis that leads the way. 2nd place will be Johnny Pittard by 1/10 of a second. Oh, and out wide is Richard Carter. He tries to catch it one way, then the other. He's just about got it. Good control in the end there, but that was a probably scary moment from inside the cockpit.
Yeah, lots of arm twirling going on, and lots of feet hovering over the brakes, I would have thought, for those that were closing in on him, because that looked as though he was in control, then out of control, then back in control, and then out of control all over again. You got it right. He was up to 2nd by the end of the... No, I got it right. He was up to 3rd by the end of the first. I also got it right earlier on because I chose the correct winner from Turbo Tin Tops, didn't I?
All right.
Right, I'm going to retire for the day.
It might be 2nd now, though, because here he comes on the inside of Johnny Pittard, and he might actually be the lead because Tim Davis is not going to let him be defended. So Tim Davis almost left the door open there because he had 2 cars very much charging towards him, and he will lose the 2 because on the outside goes Johnny Pittard. But then Tim Davis fights back. Johnny Pittard tried to do a bit of a switch back to the inside, which didn't really work in his favour. So Nuttall finally does get himself into the mix of the race lead. 2nd place Tim Davis, and 3rd place for that of now Johnny Pittard. So all of the orders changing. In the background there you can see Ian Payne, who still sits in 4th position, a new leader and a new fastest lap of the race for Stephen on a 107.776.
Yeah, so it didn't take him long to take the lead of the race, and now he's just going to edge away, isn't he? He's still got 17 minutes as well, so it only took him 3 minutes to pick up the lead of the race. The 2 Boss Racing teammates, Tim Davis and Johnny Pittard, still squabbling over who wants to be in 2nd place and who wants to be 3rd at the moment. It's the black and the orange car, so it is still Tim Davis that hangs on to 2nd place at the moment, but closing in the slipstream is Johnny Pittard, who jinks out from behind to the right-hand side of the circuit. He has the inside line for Stowe and is going to go through and up into 2nd place. So Johnny Pittard back to 2nd, Tim Davis back down into 3rd place, Ian Payne there in 4th place, but dropping ever more adrift. Stephen Collins is 5th, and completing the top 6 is Mark Lanyon.
Yep, so we've got the same top three we had at the end of race number 1 in the space of 3.5 minutes at the start of race number 2. So Johnny Pittard now through on Tim Davis. Let's see if we can try and keep with Stephen Nuttall, but the pace is already showing probably might not be the case here with another new fastest lap of the race on a 107.340. But Johnny Pittard was only half a second adrift at the end of that second lap. So we'll continue to watch that as we have this fight further back now coming through. This is going to be for something I think about 7th place now. Looking out for Martin Ledbetter, who goes through in 8th place, just behind the Green's car at the minute. So the number 34 machine, which for this race is in the hands of Pascal Green. There is the light yellow car briefly of Richard Carter, which now sits in 9th place and has briefly made himself back inside the top 10 after that moment he had, a very leery moment through the final corner. So Richard Carter at the minute is on the comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. He's arguably one of the quicker cars because he was, 4th, wasn't he, in the race earlier on. So he's out of position even in 9th place with that place gain. So he'll just keep picking a few more off, and he has got the next car only half a second ahead of him, and then half a second ahead from there, and another half a second ahead from there. So I would imagine 4th up to probably 6th place shouldn't take him too long. And in fact, as soon as I say it, he is up into 6th place because he's just dived through and ahead of Mark Lanyon, having already dealt with Pascal Green and already having dealt with Martin Ledbetter. So yeah, another 3 places picked up on that lap for the man who is charging after his mistake on the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, and he's got his lights fully ablaze as well, has Richard Carter, so just warning those ahead of him that he is on his way through. A little bit of a challenge now to catch up with Stephen Collins, who's about 7.5 seconds down the road, so it's going to be a bit of a clear track now for Richard Carter over the next few laps, as on that previous lap we've just completed, Stephen Nuttall once again went even quicker, although the 2 cars behind, both Johnny Pittard and Tim Davis, have both done their personal best laps of the race as well. So there's still plenty of time out there in this one with just under 15 minutes to go. Mark Lanyon now has been passed by Ian Payne. No, it's not, it's 34, so that's going to be the Pascal Green car, isn't it? So Pascal goes through. This is a good race for Pascal. 13th is where it started, and already up now into 8th position. Yeah, and that puts him into the lead of Class SC as well, because Mark Lanyon, Pascal Green and Martin Ledbetter are all in the same class, so Class SC for each one of those. Paul Fines all in, heads back onto the hangar straight. Up at Stowe Corner is that lead battle for Class C that I was talking about, the almost burgundy-esque car of Martin Ledbetter trying to get the upper hand on the light blue machine that lies ahead in the hands of Mark Lanyon. Both of them trying to put the number 34 car of Pascal Green, who leads the class, under pressure. And now they're all getting caught by, is that Nathaniel Gollin that sits behind as well? I think it is. Yes, it is. Nathaniel Gollin is next up at the wheel of the number 17 car, and not that far off him is the next car as well, which is going to be James Fradley. Certainly is, yes. So a nice 5-car scrap starting to emerge. There you can see the 55 machine of Mark Lanyon, who in the previous race we had Simon in that car, and it was Simon who had a really good fight with Martin Ledbetter. So Mark is carrying on where Simon left off, because he's still fighting with Martin Ledbetter, who's behind him in that number 16 machine. So this is all becoming a nice scrap, and as you said, Mark, you've got Nathaniel Gollin just about there as well. He gets a better run onto the hangar straight, so he might be able to pick up a little bit of a tow as they work their way down towards Stowe Corner. As we turn our attention now back to Ian Payne, who sits there in 4th position. You've got Stephen Collins, who is a further 10 seconds adrift, and Richard Carter is starting to catch now, because last time through he was a second quicker, so before too much longer I think he will be up there with Stephen Collins. And turn our attention once again back to this battle, which now has Mark Lanyon at the head of it briefly, but then back through goes Pascal Green. Also into the mix, as we've been saying, is Martin Ledbetter, trying to go round the outside in the first of the burgundy cars we have in this fight. He carries good momentum through the corner. He has to go and do a bit of a switchback on the run down the Hamilton straight, but the straight line advantage is not quite there with him. So order remains as it was, as Mark Lanyon heads this now trio in towards Abbey.
Yep, so they head around through Abbey. Now for Nathaniel Gollin, who's at the tail end of that little quartet. He's arguably being held up by them, which he doesn't want to be, because he's in a different class to them, but because he's being held up, it now means that the car that is behind him is now starting to close in, and that's James Fradley, and James Fradley is in the same class as Nathaniel Gollin. So we've got 5 cars altogether. The front 3 are in Class SC, the next 2 are in Class TC, and all of them are slipstreaming each other as they head along the hanger straight. Pascal Green at the front of the queue has got closing in on the slipstream Mark Lanyon, who looks about the possibility of diving up the inside at Stowe Corner, but ultimately isn't quite close enough. So it's still Pascal Green from Mark Lanyon from Martin Ledbetter, busy squabbling together, and then the two cars from Class TC fighting together, which is going to be Nathaniel Gollin fighting away with 193, which is James Fradley.
Yeah, Mark Lanyon has to be careful, because of course if he goes for a move on Pascal Green and it doesn't work, it would very quickly let not just one but possibly two cars behind come through at the same time. So he's kind of just wary about what he does, but continues to push on. Does Mark Lanyon, as he crosses the line there, does his best lap of the race actually at 1:14.4, which was 0.4 of a second quicker than Pascal Green ahead. So maybe now Mark becoming a little bit frustrated, because he knows he can kind of get through, but it just won't appear for him just yet. So a nice battle still continues between these five cars. Up the road, I think we potentially have a back marker that they're going to come across very shortly as they turn their way in towards the right-hander of Chapel, but still these five continue on their way as we approach now half race distance.
Yep, so here they go. They're just working their way past that little bit of traffic, which I think might be is that Trevor Harbour's car that they're working their way through and past. Now Pascal Green might lose the lead of the class here, because he's now got Mark Lanyon right up his inside and through, heading in towards Stowe Corner. So it is the number 55 light blue car of Mark Lanyon that now picks up 7th place, but more importantly the lead of Class SC. Pascal Green down into 8th place, but still instantly back under pressure to potentially lose another place. He's got Martin Ledbetter right behind him. And how are the next two cars then getting on? Which of those two that run in Class TC? It is still Nathaniel Gollin that has the upper hand over the number 193 car of James Fradley. He hasn't fully quite caught that pack yet, has he?
No, he's kind of lurking in the background, but if they continue to fight, of course, it makes it easier for Fradley to catch up. And in fact, I think Nathaniel Gollin has just dropped slightly back now from those three cars, and there might be the move coming here, because fighting back is the number 34 machine of Pascal Green. So again, down the inside line there of Mark Lanyon, and as we said, if these two keep squabbling, it's going to be Martin Ledbetter who picks up all the pieces and would squeeze his way through. But of course, once they start fighting, it does now bring back into the equation Nathaniel Gollin. So every single corner they turn through, things are getting ever closer between all of them here. There is a brief look at our race leader Stephen Nuttall, who's still out front, and very shortly to put a lap on these five cars which are in focus now. So down towards Stowe Corner they head once more. There goes our race leader Stephen Nuttall. He's looking good at the minute, 2.5 seconds clear of Johnny Pittard, so not massively comfortable, but 2.5 seconds will do for this time in the race.
Pascal Green, having lost the lead of the class to Mark Lanyon, was under pressure there from Martin Ledbetter, who was as close as he'd been to trying to take the place away. Through goes number 193, James Fradley. James Fradley has now got a car right behind him, and that must be Robert Jones, the number 9 machine. That's another car that runs in Class SC as well. So we've got 3 cars in SC fighting over 7th, 8th and 9th, 2 cars in Class TC fighting over 11th and 10th, and another car now back in SC, which has almost joined the fun as well.
I'm just wondering if Stephen Nuttall has an issue, because he's been caught dramatically by Johnny Pittard, and he kind of had his hand on his visor there for some reason as they went through Farm Curve. So we'll keep an eye on what's happening with the lead. It's down to 0.7 of a second. Johnny Pittard now right with Stephen Nuttall, so both of them working as hard as they possibly can. They work their way now onto the hanger straight past the traffic. They've got a lot more traffic to deal with over this next lap as well. So the blue flags come out briefly there for those cars, which, as we know, are embroiled in their own battle. So they won't really want to back off too much, because if they do, then that's going to be even harder work to close the gap down once again. So leaders go through, made their way past one of those cars in that quintet on the run down through Van Club, but definitely, Mark, these two much closer together. Oh, and there's almost contact there, because very late on the brakes with Johnny Pittard. Thought he was going to head straight into the side of Martin Ledbetter, but in the end they got through past Pascal Green, who continues to lose places. But the gap now between the top two as they cross the line is going to be slightly out to 0.8.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been good, was it? Because that's 2 teammates as well. Martin Ledbetter's is a Boss Racing prepared car, as is Johnny Pittard, so they are arguably teammates in reality. Pascal Green seems to be dropping down through the order all of a sudden, doesn't he now? He was leading the class, and he has now lost 2 more places on that lap to Martin Ledbetter and to Nathaniel Gollin, who has gone through. So Pascal Green down from 10th place, having been up in 7th not many laps ago. We've got just under 7 minutes of the race still to go. back onto the hanger straight go the leading pair. It is still Stephen Nuttall that leads the way from Johnny Pittard, but Johnny Pittard now is close enough to pick up a toe from the race leader as they head round through Stowe Corner. The fight is on for the lead. They're about to conclude lap number 12 as they head down through the Vale.
Yeah, I think they've got rid of the chunk of traffic now, haven't they? Because those 5-6 cars have been together for most of this race. So with all of those ticked off, there's not going to be too many more up the road ahead of them. And Johnny Pittard has a brief look to the inside line of Stephen Nuttall. He got good acceleration. The back end wanted to step out there as he came through Club Corner, but that was a moment where Johnny Pittard, for the first time in this race, looking to get the lead of the race back. But Stephen Nuttall, definitely not as quick as he once was, now down to the 108s, in fact the late 108s, as last time through, Johnny Pittard was quicker into the low 1:08. So things starting to go from bad to worse from Stephen Nuttall as Johnny Pittard gets his car alongside through the link, is again on the inside line. It's going to be a big dive down the inside, which Stephen cannot defend from, and Johnny Pittard now does take it away. So back up into the lead goes Johnny Pittard. Stephen Nuttall, though, has good acceleration and should be able to make a challenge down towards Stowe once again.
Yeah, here he goes, jinks to the right-hand side of the circuit, looking for the inside line at Stowe Corner. I'm just wondering whether his tyres are going off a bit, and that's the problem from Stephen Nuttall, because the car charged its way through the order quickly, and he did say at the end of the first race that he was trying to maintain a bit of tyre for race number 2. And in fact, now he's diving for the pit lane, so there is a problem with Stephen Nuttall's car. If it were just tyres, you'd drive your way around it, but Stephen Nuttall is bringing what was the race leading car in towards the pit lane, and I'm sure that Josh Barrett will be there ready to try and, if he can, grab a word, or if not, try and report as and when he's done so off microphone as to what's gone on. But that now means that Johnny Pittard leads the way. It now means that Tim Davis is up into second place.
Yep, straight down the pit lane, and it's gone straight past Josh there, so he's not going to have any chance of finding out what the issue is, unfortunately. So that's a real shame for Stephen. He was charging hard, as we said, was having a good battle, was then in that fight with Johnny Pittard, but unfortunately it's not going to be 2 out of 2. It looks like we're going to have a different winner for sure in this one. So as Johnny Pittard goes on his way, now a comfortable lead over Tim Davis of pretty much 20 seconds. So he's pretty much doing what Stephen Nuttall did in race number 1, but further back there are still battles to be had. This is not one of them, because that's Tim Davis about to put a lap on the 193 machine, so that's going to be a lap down for James Fradley. But it'll be interesting to see what is actually happening with the likes of our Class C leader, Mark Lanyon, who has now got up into second place in that class, the number 9 machine of Robert Jones.
Yeah, Robert Jones, I think at the moment has got his attention turned towards Martin Ledbetter, who sits right behind him. Those two cars are just coming through Club Corner now, I think. So there is Mark Lanyon, the light blue car, about to head over the start-finish line. And then the next couple of cars coming through will be the two cars that are fighting over second and third. Pascal Green has got his hands full at the wheel of the number 34 car. He's still trying to keep Nathaniel Gollin at bay, but that is a car running in 10th place in Class SC for Pascal Green. Nathaniel Gollin's car runs in Class TC, so they are not for position, but they do move out of harm's way and let Tim Davis place a lap on them.
Certainly do. Yeah, there goes Mark Lanyon through. No, sorry, that's the number 9 machine, isn't it? So that's Robert Jones and the battle we've been describing, with now on his tail Martin Ledbetter, who leaves his brake into the last possible minute, and again almost runs into the back of that car in towards Chapel. This is the other close fight as well between Nathaniel Gollin, who came from the back of the grid in 17th place, currently being hassled all the way down the hanger straight as well. So they've kind of paired off in Noah's Ark style, 2 by 2, as we head towards the conclusion of this one. Just under 3 minutes to go, and out there, out front now, Johnny Pittard with this 20-second lead as it stands. But these two gaps definitely not separated by 20 seconds at all.
No, not at all. And this is for second and third in Class SC as well, which is the number 9 car of Robert Jones, still trying to keep at bay 16 Martin Ledbetter. Also very shortly going to have Tim Davis close in on them as well, the man who lies second in the race, about to put a lap on them. Got 2.5 minutes still to go, so Johnny Pittard will have the lap he's on and 2 more thereafter, I would have thought, before the checkered flag comes out. He's got a very sizable lead now as well, hasn't he, following the retirement of Stephen Nuttall. Johnny Pittard in the number 81 car with its Dayglow yellow flashes leads by as good as 21 seconds.
Yeah, but these two now are pushing each other on here. So you've got Rob Jones in the number 9 machine, you've got Martin Ledbetter in number 16. Both of them on that previous lap did their personal best lap of the race. So 14 laps in, and are still going as quick as they possibly can within this one. So good encouragement from the two of them. And as you said, they'll be passed very shortly by Tim Davis, who is a lap ahead, or he will be, by the time he goes through here. So Tim Davis on for a better result than he had in race number 1, of course, due to the demise of Stephen Nuttall into the pit lane. Tim Davis won't try anything silly here, probably wait for a better passing manoeuvre as they work their way through the final corner and onto the Hamilton straight. That's where we look to get the move done. Now he's going to try and get, or he thought about getting one of them away for a lap on towards the main straight, but that's now dropped just slightly. Martin Ledbetter off the back of Rob Jones, and further up you can see there as well the car of what's going to be Mark Lanyon, still running in a comfortable 6th place overall and still the leader in Class C.
Yeah, so we're fast approaching the final 60 seconds of this race. The race leader Johnny Pittard is now on lap number 17. Paul Fiennes All-In is just heading on to the hanger straight. He's got James Randall right behind him, but the overall race leader is heading down through the valley and will be heading on to start the last lap of the race next time through. Johnny Pittard, remember, in race number 1 came off the very back of the grid to finish in 2nd position. For this one he started on the front row of the grid on pole position and lost the lead early on, only to reclaim it as and when Stephen Nuttall had his retirements and woes. So Johnny Pittard now, he is safely in the lead of the race. Tim Davis in 2nd place heads in towards the club chicane at the wheel of the black and the Dayglow orange number 80 car. He's not under any pressure at all for 2nd position. Ian Payne is very lonely also in 3rd, and Richard Carter now, the progress of the car that had the spin on the first lap, Matt, he has now managed to get himself through and ahead of Stephen Collins on that previous lap. The lime green number 42 car is now up to 4th.
Certainly is, and we've had a change here as well because Martin Ledbetter has got past that of Rob Jones. So as they go now onto their last lap, that is the fight, of course, as we were mentioning, for 7th place and 2nd within the SC class as well. So those two cars just heading now in towards the village as the race leader, Johnny Pittard, is on his way down for the final time in towards Vale. So he looks into the left-hander, he'll turn then through the double right-hander of Club Corner, and Johnny Pittard, after finishing 2nd from the back in race number 1, he finishes 1st from what was 1st on the grid in race number 2. So well done to Johnny Pittard, who takes the spoils and is pretty delighted with that by the looks of it, in the 2nd Gold Arts Magnificent 7 race of the day. Tim Davis heads down to the same part of the circuit for his final time. He's going to pick up a well-deserved 2nd place. He will be about 20 seconds adrift of the race leader in the end, and then after that Tim Davis will see in 3rd place a good drive from number 32, which is Ian Payne, to take the final step on the podium.
Yep, so through comes Tim Davis, and then in fact, Martin Ledbetter is off and into the gravel trap down at Club Corner. So was there a little bit of contact there, or was that just him trying one last move to try and sneak his way through? He will get going again, he will take the checkered flag, but Martin Ledbetter is not going to be at the sharp end of Class SC anymore, I'm afraid. He will be the last of the finishers in Class SC. He trickles his way over the start-finish line, I think just ahead of James Fradley, who comes through now. So Martin Ledbetter did recover. We only caught the tail end of what happened there. One more kart to take the checkered flag is going to be Oliver Gemmell, and he is about to come through to take what will be the very last checkered flag we'll have here this weekend at Silverstone. So he's the last car to take the checkered flag all weekend, Oliver Gemmell, and he finishes inside the top 12. He finishes in 12th position. So that's all of the cars safely through and concluding the race. We can confirm the results for you. Johnny Pittard claims the win from Tim Davis in 2nd place, and Ian Payne was there in 3rd, ahead of Stephen Collins in 4th. Richard Carter and Mark Lanyon complete the top 6. Robert Jones was 7th, but what a battle they were having with the likes of Pascal Green, who was 8th, and Nathaniel Gollin 9th. Martin Ledbetter was involved in some of that squabbling as well. He was 10th. James Fradley 11th, and Oliver Gemmell was there in 12th. Paul Fiennes All-In was there in 13th place, and 14th place was James Randall, with Trevor Harbour being the last of the finishers. Stephen Nuttall, the race 1 winner, might have set the fastest lap in that race, but he was the only retiree that we had. So that's all of the cars back into the pit lane area, which means that we can go down to Josh Barrett to chat to our final drivers this weekend.
Yep, thanks Mark. Johnny Pittard's down here, very happy Boss Racing team with that victory. And then we've beat to Johnny once he's out of the car. We've got Tim Davis in 2nd down here too, and we'll see if we get Ian Payne too. So we'll speak to Johnny Pittard, who wanted to get the race win today, and he's absolutely been able to do that. He points to the dedications as well. So a very emotional race victory, I think, this for the Bosch Racing team. And I'm sure Johnny can tell us a bit about that in a moment. To end our Classic Sports Car Club racing weekend here on the Silverstone International Circuit. More congratulations going on now. So I'm sure we will get to Johnny in a moment. And we have got Ian Payne down here as well, so we'll be able to speak to the top three from the Gold Arts Magnificent 7 series here at Silverstone. Well done, Johnny. You wanted to win today, and you've absolutely done it.
And that's for these guys here, because we've had a tough time this year, and the dream result would have been to win first time out. And thanks to the hard work you guys you see here, that's what this car can do.
And that's what this type of racing is all about. It's not just being able to go quick for one lap, it's to do the whole race.
Can we just race at Silverstone from now on, please? Because this car quite likes it.
I'll let you go and talk to CSCC about that.
But this one's for Terry, and this is for Bernie. Okay, we've got stickers on all of our cars here, and it means a lot to be able to dedicate something to her. She's a special lady.
Well done, Johnny. Well done to all the team. And we'll speak to Tim about that as well. Tim, part of this team as well.
I mean, me and Bernie were best friends. She would make me giggle all day long. She was just fantastic. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be the same without her, but Terry's been brave today, coming here and doing that. But yeah, it's for Bernie, so she's looking up there and making sure we're all right and all safe, so all good. Yeah, I mean, can we please not race at Silverstone? Because I'd like Brands Hatch Indy would be lovely for me, but too many bloody straights. They've got way much power, but thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, a tough weekend, as I say. No testing really, because we've all broken things. But the guys literally dug deep, fixed it, and here we are, hanging for a little while till the tyres went off. But yeah, really enjoyed it. Great fun. Great to be back.
Well done to you as well. And then let's speak to Ian Payne here in third. Ian, again, I think for you, not quite as much power as the guys in front, but third overall at the end.
Yeah, it was a fluke, really. Poor old Steve, I think, had an oil leak. So I think I benefited from that massively. But it was good to be able to mix it with these boys for a few laps. And then, yeah, it was just good fun. I actually only came to keep one of my customers happy, because he was racing, James. He'll swear at me if I don't mention his name. So, yeah, so I was keeping James company, and yeah, it was good to finish overall on the podium. So I'm very happy with that.
Yours a standard 420R, is it?
It is a standard 420R, so I was racing. I did half of the season last year in the Vertex 7 UK Championship on those tyres. Had a little bit of an off mid-season. We've rebuilt the car. This is a bit of a shakedown as well, so it all went really well. So I'm very happy.
Back in that championship this year?
I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. I'll flip a coin.
Okay, well done on a third overall. And that completes our final podium presentations and interviews down here in the wing for this Classic Sports Car Club season opener. And I think one more time we're going to go back to Mark Werrell.
Thanks a lot, Josh. Yeah, thanks for all of Josh's hard work down there in the commentary box. But the sun sets here at Silverstone for what has been a brilliant first weekend of racing, Matt.
Certainly has. Yeah, it's been perfect, hasn't it? The racing, the weather, the company, everything has been absolutely brilliant. So a nice way to get the season underway for all of the Classic Sports Car Club competitors. It's been great to be here. Thanks for having me, and look forward to a little bit more this season later on.
Yeah, we'll see you back at Brands Hatch, won't we? So yeah, look forward to that. Thanks to all of our marshals and officials before they disappear from their posts for the day as well, and the rescue queues and recovery crews. Also to our cameraman out there and the Digitex crew that have been providing us all of the pictures all day, and of course the team that join us here in the Silverstone studio. But from Josh Barrett, from Matt Suckling and myself, Mark Werrell, please tune in for the next live stream for the Classic Sports Car Club, 12th and 13th of April at Donington. Until then, goodbye.